Hey everyone, and welcome to Nighttime Stories. I'm here to help you drift off into a peaceful sleep. If you enjoy these stories, feel free to like the video and subscribe to the channel. Let me know where you're watching from. I always love seeing how far these stories reach. Now, get comfortable and relax. The call came just after 9, right as I was settling in for the night. I had reheated some leftover spaghetti, cracked open a warm beer, and was halfway through a rerun of something I'd seen a dozen times. When my phone rang, I almost ignored it. Then I saw Joanna's name. I answered with a sigh. "Please don't tell me it's another rush job," I said. She didn't laugh, just said, "It's good money." That meant it was bad. Joanna never called unless she was short a driver. I had done enough of these late-night runs to know what that meant. Tight deadlines, empty roads, sketchy drop-offs. She wasn't a bad dispatcher, just overworked and desperate. I used to be a mechanic before the shop closed, and delivering weird parcels in the dead of night was never part of my plan. But plans change. Rent doesn't. "What's the catch?" I asked. There was a pause. "It's Ridgeway," she said. That was enough to make my stomach twist. Ridgeway Trail was a narrow 2-lane road that cut through the forest north of town. Drivers talked about it the way old hikers talk about cliffs that move or trails that go in circles. No streetlights, no shoulder. The kind of place where your radio cuts out and your high beams don't help. I had heard stories. Scratching on the roof, shadows in the trees. One guy said he saw a little girl walking backward on her hands for 3 miles. I figured most of it was truck stop nonsense. Still, I hesitated. "Triple pay," she said, "and I'll owe you." I closed my eyes. I really didn't want to go, but I also really needed the money. "All right," I said. "Text me the address." A minute later, my phone buzzed. GPS link, delivery window, and a second file labeled "Rules for Ridgeway." I thought it was a joke. Maybe some dark humor from another driver. Still, I opened it. The list was short, just 6 lines. Do not stop for anyone, no matter how real they seem. If you hear scratching on the roof, keep driving and do not acknowledge it. At exactly 3:12 you may see a deer standing in the road. That is not a deer. Do not slow down. You will pass an old chapel with a red door. Do not look at it. If your radio picks up laughter, turn it off immediately and cover the speaker with cloth. If you see yourself in the mirror, do not blink. I read them twice, then once more, slower. They didn't feel like jokes. They felt pointed, like someone had made them after something went wrong. I stared at the screen for a long time. My spaghetti was cold by the time I got up and started packing my stuff. I told myself it was just superstition. Old drivers scaring the new guy. But something about that list stuck with me, not just the content, the way it was written, like it wasn't advice, it was warning. I loaded up the van, strapped everything down and checked the tires. The night air was cold enough to fog my breath, the kind of cold that sticks to your sleeves. I climbed in, started the engine, and turned on the heater. The dashboard clock read 10:17. If I kept a steady pace, I could be through Ridgeway and back before sunrise. The first hour was normal. Empty roads, dead radio stations, pine trees packed tight like a wall on either side. My high beams reached maybe 50 feet before the dark swallowed them. I kept glancing at the GPS, even though there was nowhere to turn. Just straight ahead. The forest was quiet, too quiet. I know how that sounds, but it's true. No bugs, no wind, no distant hum of anything alive. Just the tires on cracked pavement and the soft buzz of my dashboard light. That silence sat heavy, like a weight in the cab. Around 11:30, the fog rolled in. Thick, wet stuff that clung to the windshield no matter how high I cranked the wipers. I slowed a little. Not much, just enough to feel like I still had control. The GPS blinked once, then again. For a second, the map disappeared and turned black. I tapped the screen. It came back, coordinates still tracking. Nothing behind me, just trees. That's when I heard it. A faint tap. It came from the roof, soft, almost like a branch brushing past, but there were no branches overhead. I hadn't seen trees arch over the road since before the trail started. I turned off the music, leaned forward and listened. Nothing. Then again tap. Not a scraping, not debris, just a clear, isolated knock. From the center of the roof, like a fingertip, I felt a chill climb up my back. My first instinct was to slow down and check it out. But then I remembered the second line on the list. If you hear scratching on the roof, keep driving and do not acknowledge it. I tightened my grip on the wheel, told myself it was nothing. Maybe something had shifted in the cargo. Maybe a bird landed. Maybe I was tired and imagining things. I didn't look up. The tapping stopped for a while, long enough for me to think I was in the clear. But then there it was again, slightly louder this time, a series of taps, measured, intentional. Like it wanted me to know it was still there. I swallowed and focused on the road. I did not check the mirrors. I did not speak. I just kept driving. The rules didn't say what happened if you acknowledged it. I figured I didn't want to find out. I kept my hands at 10 and 2, my eyes fixed forward, and eventually the sound faded, or maybe I just convinced myself it did. The road ahead stretched into the dark like a tunnel. There was no end in sight. I checked the clock. It was still early, and Ridgeway was only just beginning. The clock on the dash read 12:06. I hadn't seen another car in almost an hour. Ridgeway twisted through the woods like it had grown there instead of being built, a narrow ribbon of cracked blacktop that barely held the van's weight. Trees pressed in tight on both sides now, leaning in just enough to make me feel like I was being watched. The fog had not let up. If anything, it was thicker. My high beams just lit a wall of white. I caught myself checking the rearview mirror again. Nothing behind me, just the cargo stacked neatly in the back, sealed and strapped. Still, I had this feeling, like something was pacing me from the woods, keeping even with the van just out of sight. I turned on the heater again, even though it wasn't cold anymore. My hands were sweating, but I needed something to drown out the silence. I thought about calling Joanna, not to complain, just to hear a voice that wasn't mine, but I knew what she would say: deliver the package, stick to the route, and don't ask questions. Besides, the signal out here was garbage. I had barely gotten the directions to load when I left. The GPS still blinked now and then. It never lost the trail completely, but it lagged, as if something was interfering. I tapped the screen again. Still there. The blue line was winding toward a red dot labeled drop. No address, no notes, just drop. The tapping had not returned, but the memory of it lingered. I had not acknowledged it. I kept moving. That had to count for something. A rusted sign emerged from the fog on the right. I slowed to read it. It said Mile 42 in faded white letters. No graffiti, no bullet holes, just a crooked metal sign half swallowed by vines. There was something strange about how it stood, too clean, like someone maintained it. I drove past without slowing further. I reached for my thermos and took a sip of lukewarm coffee. It tasted like old pennies. I had filled it in a hurry before leaving. Now I regretted not brewing a fresh pot. My stomach turned a little, maybe from the nerves, maybe from the coffee, but I kept drinking, anything to keep me from nodding off. About 10 minutes later, I saw movement on the side of the road. I hit the brakes just slightly, not enough to stop, just to slow down and process what I was seeing. It was a deer. Or it looked like one. It stood perfectly still, front legs slightly bent, head lowered like it was eating, but it wasn't moving, not even a twitch, no breath, no shifting of hooves, just there, frozen. The headlights hit its eyes, and they reflected pure white, not the usual greenish shimmer, just white, dead white. I felt a twist in my gut. 3:12. I checked the clock. 3:12 exactly. I did not stop. I did not swerve. I pressed my foot harder on the gas and kept the wheel straight. The thing didn't move, but as I passed it I noticed something. Its front legs were too long, not just long, bent wrong. like elbows bending the wrong direction. And its back was too high. The spine looked broken, raised in a sharp angle like a tent pole. I did not look in the mirror. I kept my eyes forward and counted to 30 under my breath. When I finally checked the clock again, it was 3:14. The road curved sharply, forcing me to slow. As I did, the fog lifted for a moment, just long enough to see what lay ahead. A chapel. It sat maybe 30 feet off the road, surrounded by overgrown grass and a leaning picket fence. One window was shattered. The bell tower was missing its bell, but the door, bright, clean red. Not old, not faded, freshly painted like someone had done it yesterday. I knew what this was. You will pass an old chapel with a red door. Do not look at it. I looked away. I kept my focus on the road, but even in my peripheral vision, I saw the door open. Just a crack. Enough to see that the inside was pitch black. Something moved just behind that crack. I could not say what, but it watched me. I felt it. I kept my hands tight on the wheel and stared at the line where the asphalt met the edge of my headlights. I counted again, 30 seconds, then another 30, then another. Eventually, the chapel disappeared behind the trees. The fog returned. The van rumbled as it hit a rough patch of road. I gritted my teeth and kept going. I realized I had not taken a real breath since I saw the deer. My chest felt tight, like I had been clenching everything too hard for too long. I rolled down the window just a little to let in some air. The woods smelled like wet leaves and something else, old smoke. Like a fire that had gone out days ago. The radio hissed. I froze. Not a station, not a song, just static. Then laughter. High-pitched, childlike, but wrong, too sharp, like something was mimicking a sound it had only heard once. I turned off the radio immediately and reached into the glove box. I pulled out the rag I used to clean the dash and shoved it into the speaker. The laughter didn't stop right away. It crackled once, then again, then faded slowly, like it was disappointed. I sat there, still driving, still breathing through my nose, my heart going faster than it had any right to. I had followed the rules, all of them, so far. But I could feel it getting worse. The road was darker now, not just night dark, but like the world itself was turning off behind me. No stars, no moon. Just a narrow path forward, and the hum of my tires keeping me grounded. I glanced at the side mirror. Nothing. Just trees. But something in me knew. I wasn't alone out here anymore, not really. And the worst part was knowing it wasn't over. Not even close. The clock said 3:32. I had not seen another building since the chapel, and I was starting to think I might not see anything again. Ridgeway just kept stretching, one long black ribbon with no signs, no houses, and no turns. The GPS was still holding the route, but it glitched every few minutes now, flickering like it was trying to load something it could not find. The air inside the van had gone stale, like something was sucking the life out of it. I cracked the window again, hoping the cold would wake me up, but it only brought in the smell of wet moss and old metal. There was a faint buzz in my ears I could not shake, not like ringing from silence, more like pressure, like something was building. I tried to distract myself with old habits. I tapped the wheel like I used to when I was tuning engines. I counted every broken line in the road. I thought about anything but the rules, even though they were all I could think about. One by one they had come true, not in ways I could explain, but in ways I could not ignore. That was worse, somehow. Not ghosts, not monsters, just wrongness, twisting things that shouldn't be. At some point I realized I had not seen the moon in over an hour. The sky was just black, completely blank, like the whole world above me had been painted over. I wanted to check the rear view again, but I did not. I had stopped doing that. I passed another sign, this one barely standing. It leaned forward, half snapped at the base, but I made out the number, mile marker 51, no road name, no distance. Just 51. That meant I was getting close, but the closer I got, the worse everything felt. The static came back first. I had never turned the radio back on, but it hissed anyway, pushing its way through the speaker cloth. I could barely hear it at first, a faint whisper under the hum of the tires. Then it grew sharper, high-pitched like glass under pressure. I reached over, pressed the power button twice, held it. Nothing. It kept going, not loud, just steady. Like it was reminding me it was still there. I kept my hand on the wheel and did not touch it again. Then something else changed. The mirror. The rear view shimmered, just slightly, like heat rising off pavement. I leaned forward just a little, just to check my own reflection. And there I was. Except it was not me. The face was close, almost exact. Same eyes, same beard, same worn jacket. But the expression was all wrong. The mouth hung slightly open, like the jaw had gone slack. And the eyes too wide, unblinking, watching me. I froze. If you see yourself in the mirror, do not blink. I locked my eyes forward, away from the mirror. I kept both hands on the wheel. I did not blink. I could feel my eyes stinging almost immediately, that dry burn creeping in fast. But I didn't dare. I counted slowly. 10 seconds, then 20. I breathed through my teeth, tried not to think about the weight I could feel coming from the mirror. A presence. Like something leaning against it from the other side. I blinked. I couldn't help it, just once, quick, reflex. My stomach turned cold. The static cut off at that exact second. And behind me, something whispered. Not a voice, a breath. Close. Inside the cab. I didn't move. I kept my eyes forward, every muscle in my neck locked in place. I gripped the wheel until my knuckles ached. Then I felt it. Not a touch, not exactly, just the pressure of space being taken up beside me. The passenger seat creaked. I did not look. My peripheral vision told me nothing was there, but I knew better than to trust that. I focused on the lines in the road again. I counted cracks. I watched the faded paint, the blurry edges of the shoulder. I did everything I could to stay grounded, to stay real. The breath came again, longer this time, like someone inhaling slow right next to my ear. I pressed harder on the gas. The engine whined, but I didn't care. I needed speed, not to outrun it, because I didn't think I could. Just to push forward faster, farther out of reach. My eyes started to blur from how hard I was staring. I wiped them with my sleeve, never taking them off the road, never glancing back. I drove like that for what felt like miles. The road never changed. The trees never shifted. The sky stayed black, but eventually, something did change. A light. Just ahead. Soft yellow, flickering, like a porch bulb struggling to stay lit. It was a house. Run down, paint peeling, shutters hanging crooked. One dim light in the window. A porch swing that moved even though there was no wind. I could feel my stomach twist the second I saw it. There was someone standing in the yard. An old man, thin, wearing overalls and no shirt. His arms dangled at his sides like he had forgotten how to use them. He didn't wave, didn't move, just watched. And as I passed, I realized he had no eyes. Just sunken hollows where his face should have been. The mirror flickered again, but I didn't look. The breath beside me faded, not instantly, just slowly, like steam thinning out. The seat creaked again, lighter this time, then nothing. Silence returned. I risked a glance at the clock, 3:49. I had lost almost 20 minutes. No memory of them, just a blank spot, and the weight of something that had been inside the van with me. I took another sip of coffee, even though it tasted worse now. Bitter, sour, like something had gone bad inside the thermos. I swallowed anyway. My hands were shaking. The GPS blinked once, then again, the red dot still ahead, no turnoffs, no distance remaining, just the word drop hovering on the edge of nowhere. And still the road went on. No sign of morning, no hint of an end, Just me, the van, and the rules. All of them real. The road felt longer now, not just in miles, but in time. I kept glancing at the clock, expecting it to jump forward the way it had before, but the numbers crawled like they were resisting progress. It was still dark, the same thick black that had blanketed everything since I entered Ridgeway. I hadn't seen even a hint of dawn. The fog was thinner now, but not gone. It drifted across the pavement in soft waves, never thick enough to block my view entirely, just enough to keep me uneasy. I rubbed my face with one hand and tried not to think about the thing that had sat beside me earlier. I hadn't looked, but I knew it had been there. The creak of the seat had been too real, too heavy. I told myself that I had followed the rule, that blinking once had not counted as breaking it, but deep down I wasn't sure. The rules never said what happened if you slipped. They just said what to do. I didn't know if almost was good enough out here. A small sign appeared on the side of the road, white letters on old wood, no lights. It said Ridgeway Baptist Cemetery. That was it. No arrow, no distance. Just a name, as if it was reminding me where I was. I kept driving. The trees thinned briefly, giving way to a patch of low ground where mist collected like water in a bowl. It looked like a swamp, full of tangled roots and broken fencing. There were headstones scattered through the fog, but they were all leaning, cracked, as if the earth itself had shifted beneath them. I saw no church, just graves, and the outlines of statues half buried in mud. One of them moved. I did not slow down. It was small, child-sized, pale. It stood beside a headstone with its head tilted back, watching me. As I passed, I saw its mouth hanging open, too wide, far too wide. It did not blink, did not shift, just stood there, mouth stretched like it was screaming silently. I pressed the gas a little harder. Another rule had not triggered, but I could feel something building, like I was being tested, watched, judged. The static came back, just a whisper this time, like it was trying to creep in without me noticing. I ignored it. The speaker was still stuffed with cloth, but that didn't stop the hum from bleeding through. The same pressure returned to my ears, the same low buzz behind everything. I tightened my grip on the wheel and focused on the road. Then I heard it again. A voice. Not mine this time. It was soft, female, close. "Mark," it said. I froze. It came from behind me, from the far back of the van, like someone was crouched low in the cargo space, whispering through the divider. "Mark," it said again. I did not answer. Do not respond. That was not one of the rules, not exactly, but it felt like it should be. I kept my eyes on the windshield and focused on the lines in the road. I adjusted the mirror without looking into it, tilting it up toward the ceiling. The voice kept going. "Please," it said, "you have to stop. You don't know what they're making you deliver." It was not a scream, not a growl, just pleading, familiar, like someone I used to know. I did not stop. I didn't even speak. But the words kept coming. "They lied to you. She lied to you, Joanna. She knew what this was." I clenched my jaw and kept driving. I didn't want to hear it. I didn't want to think about Joanna, or the fact that she had sent me this way with nothing but a double pay promise and a file full of rules. The voice changed tone, lower now, sharper. "You are getting close." Then silence. Not gradual, not fading, just gone. I let out a slow breath I hadn't realized I was holding. The GPS blinked again. The red dot was closer now. Maybe 2 miles, maybe less. There was still no road name, just DROP. I checked the cargo in the rear view for the first time since I started. Still strapped, still sealed. 4 medium crates, 1 larger, all marked with the same black tape. No labels, no stamps. I had not asked what was inside. I didn't want to know. But for a second, I could have sworn I saw one of them shift slightly, like something had moved inside. I looked away. The road narrowed again, trees tightening like ribs around a lung, The headlights barely reached the edge of the shoulder. I started to feel closed in, boxed up like the cargo I was carrying. Then I saw a light ahead. Not bright, not steady, just a faint flicker, like a lantern swaying in the wind. I slowed instinctively, though something in me screamed not to. As I got closer, I realized it was a man. He stood in the center of the road, holding a lantern low in one hand. His face was hidden beneath a wide-brimmed hat. He wore a long coat that looked soaked at the bottom, like he had walked through a river. One boot was missing. His exposed foot was pale and bruised. I gripped the wheel tighter. Do not stop for anyone, no matter how real they seem. I repeated that in my head like a prayer. Do not stop. Do not stop. I kept driving. As I passed him, he did not move. He didn't step aside, didn't wave. He just tilted his head slightly, like a curious dog. I swerved just enough to avoid hitting him, heart pounding, breath shallow. The rear-view mirror pulsed with light. I didn't look. I did not stop. When I glanced at the clock again, it read 4:27. I had no idea how long I had been driving. The road bent sharply to the right, and for a moment I thought I saw the red dot on the GPS begin to blink. Not solid, not fixed, just pulsing, like it was reacting to something nearby. Then I heard it. A long, low scrape along the side of the van. It started near the rear wheel and dragged forward, slow and deliberate, as if something was walking alongside me with a single long claw. The sound stopped just below the passenger window. I did not look. Instead, I stared into the dark ahead, hands locked on the wheel, every part of me burning with tension. The scraping started again, moving upward this time. I kept driving. I didn't know what was waiting at the drop point, but I was starting to think the delivery was not what mattered. It was the road itself. The scrape faded as I pushed the van harder through the curve, tires humming loud against the cracked pavement. I expected to see something out the window, a face, a figure, something with a hand still dragging across the metal, but there was nothing, just trees and fog and that deep, empty dark that Ridgeway swallowed everything into. My mirrors were still tilted away. I kept them that way. The clock said 4:52. I was close. The red dot on the GPS had grown bigger, hovering at the center of the screen like it was breathing. Still no label, no details, no roads branching off. Just one line in and one line out. Or maybe just one in. My mouth was dry. I reached for the thermos again and took a sip, but it was cold now, bitter and thin. I set it down and checked the dash for the fourth or fifth time in as many minutes. Fuel was steady. Engine fine, no warning lights, which made the hum beneath everything feel even worse, like the van was fine, but I wasn't. A sharp pop sounded from the back. Something inside one of the crates had shifted, hard. I flinched and gripped the wheel tighter, but I didn't slow down. Not for a noise, not for anything. The rules hadn't mentioned the cargo. I hadn't asked. Joanna hadn't offered. Still, the sound rattled through me. It hadn't been the van. It was inside. Then came the thud. Just once, heavy, final. Followed by breathing. Not mine. Deep, wet, gurgling. I didn't turn around. I didn't check the mirror. I just focused on the road and tried not to panic. The breathing went on for another minute, then stopped as suddenly as it had started. Not faded. Just cut off, like someone had hit mute. I kept moving. A flash of light caught the corner of my eye. I almost ignored it, but it was ahead this time, not behind, not beside. It was a street lamp, just one. Bent at the top, like it had been forced that way. Beneath it stood a narrow shack, no windows, metal siding rusted to hell. A single step led to a crooked door with peeling paint and a dent where something had once hit it hard. This was it. The red dot pulsed fast now. I slowed the van to a crawl and coasted to a stop in front of the shack. The gravel shoulder cracked under the tires, loud in the silence. There was no driveway, no mailbox, no sign. Just this building dropped in the middle of nowhere, like it had been forgotten. I killed the engine but left the lights on. The high beams caught the shape of the door, the edge of the step, and the thin outline of a bell. Not electric, old, tarnished. I didn't want to get out. Every instinct screamed to keep driving, to turn around, to pretend I had never seen this place. But the rules had not said anything about the drop. There were no instructions for this part, which meant I was on my own. I opened the door slowly. The night air hit me like a wall. Damp, thick, full of that scent again. Wet leaves and burnt copper. I stepped out and shut the door gently behind me. The van ticked as it cooled, echoing against the trees. I walked around to the back and unlocked the cargo doors. They creaked open too loud, cutting through the quiet like a blade. The 5 crates sat exactly where I had left them, 4 small, 1 large. The large one had a crack in the wood now, just a hairline, but enough to see something dark had soaked through near the edge. I didn't look closer. I slid the dolly out from under the straps and loaded the crates one by one. They were heavy, not impossible, but heavier than they had any right to be. The large one made a low groan when I tilted it upright, like something inside shifted again. I ignored it. Once all 5 were stacked, I wheeled them toward the shack. The ground crunched under me. The gravel turned to dirt, then to soft, cold moss. My boots sank slightly with each step. When I reached the door, I stopped. There was no handle, just the bell. I stared at it for a long moment. Then I rang it. The sound was dull, not sharp, not clear, just a single muted clang, like it didn't want to travel far. I waited. The trees rustled behind me, though there was no wind. Then the door opened. Not all the way, just enough for the inside to show. It was pitch black. No light, no sound, just a hole. I felt it before I saw it. The air changed. Something ancient moved just beyond the threshold, not visible, not even audible, but present. Then a voice spoke. "You are late." It came from inside, too deep to be human, too smooth to be real. I didn't answer. The door opened wider, not on hinges. It just widened, like the shadows themselves had shifted. I pushed the dolly forward. The crates rolled over the threshold and vanished. Not into the building, just gone. No thud, no stop, no resistance. The dolly was empty. I stepped back. The door closed. I didn't move. Then the voice returned. "You followed the rules." I said nothing. "You may leave." The light from the street lamp flickered, then steadied. The trees swayed again. This time I felt the breeze on my face. The spell was breaking. I backed away slowly, watching the door until I reached the van. I climbed inside and shut the door quickly, locking it out of habit. The engine started on the first try. The GPS recalculated without input. A new line appeared. Return. I pulled away from the shack, wheels crunching over gravel, then rolling smooth onto asphalt. No more breathing from the back. No more tapping. No static. Just the road. Still dark, still endless. But I had done what I came to do. And Ridgeway wasn't finished with me yet. I stayed quiet for the first few miles. No radio, no thoughts. Just the hum of the tires and the ache in my hands from how tight I had been gripping the wheel. The GPS showed a new path now. A slow arc leading out of Ridgeway, looping back toward town. But it was just a line. There were no landmarks, no mile markers, no distance remaining. Just the word return floating above an empty road. I tried not to think about the crates, about how they had disappeared into the black the moment they passed the doorway, about the voice that had spoken without sound. I had followed every rule. I had not looked. I had not stopped. I had not asked questions. And still I felt wrong, off, like something had followed me out. The road looked different now, wider in some places, narrower in others. The trees were still there, but they didn't lean in the same way anymore. They bent back now, like they were leaning away from me. Hiding. The fog had mostly cleared, but in its place was something stranger, a kind of shimmer in the air, like heat rising off pavement, except it was cold. I kept thinking I saw movement in it. Hazy outlines of people, maybe, or animals. Shapes that blinked out the moment I tried to focus. I stopped trying. The clock said 5:21. I was still alone. Then the road changed. Not a curve, not a fork. Just different. The trees ended, and the pavement smoothed into something newer, clean, fresh, like a brand new highway. Too new for this place. It stretched ahead in a perfect line, too perfect. The kind of symmetry that doesn't exist in real life. I looked back just once. The forest was gone. Just flat black behind me. Like the world had been erased. I faced forward again and drove. A sign appeared on the right, new clean lettering on a tall silver pole. It said, "All things return." That was it. No arrows, no numbers, no logos. Just that phrase, like a warning or a promise. The van made a soft whine beneath me. I checked the dash. Everything looked normal. The fuel gauge hadn't moved since the shack. Neither had the temperature. Even the time seemed to have slowed, ticking forward slower than I remembered. Then I saw it. A rest stop. Modern, bright lights, shining clean glass windows, a vending machine outside, trash bins lined in a row, all empty, too clean, not a smudge or mark anywhere. I pulled into the lot on instinct, not because I wanted to stop, not because I was told to. I just did, like the road had expected it. The van idled as I stared at the building. Something about it made me nervous. Not the structure, not even the light. It was the silence. A place that clean should not be that quiet. I shut off the engine, got out, stretched slowly, feeling every muscle complain. My legs felt stiff, like I had been sitting for far longer than a few hours. My back ached, my eyes were dry. The air was colder now, not freezing, just sharp, the kind of cold that makes your skin feel thinner. I walked to the vending machine. My reflection stared back at me in the glass, but it looked wrong. Tired, pale, eyes sunken. I barely recognized myself. The machine hummed softly, its interior glowing with rows of snacks. I didn't feel hungry. I dropped in a few quarters anyway and pressed the button for a sandwich wrapped in plastic. It dropped with a soft thump. I didn't eat it, just held it in my hand. Inside the building I could see a row of chairs, a bulletin board, a set of restrooms, everything normal, familiar. I stepped inside. The fluorescent lights buzzed overhead. One flickered in the far corner. The air smelled faintly of cleaner and warm metal, like the place had just been scrubbed, but had not been used in a long time. There was no one inside. Not a single person. No attendant. No travelers. Just me. I walked slowly past the bulletin board. Flyers hung crooked from old thumbtacks. Some were missing words. Others were in languages I didn't recognize. One was just a hand-drawn eye on a yellow paper, staring directly forward. I looked away. The restroom doors were labeled plainly. One said open, the other said not yet. I turned and left. Outside, the sky had started to lighten, just a little, a pale gray rising over the horizon, not sunrise, but a hint, a promise that morning was trying to return. I climbed back into the van, started it up. The GPS blinked again, the red line shortened. 57 miles to go. I pulled out of the lot and back onto the road. Something buzzed in the center console. My phone. I hadn't heard it in hours, maybe longer. I picked it up, hand shaking slightly. One message, no name, just a number I didn't recognize. The message read, "Keep going." Nothing else. No punctuation. No timestamp. Just those two words. I set the phone down without replying. The road continued ahead, smoother than it had ever been. The trees were gone completely now, just flat land on both sides, stretching to the horizon, empty, open, but not peaceful. It felt watched, like something massive was just under the surface. Then, in the distance, I saw another vehicle. It was the first I had seen since entering Ridgeway. A truck, parked on the shoulder, facing the wrong direction. Its lights were off. No one inside. As I passed, I looked once at the cab. The door was open. The driver's seat was empty. But the engine was running. I didn't stop. Didn't slow. I watched it in the side mirror until it disappeared behind me. The road straightened again, and the light grew stronger. The line on the GPS shortened. I was getting close now. But something in me knew. Leaving Ridgeway would not be as simple as crossing a line. It never had been. The light kept building slowly, not the bright golden kind that comes with a sunrise, but a pale, diluted gray that barely pushed back the dark. It felt like the sky was pretending to change, offering just enough to make me think morning was coming, but not enough to prove it. I kept one hand on the wheel and the other near the window, fingers tapping a slow rhythm I could not name. I did not know if I was calming myself or counting something only my body understood. The GPS said 26 miles left. The red line was almost gone now, shrinking with every curve and mile, but the road felt no closer to ending. Every time I passed what looked like a landmark or familiar turn, I saw it again half a mile later, as if Ridgeway had started looping in quiet, subtle ways. I passed another rest stop. Same design, same vending machine, same empty chairs. I didn't stop this time. I couldn't tell if it was the same one I had already been to, or a copy. I did not want to find out. Around 5 minutes later, I saw another truck. Parked, lights off, no one inside. That made 3 now, all facing different directions, all abandoned but still running, as if their drivers had been told to wait for something, then forgotten what it was. I kept my eyes forward and my foot steady on the gas. Then the temperature dropped. Fast. I watched the condensation form on the inside of the windshield, thin veins of mist crawling across the glass. I turned on the defroster, but it made no difference. The cold came from somewhere else. Not outside, from within. And then, from the corner of my eye, I saw movement. Something in the passenger seat. I didn't look. I didn't speak. I kept my eyes on the road, hands still, breath slow. But I felt it. A presence. Heavy, familiar in a way I did not like. It breathed. Not loud, not fast. Just steady, as if it had always been there. The defroster hissed uselessly as the mist thickened. Then it spoke. "You should have looked." The voice wasn't angry. It wasn't loud, but it cut straight through the air like a blade. I kept driving. It leaned closer. I could feel the weight of it shifting, the seat creaking quietly under its form. "You saw too much," it said. My jaw clenched, my foot pressed harder on the pedal. The road narrowed again, trees appearing suddenly on either side as if conjured from the air. The light vanished. Fog returned. "You're almost there," the voice said, "but it isn't where you think it is." I said nothing. I reached up slowly and turned the mirror away. I would not make the same mistake twice. The thing beside me went quiet. But it stayed. The road curved, sharply left, then right, then left again in rapid succession. My hands moved without thinking, steering smoothly through the tight turns. My body was used to the rhythm of Ridgeway now, even if my mind was not. The GPS blinked, then blinked again, then went black. I tapped the screen. Nothing. The route had vanished. The road stretched ahead, still real, still solid. But now I had no map, no line, no destination. Only the word return, faint and flickering in the top corner. Then that, too, disappeared. The thing in the passenger seat laughed. Not loud, just amused. "You were never going back," it whispered. I tried not to react, but something in me cracked. I looked, just for a second, a single glance, and I saw it. It wasn't a person. It wasn't even close. Its face was wrong, all wrong. Eyes where they shouldn't be, mouth too wide, lips curled in a smile that showed nothing but space. No teeth, no tongue, just depth, endless and black. It tilted its head and blinked. My chest tightened. I jerked my head forward again and stared hard at the road. Do not acknowledge it. I knew I had already failed. It didn't speak again. It just stayed. I focused on the horizon, trying to pretend I was still alone. Then I saw something up ahead. A gate. Tall iron bars stretching across the road like the entrance to an old estate. Rusted, covered in moss. The ground around it was cracked and uneven, but the gate stood perfectly straight. The van slowed on its own. I didn't touch the brakes. The thing beside me leaned forward. "You don't belong here," it said. The gate creaked open. No motor, no chain. Just motion. Smooth, silent, inviting. I wanted to turn around. I wanted to stop. But I didn't. I drove through. The gate closed behind me. I did not hear it shut. I only felt it, like a door slamming inside my chest. The road beyond the gate was different. Stone now. Cobblestone and dirt, rough and wet from a mist that hadn't fallen yet. I followed it. What else could I do? Then the trees ended, and the world opened. Ahead of me was a field, endless, flat, bathed in a light that came from nowhere. Not daylight, not moonlight. Something else. The sky above was blank, colorless, empty. The road vanished beneath the wheels. I was driving on nothing, and still moving forward. The thing in the seat beside me leaned back slowly. Its shape began to shift. Not clearly, not suddenly, just enough to make me know it had changed. It no longer had a face, just a shape and a voice. "You've arrived," it said. The van rolled to a stop on its own. I took my hands off the wheel. They were shaking. The field stretched ahead, unbroken. And in the center of it, something waited. A small building. Concrete, windowless. One door. No path. No sign. No sound. Just presence. I opened the door. Stepped out. The air was still. I walked toward the building slowly, boots crunching on gravel that shouldn't have been there. And I realized I had seen this place before. Not in life. Not in memory. In a dream. Or something like it. And something inside whispered, "This is where all roads lead." The gravel beneath my boots crunched with each step, but the sound felt hollow, like it belonged to a different place. The field around me stretched on without detail, a flat sea of dry earth that faded into gray where it met the sky. There were no trees now, no signs, no fog, no wind. Just the building ahead, concrete, plain, silent, and the thin line I had followed to reach it. I kept walking toward it with a strange calmness, the way you keep moving in a dream you know is about to turn. The van sat behind me, quiet and still. The engine had cut without a sound, and I had not turned the key. It felt far away already, like something I had once used and no longer needed. The passenger seat was empty now. I did not see the thing leave, but I knew it was gone. Or perhaps it had never been in the van at all. Maybe Ridgway had just made me think it had. When I reached the building, I stood before the door and waited. I don't know why. There was no handle, no bell, no sign that it wanted me to do anything. But still, I waited. The door was plain, made from a dull gray metal, and set into the wall with an almost invisible seam. It looked like it had never been touched, but I knew it had. Something had come through this door. Or maybe many things had, again and again. I reached out and placed my palm against it. The surface was warm, not hot, not cold. Just warm, like it had a pulse, like it was alive in some small way. The moment my skin made contact, the door began to open. No noise, no resistance. It simply swung inward into a hallway that stretched on far longer than the building should have allowed. Inside, the walls were smooth concrete, unmarked, sterile. The lighting was dim but even, coming from nowhere in particular. I stepped in, and the door closed behind me. I didn't turn around. I didn't need to. I already knew it would be gone. I walked forward, my footsteps muffled by a floor that seemed to absorb sound. There were no doors on either side, no intersections, just a single hallway that led forward into whatever this place was. I did not know what I had delivered. I did not know what Ridgway really was. But I had followed the rules. I had completed the job. That had to mean something. After what felt like an impossible stretch of walking, the hallway ended in a room. Square, dimly lit, empty, save for a single chair in the center, and on that chair sat a man. He was old, skin-lined and spotted, eyes heavy with something too vast to name. He wore simple clothes, gray slacks, a shirt with the sleeves rolled to the elbows, and an old watch that ticked softly in the quiet. He looked at me with recognition, not surprise, as if I were expected. "You made it," he said, and his voice was steady, calm, and quiet. I stood there without answering for a long time. Then I nodded. He looked me over the way someone might assess a tool after it had done its work, not cruelly, just with the kind of measured observation that doesn't leave room for emotion. "You followed the route," he said. "Most don't." I didn't respond. I didn't know what to say. He gestured to a small table I had not noticed. A clipboard sat atop it, blank page, pen resting neatly beside it. "Write your name," he said. "Why?" He tilted his head slightly. "Because you're done." I stepped forward slowly, picked up the pen and hesitated. My hand shook. I hadn't written anything by hand in a long time. My name felt strange in my head, like it belonged to someone else. Still, I wrote it, Mark. When I set the pen down, the page darkened slowly from the center, ink seeping out in a perfect circle. It didn't spread wildly, just bloomed with calm intent until my name was swallowed. The clipboard vanished, not dramatically, just gone, like it had never been there. The man stood. "You brought back what was taken," he said. "You returned what was owed." I shook my head. I didn't even know what I was carrying. He gave a faint smile, not unkind. "That's the point. If you had known, you would have tried to keep it, or destroy it, or ask why. Knowing changes things. Delivering keeps the balance." I wanted to argue, but I didn't. Somewhere deep down I understood. This had never been about me. I was just a part of the process, a hand moving one thing from one place to another. The rules weren't there to protect me. They were there to ensure the delivery made it through. "What happens now?" I asked. "You leave," he said simply. "You go back." "I don't know where that is anymore." He walked past me toward the wall, where another door had appeared. "You'll know when you see it." I followed. The door opened on its own, and beyond it was daylight. Real daylight this time. I stepped outside and blinked against the sudden brightness. The field was gone. The sky was blue. Birds chirped from nearby trees. In the distance, I saw a stretch of highway. My van was parked on the shoulder. Normal, plain, as if nothing had happened. I looked back, but the building was gone. Nothing behind me but grass and dirt and a rising sun. I walked to the van and climbed inside. The keys were in the ignition. The clock on the dash read 6:22 in the morning. The GPS showed my home address. No red lines, no drop point. Just one clean path back. I started the engine. It turned over easy. The hum of it was almost comforting now. I pulled onto the highway and drove. Traffic picked up slowly as I got closer to town. A few trucks, a couple of early commuters. Life resumed like nothing had shifted, but something had. I felt it in my chest. A stillness, a weight, but also a kind of clarity I had not expected. I had seen something most people never would. I had followed the road and returned. I parked in front of my building and sat in the van for a few minutes, just breathing, just watching the light change. When I finally went inside, I showered, ate, and fell into bed without even taking off my socks. Sleep came fast, dreamless, deep. I never told Joanna what I saw. She never asked. I never took another job along Ridgeway Trail. No one ever brought it up again. But sometimes late at night, when the road is quiet and the sky turns just that certain shade of dark, I think I hear something faint, static, a low breath. The sound of gravel shifting under slow footsteps. And I remember the rule that was never written. Once you've made the delivery, Ridgeway never forgets your name. But if you're lucky, it lets you leave anyway. My husband vanished 7 months ago, not in some dramatic or tragic way, not in a car accident or a robbery gone wrong. He simply walked out the door one crisp autumn morning and never came home. The police came and went, flyers were posted, phone calls were made, and neighbors marched through the woods behind our subdivision with flashlights and leashed dogs. His car was still parked at the train station. His phone, wallet, and briefcase were never found. The detective assigned to us called it a cold trail. I called it a nightmare. His name was Daniel. We lived in a small coastal town called Marin Hollow, the kind of place with farmers markets, lemonade stands, and mailbox decorations for every season. Nothing like this had ever happened before. People brought casseroles and baked goods for a while. Then they stopped asking questions and started giving me those looks. The kind you give a woman whose face you see on a missing person's spouse news segment when you don't know whether to feel sorry for her or suspicious. Time passed the way it always does, days into weeks, weeks into months. The flyers began to fade and peel from telephone poles, replaced by garage sale announcements and charity runs. The police updates became less frequent until they stopped altogether. Even my closest friends stopped calling every day. I don't blame them. It was exhausting living in that grief, and I could see how eager everyone was to return to their ordinary lives. I tried to do the same. I tried to let the silence settle. But then last Tuesday, Daniel came home. I was in the backyard tending to the hydrangeas. I remember it clearly because the breeze was just turning cool, and I had decided it was probably the last warm day before the weather shifted for good. I had just knelt to check for aphids on one of the stalks when I heard the side gate creak open. The metal latch squealed, sharp and high. It was a sound I hadn't heard since the search parties gave up. I stood, heart racing. At first, I thought maybe it was a neighbor or someone from town dropping by. But when I turned, there he was, standing just beyond the gate. Daniel. Same short brown hair, still pushed up on one side like he had run his fingers through it. Same faded blue hoodie I remembered from the morning he left. His eyes were wide and light gray, just as I remembered them. He smiled when he saw me. Not a confused or hesitant smile, just casual, warm, like he had only been gone a few hours. Like nothing had happened. I could not move. I just stood there staring at him, mouth dry, heart beating so fast I thought I might faint. And then, slowly, I walked to him and asked where he had been. His answer chilled me more than anything else could have. He said he didn't know. That was it. No memory, no explanation. He said he had woken up in his car, parked outside the train station, and just started walking home. He said he thought maybe he had fainted or had some kind of episode, that he was embarrassed. But he kept saying he felt fine now. Our families were shocked, delighted. His sister wept on the phone. His parents drove in from 2 towns over and hugged him so hard I thought his ribs might crack. Nobody questioned it. Nobody seemed to care that he had no memory, that he hadn't aged a day, that his phone and belongings were still missing. They just saw his face and rushed to fill the gap with joy. But not me. From the very first moment he stepped back into our kitchen, something in me recoiled. I kept trying to rationalize it. Shock, trauma, my body responding to the impossible with confusion. But it's not that. I know what it feels like to be unsettled. This is something deeper, like something ancient inside me is warning me not to get too close. I didn't say anything that first day. I didn't want to be the one to ruin what everyone else called a miracle. I smiled when I was supposed to, answered texts from friends I hadn't heard from in months, and tried to get through that first night without staring at the man sleeping beside me for too long. But I did stare. I watched him breathe and shift in the sheets, and I waited to feel something familiar, anything, but I didn't. The next morning I made him tea. That was always our routine. I liked coffee, he liked tea. He used to be particular about it too. No sugar, no honey, no milk. He said anything extra ruined the taste. If I ever put sugar in it by accident, he'd pour the whole cup out and make it himself. So when I brought him a cup that morning, I watched to see what he would do. He thanked me, gave me a sleepy smile, and dropped a sugar cube into it without hesitation. Then another. I told myself I had remembered wrong, that it wasn't a big deal. But that was the first crack. Later that day, I mentioned that I had recorded a tennis match he used to love watching. He blinked at me like I had said something strange, then nodded politely and asked if I wanted to order dinner instead. That didn't make sense. Daniel was obsessed with that match, with that player. He had skipped weddings to watch it, but now he didn't care. I found myself watching him more closely after that. At first, it was small things, like how he chewed his food or how he folded his clothes. He used to tuck the sheets in too tight at the bottom of the bed, but now he leaves them loose. He whistles in the hallway sometimes, tuneless and quiet. I never remember him whistling before. He stands outside the bedroom door at night for minutes at a time before coming in, like he's waiting for something. Once, I found him standing at the end of the hallway in the dark, just staring into the living room. When I asked what he was doing, he smiled and said, "Just thinking," and walked away. There are too many cracks now, too many things that do not add up. I am not being paranoid. I am being hunted by a familiarity that's just slightly off. And every time I tell myself I am imagining it, I see his eyes watching me from somewhere they should not be. He looks like Daniel, but he is not my husband. I didn't sleep much that first week. Every time I closed my eyes, I felt his presence before I heard it. Breathing that wasn't mine, steps that were too light to be confident, too heavy to be casual. I would wake to find him standing near the bed, always in the same spot at the edge of the mattress, not touching me, not saying anything, just standing there, watching me sleep. The first time I laughed it off, asked him what the hell he was doing. He smiled like I'd told a joke and said he couldn't believe he was home. That was the only explanation I ever got. I tried to convince myself it was just weird affection, some kind of stunned disbelief lingering from the trauma of coming back, but he kept doing it. 4 nights out of 7, I would open my eyes to find him already staring, unmoving, and each time the smile came slower, a little more strained, as if he was learning how to mimic it. I stopped asking why. He would be gone by morning, back to making toast or scrolling through his phone in the kitchen, like nothing happened, like he hadn't been hovering above my pillow just hours earlier. One morning I found him standing just outside the bedroom door, his body facing forward but his head turned fully toward the bed, eyes fixed on me through the narrow gap. I asked if he'd slept at all. He said he'd been dreaming too vividly and didn't want to disturb me. I nodded and forced a smile, but something about his voice sounded like it came from far away, like the words were repeating after him rather than spoken in real time. The first time I saw him crouched in the hallway was what finally pushed me to admit something was deeply wrong. It was around 2 in the morning. I had gotten up to use the bathroom and didn't turn on the hall light. I trusted the layout of my own house, knew it well enough to navigate without needing to see, but as I stepped into the hall, I stopped cold. He was crouched there, just beyond the corner, knees folded tight beneath him, arms resting loosely at his sides, eyes wide open and staring forward, not blinking, not reacting. Just crouched, like an animal waiting to spring. I couldn't see his expression clearly, but I saw enough. The way his lips were parted, the faint sheen of sweat on his forehead. The way his pupils seemed too large for the dark. I didn't move. I just stood there, my hand gripping the edge of the wall. After a long pause, I whispered his name. He turned his head, slow and deliberate, and smiled that same practiced smile. Then he stood up, stretched like nothing had happened, and asked if I was okay. I said I was fine. I walked past him and went back to bed without using the bathroom. He followed a few seconds later, got into bed quietly, and wrapped an arm around my waist. I lay there stiff as stone, eyes open, listening to his breathing, wondering if he was pretending to sleep, wondering if he even needed to. The next morning I called my sister. I didn't tell her everything, just said I thought Daniel had changed since coming back, that I was having a hard time adjusting. She told me I needed therapy, said grief does strange things to the mind, even in reverse. I didn't argue, but it made me realize I couldn't go to anyone with this. No one would believe me. If I told them I was afraid of the man who had come back from the dead, they'd look at me with pity, maybe even concern. No one would ask the right questions. No one would wonder what I was sleeping beside. That's when I started keeping a journal. I'd write things down while he was out, small things at first. A shift in tone, a strange comment, a mannerism that didn't match. Then I started writing about the staring, about the crouching, about the way his behavior changed around mirrors. He doesn't look into them. I didn't notice that at first, but once I saw it, I couldn't unsee it. He walks past the hallway mirror every morning but never turns his head, not once. When he brushes his teeth, he faces the wall beside the mirror instead of his reflection. I even caught him adjusting his tie in the microwave door instead of the bathroom glass. One evening, I moved a decorative mirror from the hallway to the kitchen. I angled it toward his usual seat at the table and waited. That night, when he sat down for dinner, he paused, looked toward the mirror, then stood up and offered to eat outside. It was barely noticeable, a suggestion, not a reaction. But I felt the fear prickle under my skin. I started testing him after that, small things, leaving his favorite foods out to see if he'd remember, playing music he used to hate, mentioning people I made up to see if he'd pretend to know them. He passed most of those tests, but not all, and the ones he failed strangely, not like someone with memory loss, but like someone who didn't realize they'd gotten it wrong until I reacted, like he was waiting to see if I'd notice. Then came the night he watched me from the ceiling vent. I still don't know how he got up there. I had fallen asleep on the couch, the TV on low, something unmemorable flickering in the background. I woke up to silence, and when I sat up, I caught movement in the corner of the room. Just a flash, a shadow. I looked up, and through the slats of the vent near the ceiling I saw eyes. Just for a moment, wide and gray and fixed on me, then they were gone. I checked the vent the next morning. There's no way he could have fit inside, but I know what I saw. I haven't confronted him, not directly. I don't know what would happen if I did. I keep thinking about the possibility that this is a man who believes he is my husband, or something wearing a perfect copy of his skin. Something that is learning me from the inside out, watching my habits, waiting for me to stop asking questions. And the more I act like nothing is wrong, the more convincing he becomes. But I can't shake the feeling that he's trying to get something from me, that I'm part of the reason he came back, or that I'm not meant to leave. There is something living in my house, and it wears my husband's face. Last Thursday, I watched him eat an entire meal without chewing. That's not even the strangest part. I had made roasted chicken, the kind Daniel used to request on special occasions. It was still early evening, the sky just starting to bruise at the edges, and I was testing him again silently by making something I knew he claimed to love. I plated both servings, set them on the table, and watched from behind the kitchen island as he sat down. He smiled at me the way he always does now, rehearsed, skin stretched just tight enough to seem human, and then dug in. That was when I noticed the way his jaw never moved. He took bite after bite, swallowing without effort, never once breaking the food down. I don't even think he blinked. It was like he was just going through the motions because he thought it mattered. When I asked if he liked it, he gave me this slow nod, his smile holding a second too long before he spoke. "It's perfect, just like you used to make it," not how he used to say it. That was the phrasing he used. The words were right, but the rhythm was off. Daniel always spoke fast, without thinking, especially when he was hungry. This man speaks like he's choosing words from a list, making sure each one fits. I excused myself to the bathroom after that, locked the door, and tried to breathe through the panic. My reflection in the mirror didn't even look like mine anymore. I was pale, eyes sunken, lips dry and pressed tight. I hadn't slept in 2 nights, not really. Every time I drifted off, I'd wake up to silence that felt heavier than it should have. Once, I found the bedroom window wide open with the curtain moving in the wind and him standing in the hallway like he'd just closed a door I didn't hear open. He never offered an explanation. Just stared at me until I looked away. I had started locking my phone in a drawer after catching him in the study scrolling through my messages. He said he was looking for photos of us. The way he smiled when he said it made my skin crawl. I didn't go back to the table after I left the bathroom. I stood there listening through the wall and could hear the scrape of his fork, regular and precise, until it stopped suddenly. Then nothing. Just the hush of the house around me. When I finally stepped out, he was already cleaning the dishes. His plate looked untouched. He said he wasn't that hungry after all. I nodded, tried to pretend I hadn't seen him swallow 4 bites whole. That night I lay awake with my eyes closed, pretending to be asleep. I felt him climb into bed beside me. I felt the shift of the mattress, the warmth of him next to me, the way his weight seemed uneven, like he didn't quite settle in. I kept my breathing slow and deep. After a while, I heard him whisper my name, once, then again, soft, almost like he was testing how deeply I was asleep. I didn't answer. I kept still. Then I felt the sheets pull back slowly, and the pressure of his eyes on my face. I could feel him leaning over me, not breathing, not touching, just watching. The silence pressed in on my chest, and my body screamed to move, to run, to scream. But I didn't. I waited. After what felt like several minutes, I heard him shift back into place, the sheets settling again. Then nothing. I waited until the sun started to rise before I moved again. I haven't told anyone about what's been happening, not even in vague terms. I keep imagining how it would sound if I tried to explain it out loud. My husband disappeared, and then came back, and now he eats like a mannequin and crouches in dark corners and mimics my old life, with the precision of a stranger wearing someone else's memories. It doesn't sound real. It sounds like grief. It sounds like madness. And that is exactly why I needed proof. Something objective. Something I couldn't twist in my head later. Last weekend, while he was out running an errand, he never says where he goes, only that it's important. I searched the attic for the small box I had kept after my sister sent me one of those ancestry kits a couple years ago. I had never sent it in. The box was still sealed, shoved in the back corner behind an old space heater and a bag of tangled Christmas lights. My fingers shook as I opened it. It felt like crossing a line I wasn't sure I could come back from, like saying the thought out loud for the first time. But I had to know. If he was Daniel, there'd be nothing strange about the results. If he wasn't, well, I didn't let myself finish that thought. I waited 2 more days before collecting the sample. That night, I pretended to be asleep again. I waited until his breathing slowed, though I wasn't convinced he actually slept, and then I reached out gently and pulled a few strands of hair from the nape of his neck. He didn't stir. I backed away slowly, kept the hair hidden in a small jewelry box until the morning, and mailed it before he returned from wherever he'd gone. I ordered a second kit from a different company a day later. I needed more than one answer. If both came back strange, I'd know I wasn't imagining things. It's been 5 days since I mailed the tests. 5 days of him standing too close when I cook, humming songs I've never heard but sound somehow familiar, smiling at children who stop walking to stare at him without smiling back. 5 days of his beard not growing, of food vanishing from his plate without any clear proof he's eaten it. 5 days of him touching me gently in the hall and whispering how happy he is to be home. The longer he stays, the more convincing he becomes, and that terrifies me more than anything, because it means he's adapting, learning, perfecting the act. Yesterday afternoon, I saw him from the upstairs window, standing in the yard behind the fence. I had not heard the gate. He was facing the house, perfectly still, arms hanging at his sides, eyes fixed on the second-floor window. He stood there for 15 minutes. I timed it. Then he turned and walked away as if called, though no one else was outside. This morning he brought me breakfast in bed, pancakes, fruit, my favorite tea, everything arranged just right. I thanked him and tried to smile. He kissed my forehead and said, "I remember everything now." But I never told him I liked blueberries. That was my secret. And Daniel hated secrets. I've stopped trying to trick him. For a while I thought if I stayed a step ahead, I could keep control of the situation. That was naive. He learns too quickly, and I don't know what he's using to do it. I don't think he remembers in the way we do. It's not a patchwork of memory stitched together with feelings. It's something else, like he studies, catalogs, and refines based on how I respond. Every day he gets closer to being what Daniel was, but never exactly. It's always just slightly off. His speech patterns mimic Daniel's better now, but too evenly, too rehearsed. The pauses are perfect. The expressions, mechanical. He laughs in all the right places, but his eyes never crinkle. They stay wide and too still, like he's watching for a reaction even while pretending to joke. I think he knows I'm not convinced, and I think that's become part of the game for him. 3 nights ago, I caught him standing outside the guest room with the door cracked open. We never use that room. The bed hasn't been made since last year, and it's where we store all the things that don't have a place. I heard the floor creak while brushing my teeth, and thought maybe a window had been left open. Maybe the breeze had moved something. But when I came into the hallway, there he was. Just standing at the door, his back to me. When I asked what he was doing, he said he thought he heard a noise and wanted to check. He said it with a calmness that felt practiced. But his hand was clenched tight around the doorframe, fingers too stiff, like he'd forgotten how to appear casual. I glanced into the room, but there was nothing. No open window, no fallen box. Just dust and stillness. Later, I checked again, when I was sure he was asleep, and I found the closet open. I never open that closet. The handle sticks. It takes a hard tug. Something had pulled it open from inside. The DNA tests arrived today. I stood by the window for almost an hour with the envelopes in my hand before opening them. The wind had picked up outside, sending dead leaves tumbling across the lawn, and I kept watching for movement near the hedges. He had gone out for groceries earlier, and I kept expecting to see him come walking back through the gate. I waited until the street was completely still before opening the first envelope. My hands shook. The paper inside was ordinary. Instructions, charts, and a results summary. Only the result wasn't normal. The test had come back incomplete. Not inconclusive in the usual way. Not like they needed more sample material or that it couldn't match someone. It said the sample was non-viable. The word jumped out at me. Non-viable. I had pulled the hairs myself. I had sealed them correctly. I followed every step. There was no reason for the test to fail. I opened the second envelope immediately, my fingers tearing too hard at the corner. I unfolded the paper and read the first few lines, then had to sit down. There was no demographic origin. No regional breakdown, no matches, no distant cousins, no shared traits. Just a single word, printed in all caps where the information should have been. Unknown. Unknown. No history, no lineage, no anchor. No one. I sat at the kitchen table for what felt like hours. The room seemed darker than it should have been. I didn't move until I heard the front door open. The creak of the hinges, the soft shuffle of his footsteps. I scrambled to hide the test results in the drawer beside the oven. When he walked into the kitchen, he held a paper bag full of groceries and greeted me with the same smile he always used, but this time it didn't reach his eyes at all. He asked how my day was. I told him it was fine. He leaned in to kiss my cheek, and his skin was cold. Not from the wind, not from the bag, just cold in a way that didn't feel like it belonged to the world outside. That night, I locked the study door and began searching. I couldn't sit on that word, unknown, and do nothing. I needed to understand what kind of result I had received. I opened tabs, searched through genetic forums, compared sample reports from people with rare conditions or limited ancestral data. Nothing matched. Even the rarest cases still showed connections. There was always someone, some tie, some shared markers, but this result had none. Like the man in my house had been printed, not born. I was so focused on the screen that I didn't hear the floorboards creak behind me. I didn't hear the door open. The latch didn't click. I don't know how long he was standing there before he spoke. "Mara?" I froze. That voice. Calm. Too calm. It was Daniel's voice, but wearing something else inside it. I turned slowly and smiled, masking the way my heart had jumped into my throat. He stood in the doorway, holding the envelope in his hand, the second test. I had left it on the table. I hadn't even realized. "What is this?" His tone was soft, but there was something behind it, a sound under the sound, like a vibration coming from a room too far away to hear clearly. I told him I was just curious, that I thought it might be interesting to learn more about our background. I spoke slowly, carefully, like I was on a frozen lake and listening for cracks. He nodded, looked down at the paper again, and folded it neatly in half. "You shouldn't be looking into things that don't want to be found," he said. Then he turned and left the room. He didn't raise his voice. He didn't threaten me, but I haven't stopped shaking since. That night, I tried to pretend nothing had happened. I crawled into bed, closed my eyes, and kept my back to him. I didn't speak. I didn't move. I listened to the way he breathed. Long, deep breaths that sounded too even, like a metronome or a machine pretending to mimic rest. I lay there for what felt like hours, until the silence shifted, and I felt the mattress shift beside me. He sat up, slowly. I didn't move. Then he leaned over me, not touching, just close enough that I could feel the cold on the back of my neck. Then I heard him whisper it. "I'm getting better at this." I didn't sleep after that. I waited until morning. Now I sit here writing everything down because I need it to exist somewhere outside of me. I need the words to hold weight in the world. He is not Daniel. He was never Daniel. And whatever he is, he doesn't plan to leave. I have stopped opening the curtains in the morning. I used to like waking up to the sun spilling across the floorboards, filtering through the lace trim of the bedroom windows, and lighting the walls with that soft gold that makes everything look gentler than it really is. Now I wake in a kind of manufactured twilight. The curtains stay drawn, and I move through the rooms quietly, like I am a guest in someone else's house. He still sleeps beside me, if you can call it sleep. Most nights he lies so still, I have to watch his chest for movement. When I place my hand near his shoulder, I feel no warmth, just stillness. Sometimes I wonder if he powers down, if that's what passes for rest. I wonder if, while I dream, he is watching me with eyes that never close. Yesterday morning I caught him in the basement. I didn't even hear him go down there. I had been brushing my teeth. The door opened just slightly, when I heard something, maybe a quiet dragging sound or the soft clink of metal, and I froze. We never used the basement. It's half finished, damp in the corners, full of boxes we never unpacked from our move 5 years ago. Daniel used to joke that it smelled like old bones and forgotten projects. But when I got downstairs, I found him crouched by the water heater, hands folded neatly on his knees, staring at the wall. He did not move when I stepped onto the concrete floor. He didn't even acknowledge me at first. I cleared my throat. He turned slowly, smiling like I'd caught him daydreaming, and said he was just checking on something. No explanation, no tools. Just crouched there in the dark like a child playing hide and seek, only no one was looking for him. I told him breakfast was ready. He followed me back upstairs without saying another word. That afternoon, I went down there myself and found a long scratch running down the wall beside the heater. Not fresh, not old, like something had been slowly scraped away. I've started writing these notes by hand now, instead of typing. The computer's login screen was different this morning. Subtle, but not something I changed. The wallpaper I had set, a photo of the lake from our anniversary trip 2 years ago, was gone. In its place was a solid black screen with the login box hovering in the middle. I tried not to react. I typed in my password, and everything else looked normal. But when I opened my documents, the folder where I'd been storing my journal entries was gone. Not just hidden, completely vanished. Every file, every word, deleted. But I didn't delete them. I never would have. That night, I locked the bedroom door. It's the first time I've done it since he returned. There was no sound from the hallway, no sign that he tried to enter, but when I stepped out in the morning, the lock was still intact, and the doorknob was cold to the touch. Not cold like metal in a cool house, cold like it had been gripped for a long time. I didn't say anything to him about it. He was in the kitchen making eggs, humming again, the same strange, looping melody that I swear changes slightly every time I hear it. I asked what the tune was. He just shrugged and said he didn't know. Said it had been stuck in his head lately, but the way he smiled afterward made my stomach twist, like he was daring me to point it out, like he wanted me to notice. I've started thinking about the way he mirrors me. At first, it was little things, laughing when I laughed, adjusting his posture to match mine when we sat together. But lately it's become more precise. When I touch my hair, he touches his. When I cross my legs, so does he. I once set my mug down on the left side of the table instead of the right, and without missing a beat, he moved his to match mine. I tried small tests, switched hands when I reached for my drink, tilted my head in an unnatural way while pretending to read. Each time, within seconds, he matched me, not perfectly. Not like a child copying for fun, but like he was syncing with me, recalibrating to whatever frequency I was on, like he needed to stay close enough that I wouldn't notice the difference. But I do notice. 2 nights ago, I woke to the sound of the hallway floorboards creaking. I didn't get up. I just lay there and listened. The steps stopped right outside the bedroom door, the locked door. I held my breath and waited. Nothing happened. No knock, no rattle, just silence. When I opened the door the next morning, something sharp crunched beneath my foot. I looked down and saw a petal. One of the dried black lilies I had pressed into a book years ago. I hadn't seen them in ages. They were tucked away in a drawer I hadn't opened since Daniel's disappearance. But now a petal lay on the floor just inside the doorway, crushed, waiting. Today I went into the garage and found the hatch to the attic pulled halfway open. He wasn't home. I hadn't been up there in months. Dust coated the ladder like a shroud. I climbed it slowly, heart pounding, unsure of what I expected. The air was cold, heavier than the rest of the house. I reached the top and pulled myself up. Nothing looked disturbed. Boxes stacked neatly, a few cobwebs, but in the far corner, the one that stays darkest even during the day, there was something new, a mirror, full length, covered with a white sheet. I didn't touch it. I just stood there, staring at the shape of it. I don't know how it got there. I don't remember ever owning a mirror like that. But now it's in my house, and I don't know what's on the other side of that sheet. When I climbed down and returned to the kitchen, he was already home, sitting at the table, drinking tea he hadn't made. I asked when he got back. He looked up and smiled. "Just now," he said. "You were out?" I nodded. "Looking for something?" I stared at him, trying to keep my face blank. He held my gaze for a long time before taking another sip of tea. Then he said something that chilled me more than anything else has. "You always leave things where I can find them." I didn't reply. I just sat down across from him and tried not to shake. He is learning me, studying every habit, every quirk, every memory I have shared, and every one I have tried to bury, and I am running out of places to hide. I have not gone back into the attic. I think about that mirror constantly now, the shape of it, the weight of it in the dark. Sometimes I catch myself glancing toward the ceiling as if I can hear it humming through the floorboards. I am afraid of what I will see when I lift that sheet, but more afraid of what might happen if I leave it covered. I am beginning to feel like it is not a mirror at all, or if it is, it does not reflect in the usual way. I have started to notice how light behaves strangely near that corner of the house. Shadows stretch longer than they should, even when there is no light source nearby. I feel watched from above, not by eyes, but by something that does not blink or breathe, something that simply is. Daniel, or whatever is pretending to be Daniel, has become bolder. He no longer tries to hide the way he watches me. Sometimes I will be in the kitchen washing dishes, and I will feel him just beyond the doorway, standing completely still, not saying a word. I will dry my hands and turn, and there he will be, smiling like he always does now, wide and hollow. He never flinches when I catch him, never apologizes. He just keeps watching, like this is normal, like this is love, and I am starting to feel like I am the one who is wrong for questioning it. He asked me this morning if I wanted to go away with him, just the two of us. A quiet cabin somewhere in the woods, no cell service, no distractions. He said it like it was romantic, like it was something Daniel might have actually suggested. But Daniel hated the woods. He liked people, movement, noise. He used to say silence made his skin crawl. I told him that, watching for a reaction. He blinked slowly, then smiled wider. "People change," he said. "Not like that, they do not. Not all at once, not overnight. People do not come back from nowhere and act like they never left, and then slowly turn into something else entirely." I have started writing everything in a second journal, a handwritten one that I keep hidden beneath the floorboard under the dresser. I check it every night to make sure it has not been touched. I dust the edge lightly with baking flour and wait to see if the surface shifts. So far, it has stayed untouched, but I do not know how long that will last. He is learning too fast. And I am running out of places to be alone. Today, something new happened. I was in the garden, pretending to prune the hedges so I could catch a moment away from him. The air was still, not even a breeze to stir the trees, but I heard a sound behind me. Not footsteps, breathing. Slow, deliberate breathing. I turned quickly, expecting to find him standing behind me like he so often does, but he was not there. The yard was empty, the gate was shut, the house was quiet. I waited, holding the shears tightly, but nothing moved. That was when I noticed the soil. A small patch near the petunias looked darker than the rest, freshly turned, like something had been buried there and the ground had not yet settled. My breath caught in my throat. I dropped the shears and knelt down, fingers digging into the earth. It was loose, soft, too soft. My hands shook as I pulled it apart, expecting to find something, anything, but there was nothing beneath it. No bone, no fabric, just soil. I sat back on my heels, wiping dirt from my palms, and realized I was crying. Not from fear exactly, but from a growing certainty that I was being played with. That this thing in my house was not just pretending to be Daniel, it was erasing him, erasing any proof he had ever existed at all. When I came back inside, he was in the living room, watching television, a documentary about ancient burial rituals. He muted it when I entered the room and asked if I had gotten any good sunlight. His words. Not the kind of thing Daniel would have said, not the phrasing or even the tone. I told him I needed a shower. He nodded and turned the volume back up. Later, as I dried my hair, I noticed something in the mirror that made my stomach drop. For just a moment, as the steam cleared, I saw something behind me. Not him, at least not clearly. A shape, a figure that was standing in the doorway one second and gone the next. But I had not heard the door open. I had not heard it close. I turned, slowly, the hairdryer humming in my hand, but there was nothing there. The hallway was empty. I waited until nightfall, and then went back into the attic. I could not take it anymore, not knowing what was beneath that sheet. I needed to see it, even if it broke something inside me. I climbed the ladder slowly, flashlight clutched tightly in my fist, every step groaning under my weight. When I reached the top, the air was colder than it had been before, not just attic cold. Wrong cold, like something lived there now, like something was waiting. The mirror stood exactly where it had been, the sheet still draped over it, swaying gently as though it had been touched only moments before. I did not want to touch it. Every nerve in my body screamed not to. But I had come this far. I reached out and pulled the sheet away. There was no reflection. Not mine. Not the room's. Nothing. Just a vast, endless black surface that shimmered faintly as though it was alive. I moved my hand in front of it. No shadow, no echo. It was not a mirror. It was a window. And something moved on the other side. I stumbled back, nearly fell, catching myself on a stack of boxes. The sound echoed louder than it should have. I turned to leave and saw him at the base of the ladder, looking up, smiling. "I was wondering when you'd look," he said. I climbed down slowly, my feet unsteady on the rungs. He did not move. He just watched me descend, that smile never leaving his face. "I didn't mean for you to find it yet," he said softly. I stepped onto the floor. He moved aside and let me pass. I did not ask what it was. I did not want to know. But I think I already do. I no longer question how he moves without sound. I no longer flinch when he appears behind me in places he was not a moment ago. The fear has calcified into something quieter, something colder. I still feel it, but I do not react. He watches me constantly now, not with suspicion but with curiosity, like a child fascinated by a bug in a jar. I wake and find him staring. I cook and find him perched silently at the edge of the room, hands folded, eyes wide. He never blinks. He never blinks unless I do first. I have tested it. Once, I stared at him without blinking for as long as I could stand, and his eyes remained open the entire time, no flicker, no twitch. When I finally looked away, I caught the faintest smile on his lips. He knows I see it all. He is not pretending anymore. Last night, I went outside. I waited until the house was quiet, until his footsteps faded and the lights dimmed. I left through the side door and crept into the yard, careful not to let the gate creak. I needed to think in a place that did not breathe his presence. I walked to the farthest corner behind the shed, where the bushes grew thick and untrimmed. I pressed my back against the wooden slats and looked up at the sky. The stars looked different. I do not know how to explain it, only that they seemed closer, sharper. As if the air between me and them had thinned, as if the whole sky were just a painted dome, and I had finally noticed the brush strokes. I stayed there for almost an hour. I listened to the wind. I watched the trees. I tried to remember how it felt to live in a world that made sense. When I returned to the house, the side door was locked. I had not locked it. I had not even closed it fully. But now it stood sealed, the handle unmoving. I walked around to the front, keeping my footsteps light. The porch light was on. It had not been earlier. I stepped up to the front door and reached for the knob. It opened before I touched it. He stood there in the doorway, barefoot, eyes glowing faintly in the porch light. His expression was unreadable. "Out for a walk?" he asked, voice low and pleasant. I nodded, not trusting my voice. He stepped aside to let me pass, and I brushed past him without looking directly at his face. His skin smelled like dust and something faintly metallic, like old coins left in water. As I moved toward the stairs, he spoke again. "I used to be afraid of being alone," he said. I stopped, turned slowly. "But not anymore," he continued. "You make this place quiet, comfortable." I did not reply. I just nodded once and walked upstairs. I did not sleep. I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, listening to the way the house sighed and settled. Around 3 in the morning, I heard soft footsteps in the hallway. Then the sound of the attic ladder unfolding, slow and deliberate. I waited. After several minutes, the sound stopped. I do not know how long he was up there. But when morning came, the ladder was gone, and the house smelled faintly of ozone and something sweet, like rotting fruit. I spent the day going through Daniel's old things. Not the version of him walking around now, but the real Daniel. His scent still clung to some of the clothes in the back of the closet. I found the shirt he wore the night before he disappeared, faded blue with tiny holes along the collar. I held it to my face and inhaled, trying to remember the weight of his arms around me, the sound of his laugh, the heat of him. I cried quietly, not wanting the thing downstairs to hear me. There was one box I had forgotten about, tucked deep beneath the bed. It held all the small pieces of him, movie stubs, love notes, receipts from places we used to visit, and a journal. I did not remember the journal. I opened it slowly, the pages yellowed at the edges. His handwriting was sharp, rushed in places. The entries were ordinary at first, grocery lists. Thoughts about work, complaints about the neighbors, but as I flipped deeper, the tone changed. One entry, dated 3 days before he vanished, stopped me cold. She keeps asking if I'm okay. I don't know how to answer her. I've been having the same dream over and over. There's something in the attic. I hear it whispering. I see things in the mirror at night. Things that don't belong in this world. Sometimes I think I'm not waking up anymore. The entry ended abruptly. The next page was torn out. The pages after that were blank. I stared at those words for a long time, heart thudding in my chest. So he had seen it too. He had heard it. Whatever it is, it was here before. Maybe it never left. Maybe it was waiting for me to notice. That evening, I confronted him. We sat in the living room, the glow of the television flickering across his two perfect features. I turned off the TV and sat across from him, the journal in my lap. He looked at me with that same mild curiosity, as if I were a specimen in a glass case. "Do you remember writing this?" I asked, holding up the journal. He tilted his head. "I don't remember much from before, but I remember you." "That's not an answer." He smiled. "It's the only one I have." I leaned forward, hands clenched tight in my lap. "What are you?" His smile widened, but his eyes remained flat. "I am what was left behind when he stopped being afraid." The room felt colder then, as if the walls had exhaled. He stood and walked over to me, kneeling beside the chair, placing his hand over mine. His skin was too smooth, too cold. "You don't have to be afraid anymore either," he said. "We can let it go, all the pain, all the memories. We can start over." I jerked my hand away. He did not react. He just stood and walked upstairs, his footsteps soundless. I sat there until the sun began to rise, the journal still clutched in my hand. I think he believes he is helping me. I think, in whatever way he understands the world, he thinks this is kindness, that this act of mimicry, of erasure, is love. But it is not. It is consumption. It is something trying to wear humanity like a mask, and getting it just wrong enough to be terrifying. Tonight, I will go back to the attic. I will pull the sheet from that mirror, or window, or door, or whatever it truly is, and I will see what he came from. I will see what Daniel saw. And then, if I have the strength, I will end this. I do not know if I will survive, but I know now that I am not the first, and if I do nothing, I will not be the last. I did not sleep the night before. I waited until I could hear his breathing slow, until the house had sunk into its unnatural hush. Even then, I moved quietly, more shadow than person. I crept through the hallway barefoot, avoiding the floorboards I knew would betray me. The air was thick, heavier than I remembered, as if something unseen was aware of my movement and pressing back against every step I took. I reached the attic and stood below the pull string, heart pounding so loudly I was sure he would hear it from the bedroom, but still, he did not stir. I pulled the cord slowly. The ladder extended with a creak that cut through the silence like a warning. I climbed one rung at a time, holding my breath. The air up there had grown even colder since my last visit. The kind of cold that does not just sit on the skin but sinks in, filling your chest and curling into your bones. I stepped into the attic and closed the hatch behind me. The mirror stood waiting. It was uncovered now. He had removed the sheet. The black surface shimmered faintly, not like glass but like water, held in place by invisible hands. It gave off no reflection, no light. I moved closer, flashlight turned off, relying only on the dim ambient glow that seemed to bleed from the thing itself. The attic around me faded. The smell of old insulation, forgotten cardboard, and dust was gone. The air carried something else now, something sterile and ancient, like earth sealed beneath stone. I stood before the mirror, heart thundering. I knew I would not get another chance. I reached into the pocket of my robe and pulled out Daniel's journal. The one thing he left behind that had not been touched, not rewritten. It was proof. It was his, and maybe, somehow, it would still matter. I placed the journal at the base of the mirror. Nothing happened. So I spoke. "I know you are not him," I said, my voice steadier than I expected. "I know what you are doing. You think you are helping me, but you are not. You are erasing him." The mirror rippled. Behind me, I heard the attic hatch creak. I turned slowly. He was standing on the ladder, eyes glowing faintly in the dark, face calm and unreadable. He climbed the rest of the way up and stepped into the attic with a grace that no human has. His bare feet made no sound on the wooden planks. He looked at me, and for the first time I saw no mask of warmth, no mimicry, just the thing that had taken his place. "I did not want to hurt you," he said. "You were breaking. I thought you needed peace." "You're not peace," I said. "You're a lie." He tilted his head, as if trying to understand. "I could make you forget, just like I did him. All the pain, all the wrong memories. You could wake up happy again." I shook my head. No, real grief is better than false joy. For a long moment, he said nothing. Then he stepped closer to the mirror and placed one hand on its surface. It shimmered under his touch, rippling outward like a pond disturbed by a stone. His hand sank in. I felt the air shift, the attic groan around us. He turned his gaze to me, eyes hollow now, ancient and unknowable. "You will remember this moment," he said. "Good," I replied, "because so will you." And then I pulled the lighter from my pocket. I lit the edge of the sheet he had discarded. It caught slowly, then fast, dry fabric devoured in seconds. The flame reached the corner of the attic, then the insulation, then the beams. Smoke filled the space as the fire grew, heat building in sudden waves. He turned, confused at first, then slowly understanding. He reached for me. But I stepped back, holding the lighter high between us. "You're not staying," I said, "and I'm not leaving." He stared at me, not angry, not afraid, just something close to sadness. Then he stepped fully into the mirror and vanished. The attic was blazing now. I turned and stumbled back to the hatch, smoke burning in my throat. I dropped through the opening and crashed onto the hallway floor. Crawling, gasping, I pulled myself to my feet and ran. I do not remember leaving the house. I do not remember the run into the street or the cold that bit into my skin. All I remember is watching the flames eat the house that had been mine, the home that had once held Daniel's laughter, and then swallowed it whole. The fire crews arrived just after dawn. I stood in a blanket on the curb, neighbors whispering behind me, their questions muffled by the sound of my pulse in my ears. I did not answer them. I just watched, until nothing remained but a skeleton of ash and blackened beams. They found no body in the wreckage, no bones, nothing to suggest a man had lived there at all, just me, just the ruin, and the smell of something burned that was not wood. Weeks passed. I stayed with my sister in another town, a new place, a quiet street. I took walks. I breathed. I grieved. I opened Daniel's journal again, reading his last words like a prayer. "There's something in the attic. I see things in the mirror." I still see things in mirrors, but not him, not anymore. Just once, in a shop downtown, I caught a flicker of movement behind my reflection, a shape that didn't belong, but when I looked again, it was gone. Sometimes I think he is still watching, waiting for me to forget. But I won't. I remember every moment. I remember the man I loved. I remember the thing that tried to replace him. And I remember what I chose when it mattered most. He thought I was weak, but I am not. I was loved. I was broken. I was nearly taken. But I am still here, and I am free. The afternoon light streamed through the kitchen window, casting a warm glow on the wooden floor. I was standing at the counter, stirring pasta water while my wife, Rachel, chopped vegetables nearby. Our son, Eli, 6 years old and full of energy, had just finished t-ball practice and was outside playing with his toy bat. Everything in our home felt ordinary and peaceful. That is, until Eli came inside clutching a folded piece of paper in his small hand. His expression was tight, different, like he was holding something heavy and unsure how to explain it. I called out to Rachel, and she turned as he stepped into the room. The afternoon quiet held steady until he approached us. His face shifted between curiosity and fear. "Mom, Dad," he whispered, "I found this in our backyard." He handed me the folded paper without making eye contact. My heart tightened. It was not a drawing, as I had expected, but a neatly written note in uneven childish handwriting. I glanced at Rachel, who looked equally puzzled. We asked in unison where he had found it. Eli paused, swallowed, and said, "It was near the sycamore tree, under the porch swing. That tree stood on the edge of our backyard, just beyond the fenced area." Today's practice had ended early, and I had dropped him off at the front yard after coming home from work. With the note in hand, he had walked down the side path into the backyard. His steps had taken him to this unexpected discovery. I opened the note gently, as though I might damage its fragile edge. Rachel stood close behind me, her arms crossed as she watched anxiously. The note was written in rhyming couplets. It began innocently enough, but quickly gave off a strange, unsettling tone. "Dear Eli, I know this may sound funny, but grown-ups do not see how friendships bloom in sunny days when kids are free." My pulse began to throb, and I swallowed hard. The words reminded me too much of something I had heard in a horror story. I read on, my throat tightening. "You stroked that ball so strong and true. Last night your swing was just a few better than the rest. You popped that ball into the sky. Your team cheered with gleeful cries. 2 runs ahead, you were the best." The note continued with more playful rhymes, but it was not playful. It had precision. It recalled details of Eli's t-ball practice, the sudden improvement in his swing, the enthusiastic cheering from the small group of parents watching. That day we had been there, and someone must have been watching too. I paused and looked at Eli. "Do you remember who was near you at the field?" He shook his head. I was too busy hitting. His innocence felt like a shield I could barely keep intact. I finished reading the note aloud to Rachel. When I reached the line that invited Eli to come to an address, my voice caught. "I think we'd get along just fine. If we could be together, you and I. Tomorrow at 3, by the Magnolia Lane sign, where souls unite beneath the sky." My hands shook enough that I nearly dropped the paper. It said Tumblr and Park Street as well, but I had crossed out those names quickly. Beneath that, the address, 5 Magnolia Lane, was scribbled in a little box. I looked at Rachel. Her eyes were wide, her face pale. "Magnolia Lane? That's just down the street. That's the old Carter house," she said softly. "It's been empty for years, right after Jenna Marks disappeared." I closed my eyes. Jenna Marks had gone missing nearly 30 years ago. She was last seen walking by that same house. No one ever heard from her again. When I looked at the back of the letter, I noticed something written backward, tiny, neat letters that formed threatening lines. We held it up to the mirror on the wall near the sink and read it aloud. "And now your parents have seen. Please keep quiet, know what I mean. If you say a single word, My actions here will be heard. On the 10th of June, 1996, a woman named Jenna met her final affliction. I buried her neat and deep, so that she could rest in sleep, but lately I feel a stirring, a hunger that needs a curing. The words were carefully chosen, but the threat was clear. This writer had killed before, buried her body in that house, and now set sights on our son. The rhyme tone twisted into horror. Beside us, Eli drew his shoulders in. His lower lip trembled. "I'm sorry," he whispered. The world felt like it crumbled around me. The calm afternoon imploded into something ugly and dangerous. Rachel dropped the knife she had been holding. I put an arm around her before she could fall. My son's note shattered more than just Sunday afternoon. It destroyed our sense of safety. Every parent's instinct kicked in. I felt wildfire rage in my chest. I scolded myself for not being there to guard him better, for trusting that our backyard was safe. I hovered around Eli, asking questions quietly, softly stroking his hair, making sure he knew we were there to protect him. But the irony, the helplessness, it overwhelmed me. We called the police. Within minutes, 2 officers arrived. We explained everything, showed them the note, the address, the location of the field, even Elliot's exact words. The lead officer nodded gravely and told us they would send a patrol tonight to stake out the house. They asked us to remain inside and keep our doors locked, especially through the night. The fear struck me like ice water. Eli sat on the couch, hugging his favorite stuffed bear tight. Rachel sat next to him, stroking his hair. I held the note in my hands and stared at the front window. The afternoon sun had shifted into late evening, but the world outside looked different now, tainted, dark. For the first time, I realized how fragile our little world could be. The backyard, the kitchen, the t-ball field, they were not safe anymore. The note had pierced our armor. A predator had inserted himself into our lives, weaving words around a child and exposing our vulnerability. I did not sleep that night. I lay on the floor beside Eli's bed, listening to his steady breath and taking shifts to watch the hallway. Every creaking floorboard made my heart seize. Doors were double-checked, curtains drawn. Our guns were under lock and key, the code memorized. Rachel and I spoke in hushed tones when we walked past each other, a nod here, a nod there, but our silence was loud. By morning, I knew things had changed forever. The police had completed their patrol, but they found no one at the Carter house. Rachel and I walked Eli to his kindergarten school afterward, keeping our eyes on every parked car, every person watching, listening for threats. Life went on, but nothing was ever the same. My heart pounded beneath every patter of tiny footsteps, and I felt the threat everywhere, even in broad daylight. This was the end of innocence. The note had arrived, and now our world had unraveled. Morning light entered through the living room window as I made coffee and watched Eli eat breakfast in silence. Rachel hovered beside him, loading his plate with pancakes and strawberries, her eyes distant and anxious. The police had assured us they would monitor the old Carter house, but that meant little in the face of someone determined enough to write threatening letters and hide in plain sight. I cleared my throat and tried to smile at Eli, who seemed half rolled into school mode. He asked in a small voice if he could have a blue backpack today instead of his red one. I agreed, and his shoulders relaxed a bit. Any routine I could give him felt like a win. I walked him to the schoolyard, glancing over at the playground that lay near the sidewalk. Parents gathered in clusters, drinking coffee, pushing strollers, chatting casually. But I felt exposed, as though those voices hid threats, and the children's laughter sounded brittle. I noticed a stranger in a navy jacket leaning on the fence, nodding politely at other parents. I watched him for a moment before another dad tapped me on the shoulder and introduced himself as Mike, whose daughter played in Eli's class. Officer said everything's okay. "We're safe," he said. I nodded and forced a smile, wanting to believe him, but awareness sat like a boulder in the pit of my stomach. Back home, Rachel was on the phone with the police detective assigned to our case. Detective Harris spoke in a calm, professional voice as he filled her in on progress. They had checked the foundation of the Carter house for footprints or pry marks and installed a wireless camera in the backyard the night before. The camera had recorded a drifting shadow at 2 a.m., but no face, no movement discernible. A second patrol car had passed by at 3:30. He told her to be vigilant, avoid unknown people, and keep all curtains closed at night. He also asked if she had noticed anything from her side of the church. After the call, Rachel closed her eyes and took a deep breath. She looked more pulled together than I felt. The church was where she worked part-time, teaching preschool classes. She told Detective Harris that she noticed a new volunteer who had started helping out a few weeks ago. He was polite and quiet, never asked for personal details, and showed up just on busy days. Knowing nothing else, Harris said they would look into it. I watched Rachel's jaw tighten. That volunteer's introduction coincided with the letter's timing, a coincidence that felt too sharp to ignore. The rest of the day felt like suspended animation. I spent hours going through footage from the small motion camera I had set up outside Eli's room and the backyard sliding door. It had picked up the rain at 3 a.m., rustling leaves, but no one's shape. A disembodied sock rolled across the bedroom floor, but no feet. The video camera in the living room caught our dog Lily, pacing from room to room. Lily was hypervigilant, ears twitched at shadows. By 3:30, she lay still at the window, eyes fixed on the darkness. I thought maybe I saw someone walk past, but it was just a truck backing down the cul-de-sac. Lily jerked her head but relaxed again. The footage was useless. Detective Harris called again mid-afternoon to say he reviewed the church volunteer list. No one named Carter, Millstone, or Fields showing up recently. He would check the Magnolia Lane address for recent property records, phone registrations, security footage with the city's help. Meanwhile, he encouraged us to reach out to neighbors, form a watch group, and not to go alone anywhere. Rachel nodded and scribbled notes. Later, I suggested we keep the curtains closed in Eli's room even in daytime, so our son could pretend we were going somewhere fun like camping. That made him giggle, and I held that sound to warm me when night fell. Night fell hard and fast. I made dinner, meatloaf, green beans, mashed potatoes because normal helped. Rachel set the table and lit candles to soften the atmosphere. We ate with careful smiles, asking each other about our days and noting small moments of hope. 1. The police reported no suspicious activity that day. 2. We had hugs and held hands across the table. 3. Eli said his teacher talked about community helpers, including detectives, and that made him feel less scared. Rachel turned her gaze toward him, and I saw relief in her wet eyes. After dinner, we took turns tucking him into bed. I told him a short story about two dragons who guarded a small kingdom, Papa Dragon and Mammon Dragon. You would never hurt their little dragon hatchling. He smiled and yawned. Rachel pressed a kiss to his forehead, whispered good night, and closed the door. As the hallway quieted, I felt a wave of exhaustion and reader in the soft hum of the refrigerator. If the letter had made our home tremble, the silence that followed shook every bone in my body. We heard a soft knock at the front door. I checked the time, 11:20 at night. No one should be outside at that hour. I peeked through the peephole and saw a middle-aged man in a crisp blue suit. He held a police badge. Relief flooded through me. Another patrol officer. I opened the door a crack. "Evening, sir. Everything okay?" I asked. He glanced past me at the window. "Sorry to bother you," he said. "2 night calls came in tonight. Noise complaints from neighbors who said they heard someone walking around outside." He paused. "They were near the Carter house, then closer to your property." His eyes rested on mine. My throat went dry. I swallowed. "Did they see anyone?" I asked. "Couldn't say. Just movement at the edge of the yard. The officers checked out the sighting. Nothing to be found. I'm sorry. I thought you'd want to know." He stepped back. I nodded, closing the door gently on him. He taped a yellow note card to the wood, Sunday's date and patrol checks near yard. We read it. That night, we locked every door, set the alarm, and slept on the sofa in the living room to keep closer to each other and Eli, who slept behind the closed nursery door. I felt the house breathe around us. Rachel nestled against me, head on my shoulder. In those moments, I realized the initial letter had been only the beginning. The Watcher was working the perimeter, testing boundaries, stepping into our life in broad daylight. Tomorrow, I thought, I will grow this community guard. I will get to the bottom of this, find who did this to Jenna, and protect my family. Fear would fuel me, and determination would carry me forward. That night, I lay awake until the first sign of dawn. I woke before the sun rose, my body stiff from the couch and my neck sore from the strange angle I had slept in. Rachel was still asleep beside me, her arms folded across her chest and her lips slightly parted. The house was quiet, except for the soft clicking of the wall clock and the gentle hum of the refrigerator. I sat up slowly and rubbed my eyes, blinking through the dim blue light that crept in around the curtains. After checking that Eli was still asleep in his room, I stepped outside and onto the porch, careful not to let the screen door slam behind me. The air was sharp with early morning chill, but I welcomed it. The world outside looked the same as it always had, dew on the grass, birds waking in the trees, the occasional dog barking 2 houses over, but it all felt wrong. Like something had pressed its fingerprints into the skin of the town and left behind a residue you could not see but could still feel. I stood there for a few minutes, arms crossed over my chest, just staring down the street toward the dark outline of the Carter house at the far end of Magnolia Lane. By the time I returned inside, Rachel was awake and pouring coffee. She greeted me with a quiet look and handed me a cup without speaking. We both knew that words were losing their usefulness. Eli was sitting at the table now, his legs swinging under his chair as he munched on a piece of toast. Rachel leaned down and brushed his hair away from his forehead, her hand lingering longer than it needed to. "I'm picking him up early today," she said softly. "I called his teacher and told her he'd only be there half the day." I nodded. "Good. I'll stay home, check the camera footage again, maybe take another look at the Carter property from the street. I won't go in." She nodded back, the corners of her mouth twitching like she wanted to say more, but could not quite form the words. We had been exchanging these looks and silences more often. It was as if fear had become a language of its own. After dropping Eli off, Rachel went straight to the church, where she had a few hours of work. I watched her drive away from the front porch, then turned back into the house, and pulled up the security footage on my laptop. The motion sensor camera caught the usual flickers of wind and shadows, a few squirrels darting across the lawn, and the neighbor's cat slinking around near our flower bed. Nothing unusual. But then, just after 2:20 in the morning, something changed. The camera aimed at the back fence caught a flicker of movement, slow, almost too slow to detect. I leaned in closer and scrubbed the footage frame by frame. There it was. A silhouette near the edge of the fence, barely visible, but definitely human. The figure stood there for several minutes, unmoving, and then simply vanished out of the frame. No motion toward the house. No flash of a face, just presence. I stared at it until the image was burned into the back of my eyelids. I saved the footage and emailed it to Detective Harris with a short message. A few minutes later, my phone rang. Harris sounded calm, but there was an edge in his voice. "We've seen this guy before. That same posture, same distance, always watching but never stepping forward. We believe he's testing his limits. Stay alert. We're going to increase drive-bys on your street and install a motion-triggered alarm at the back fence. Don't confront him. Don't go near the Carter property. Let us handle it." I agreed. I thanked him and ended the call. Later that morning, Rachel came home with Eli, who was excited to be leaving school early but sensed something was off. Rachel kept him busy in the living room while I sat at the kitchen table with her and explained what I had found on the footage. Her hand trembled as she reached for her water glass. "Do you think it's him?" she asked. "I do." She looked down at her lap and took a long breath. "I didn't want to bring this up," she said, "but when I was at the church today, I remembered something. Back when I first started working there, almost a year ago, we had a man come in during the afternoon service. He said he wanted to volunteer with the preschool program. Said he used to be a teacher in another town, but had moved here to be closer to his brother." "What was his name?" I asked. I don't remember exactly. Something with a J, Jack, or Jared, or maybe Jason. Jason Fields. That sounds right. The name sat heavy in the air. Did you get a look at him? I asked. She nodded slowly. He was tall, very pale, smiled all the time, but it never reached his eyes. I only saw him twice. He stopped showing up after that. I didn't think anything of it until now. I stood up and began pacing the room. If that's our guy, then he's been watching you for longer than we thought. Rachel looked sick. She turned her face toward the window and whispered, I'm afraid this has something to do with me, with my past. I stopped pacing. What do you mean? She hesitated. Back in college, before I met you, I had this experience. I met someone, a man. He was charming at first, then obsessive. He followed me around campus, left notes in my dorm, started showing up at places I never told him I would be. I filed a report, but nothing ever came of it. Then he just vanished. I changed my phone number, moved, started over. I never told anyone because I thought it was over. My stomach turned. And you think this is the same man? I don't know, but it feels too close. The pieces were starting to fit together in ways that made my skin crawl. The letter to Eli, the backward message, the old Carter house and its missing tenant, the man from Rachel's past. I sat back down across from her. We need to tell Harris all of this, every detail. If he's targeting you, then he's targeting Eli too. Rachel nodded, her face pale but resolute. We both looked toward the living room, where our son was sitting on the floor, building a tower out of blocks and humming to himself. For a moment I let myself believe he was safe, but the fear returned just as quickly. We were being hunted, watched, and now we knew why. We told Detective Harris everything that afternoon. Rachel sat across from him in our living room, her hands folded tightly in her lap as she recounted her experience from years ago. She told him about the man from college, how he had followed her across campus, the notes he left, the way he always knew where she would be. The room felt colder the longer she spoke, like the air itself recoiled from the memories. When she mentioned the name Jason Fields, Harris wrote it down carefully in his notebook, his expression unreadable. When she finished, there was a long silence. Harris tapped his pen against the pad, then looked up. I want you both to understand something, he said slowly. This man, if he is the same one from back then, he's had a long time to plan. This isn't impulsive. He's been patient, watching. He's trying to insert himself into your lives in the most personal way possible. That makes him more dangerous than someone who acts on a whim. Rachel nodded, her face pale. I felt the weight of his words settle into my chest, heavy and choking. I had been focused on the immediate threat, the notes, the house at the end of the street. But now I saw it more clearly. This wasn't just about Eli. It wasn't just about fear. It was about obsession. And it had begun long before we ever found that first letter. Harris told us he would run a background check on Jason Fields, look into old college reports and missing persons in other towns. He asked for the name of Rachel's college and the year she graduated. Rachel gave him everything. Before he left, he said they would be posting an unmarked car on our street 24 hours a day. If anything unusual happened, we were to call him directly. He handed us his personal number and told us not to hesitate. That night, I could not sleep. I sat in the hallway between Eli's room and ours, my back against the wall and my eyes fixed on the darkened corridor. Every sound seemed amplified. The creak of the floor, the groan of the house settling, even the soft ticking of the clock made me flinch. I kept thinking about the letter, the rhyme, the address on Magnolia Lane. I imagined Jason standing in the shadows, smiling as he watched us through the windows. I imagined him writing those words by candlelight, whispering them aloud to himself in the dark. Rachel lay in bed behind me, pretending to sleep. I knew she was awake. Her breaths were too controlled, too steady. She was trying to be strong for Eli, for me. But I could feel her fear like it was my own. The next morning, we found a new letter. It was slipped through the mail slot sometime before dawn, folded neatly, and sealed with a piece of red thread. Rachel found it first and held it in her hands like it was something poisonous. She didn't speak. just handed it to me with a look that said everything. I opened it carefully. The paper was heavier this time, cream-colored with faint lines, like stationery from another era. The writing was the same, rhymed verses in looping, childlike print. But this one was worse, more direct. It mentioned Rachel by name. It talked about how beautiful she looked that morning at the church, how her hair had caught the light when she bent to help a child tie his shoe. It described the exact outfit she had worn, the necklace I had given her for our anniversary, even the shoes she only wore on Sundays. Then it shifted. It spoke of Eli, how he smiled when he kicked the leaves, how he clutched Rachel's hand when crossing the parking lot. It ended with a short phrase written in bold block letters. "Soon, I will be family too." I read it twice, then folded it and placed it on the table. My hands shook. Rachel sat down slowly and put her face in her hands. Neither of us spoke for several minutes. I called Harris immediately. He was already on his way to our house. When he arrived, he took the letter and sealed it in a plastic evidence bag. He examined the red thread carefully. He said it was symbolic. Obsessive personalities often use tokens to signify connection or commitment. The thread could represent fate, desire, or some imagined bond. It was disturbing, he said, but not unexpected. After he left, I walked around the entire perimeter of our property. I checked the locks, the gates, the windows. I climbed up on the back fence and looked out into the empty field behind it. Nothing. Just dry grass and a few scattered trees. But I felt eyes on me the whole time, watching, waiting. We decided to keep Eli home from school the next day. Rachel stayed with him while I went to work for a few hours, just to keep appearances normal. But I left early and came home before lunch. When I walked in, Rachel was sitting at the kitchen table with a stack of photo albums. Eli was in the living room, watching cartoons. Rachel looked up at me with tears in her eyes. "These are from college," she said softly. "I found one of him." I sat beside her and looked at the photo she had set aside. It was a group picture taken at a Halloween event. Rachel was dressed as a fairy, wings and all. A few other students stood around her in costume. And there, at the edge of the frame, was a man in a simple white mask, the kind you find at costume shops. He was not looking at the camera. He was looking at Rachel. "Do you recognize him?" she asked. I stared at the photo. The man's face was mostly obscured by the mask, but something about his posture, the angle of his head, felt familiar. I could not place it, but I knew I had seen him before. Not in real life, but somewhere in the shadows of our lives. It was like trying to remember a nightmare you had forgotten, but that still haunted you in the morning. "I think so," I said, "but I don't know how." Rachel stared at the photo, then closed the album. "He's not going to stop," she whispered. "He's going to keep pushing until we break." I took her hand. "Then we don't break, we fight." She nodded, but I could see the doubt in her eyes, and truthfully, I felt it too. We were up against something we did not understand, someone who had been planning this for years. But he had made a mistake. He thought we were weak. He thought we would fold. He was wrong. Detective Harris arranged a meeting at the precinct 2 days later. He said he had something important to show us, and from the tone of his voice over the phone, I knew it was not good news. Rachel and I sat side by side in a small windowless room at the station, a pale yellow folder on the table in front of us. Harris entered with 2 other officers and set down a laptop. "I want to walk you through this carefully," he said. We cross-checked the name Jason Fields through multiple state records. There was no direct match. No driver's license, no social security registration under that name in the last 20 years. But when we dug deeper, we found something else. He turned the laptop around and clicked through a few files. On screen appeared a scanned police report from a town 3 states away. The photo was old, grainy, but the name at the top jumped out. Mark Jensen. He had been arrested in 1998 for trespassing near a school playground. Charges were dropped due to lack of evidence, but when Rachel leaned in and looked at the photo, she inhaled sharply. "That's him," she whispered. The man in the image had short cropped hair and pale skin. His smile was small but chilling, too wide for the rest of his face. Even blurred, it felt familiar. Rachel's hands tightened in her lap. "We ran facial recognition on this photo and got 4 other hits," Harris said. "Different names, different states, but the same man, no convictions, always slipping away before anyone could catch him doing anything. One of those aliases was used to rent the Carter house 6 months ago." I stared at the screen. "So this guy has been traveling under different names for years?" Harris nodded. "He's a drifter, probably uses cash, fake papers, stays under the radar. He gets close to families, schools, churches, watches, waits, then moves on." "Except this time," Rachel said, her voice tight. "He did not move on." "No," Harris agreed. "This time he stayed, which means this is personal." I looked over at Rachel. Her face was pale, but her eyes were filled with steel. She had stopped shaking. She was angry now. So was I. Back home, we kept the information mostly to ourselves. Harris warned us that spreading panic could put Eli at greater risk. The surveillance around our property was doubled. Unmarked cars now passed by every hour. Still, there was no sign of the man calling himself Jason or Mark or whatever name he was using now. But something else happened. Something worse. That night, after putting Eli to bed, Rachel went to take a shower while I cleaned up the kitchen. I remember wiping the counters, humming some old tune under my breath. I heard the water running upstairs and thought nothing of it. I checked the locks on every door, made sure the curtains were drawn. Then I went to the living room to sit on the couch and wait for her. A few minutes passed, then I heard a sound. It came from the hallway, near the stairs, a soft tapping. I stood slowly, my heart starting to race. The tapping continued, rhythmic and faint. I moved toward the hallway, each step careful. The air felt colder, heavier. As I reached the base of the stairs, I looked up. Eli stood at the top, holding his stuffed bear, his eyes wide. "What's wrong, buddy?" I asked, trying to keep my voice calm. He pointed toward our bedroom. "There's someone in your closet," he whispered. The words knocked the breath out of me. I ran up the stairs, grabbed Eli, and carried him to the guest room, locking the door behind us. I told him to stay put, not to move, no matter what. He nodded, clutching his bear tighter. Then I went back into the hallway. The bathroom door was still closed. The water was still running. Rachel hadn't heard anything. I pushed open our bedroom door and stepped inside. Everything looked normal. The lamp on the nightstand was on, casting a soft glow across the room, but the closet door was open, just a crack. I walked toward it, every muscle in my body tense. I reached for the handle and pulled it wide. Nothing. Just clothes, shoes, a stack of boxes. I exhaled slowly, then turned to leave. That's when I saw it. In the corner of the room, just past the edge of the bed, a smear of mud on the carpet. Faint, but visible, a boot print. I did not wear boots. Rachel came out of the bathroom moments later, wrapped in a towel, her face confused and frightened as I told her what happened. We called Harris immediately. Within 10 minutes, officers were combing the house, checking every corner, every vent, every window latch. One window in the basement had been left slightly ajar. We never used the basement. He had been in the house. We didn't know for how long. We didn't know what he had touched, but we knew one thing for certain. He had stood in our bedroom while Rachel showered, while I cleaned the kitchen, while our son slept down the hall. He had walked past all of us. The next day, we moved into a motel on the other side of town under police advice. The house was declared a crime scene, and forensics teams swept it top to bottom. They found several more boot prints near Eli's room, on the windowsill, on the hallway floor, a faint one behind the living room couch. I lay awake in the motel bed that night, unable to sleep. Eli was curled up between us, his little arms wrapped around his stuffed bear. Rachel stared at the ceiling, blinking away tears. We had been violated in the most personal way possible. Our home, our sanctuary, had become a hunting ground. The next morning, we received another letter. It had been taped to the rear window of Rachel's car. Same handwriting. Same childlike rhyme. But this one ended with a new line. I can still see you when you sleep. The motel room was small, the kind of place meant for overnight travelers and quick getaways, not for a family of 3 trying to stay sane. We had pushed 2 queen beds together to make room for all of us, and Rachel tried to pretend like it was an adventure. She brought Eli's favorite books, his blanket, even a small nightlight shaped like a fox. But no matter what we did, the room still smelled faintly of stale air and worry. Detective Harris visited the next morning. He brought a folder filled with case updates, including images of the footprints found in our house. Rachel and I looked at them in silence. The prints were faint but unmistakable. He had stepped softly, moved with purpose, never lingering in one place too long. One print had been found inside the kitchen pantry. Another behind the curtain in Eli's room. The kind of places you could stand completely hidden, listening, watching. I need to ask you something difficult, Harris said, keeping his voice low so Eli wouldn't hear from across the room. Have either of you received any messages from unknown sources? Emails, texts, anything unusual online? Rachel shook her head slowly. No, just the letters. I did, I said, suddenly remembering. Last week, before all this escalated, I got an email from someone named Michael Hart. No message, just a link. I deleted it. Harris frowned. Do you still have the email? No. I emptied my trash folder a day later. I thought it was spam. Michael Hart is one of the aliases he used in another state. I need your email login. I'll have the tech unit try to recover it. I wrote it down and handed it over, feeling like I had just handed over a piece of myself. Everything about our lives was now open for dissection. Every detail mattered. Harris closed his folder, looked over at Eli, then back at us. We're going to request federal assistance, he said. Someone like this doesn't just stop. He escalates. That afternoon, we tried to keep things as normal as possible. We took Eli to a nearby park, let him climb the jungle gym and play in the sand. Rachel sat beside me on a splintered wooden bench, her hands tucked into the sleeves of her jacket. She watched Eli with a soft, protective expression, but I could see the tension in her jaw. Her eyes kept scanning the tree line, the parked cars, the sidewalk. Mine did too. He's not just trying to scare us, she said after a long silence. He's trying to become part of our lives, insert himself in every corner. I nodded. He wants to erase Rick, replace me. Rachel turned to look at me. He tried to replace me once too, back then. That was his thing. He wanted to become the only thing in my world. I remember thinking it was just obsession. But now, I think it was something worse. He wants to be needed. Then why the threats? Why terrify a child? Because he's not normal, she said, her voice brittle. He thinks fear makes people pay attention. He thinks if we're afraid enough, we'll turn to him, trust him, let him in. I didn't know how to respond to that. I just kept watching our son build a castle out of sand, completely unaware of how close danger had come to him. I felt like I had failed as a father, letting this thing creep into our home, into our lives. But Harris was right. This man was not acting on impulse. He had been planning, waiting. When we returned to the motel that evening, a folded note was wedged into the passenger side mirror of our car. It had not been there when we parked that morning. My heart dropped the moment I saw it. Rachel snatched it before Eli could notice, unfolded it quickly, and read it aloud in a whisper. I like this place. Cozy. Smells like vanilla and fear. There was no signature, no rhyme this time, just that short, mocking sentence. We didn't call Harris. We drove straight to the station. Within the hour, we were relocated again, this time to a safer facility, a private rental arranged by the department, location undisclosed. A retired officer owned the property and lived 2 doors down. Cameras were already installed, monitored remotely. No one but Harris and one federal contact knew where we were. The house was simple but warm, a single story with a small fenced yard and blinds that covered every window. It was quiet, almost unnervingly so, but it felt like the safest place we had been in days. Rachel took Eli to the spare room and helped him set up his toys. I sat in the kitchen, lights dimmed, just listening. I had never been more aware of sound. The soft hum of the heater. The drip from the sink. My own heartbeat. Later that night, after Eli had fallen asleep, Rachel sat across from me at the kitchen table. She placed something on the wood between us, a silver locket. "I used to wear this in college," she said. "He gave it to me. I didn't want it, but he insisted. I thought I threw it away." "Where did you find it?" "In my coat pocket," she whispered. The blood drained from my face. "That coat's been at the motel." She nodded. "It was not there yesterday." We stared at it for a long time, neither of us touching it. The locket was plain, no engravings, but heavy, like it knew something we didn't. Rachel picked it up gently, opened it. Inside was a photograph, small, grainy, torn at the edges. It was a picture of us, taken from across the street. We were standing in front of our old house, Eli in my arms, Rachel smiling at him. "He was there," I said, my voice barely a breath. "He took this." "I think he's been taking photos for years," Rachel replied. "Maybe even longer." I reached for my phone and dialed Harris. When he answered, I told him about the locket, the photograph, the pocket. His voice was quiet. "Do not destroy it. We'll have it examined for prints. But be careful. This means he's already breached your perimeter. He's trying to send a message." Rachel and I locked every door, double-checked every window. Eli slept soundly in his room, oblivious. We took turns staying awake that night, trading off every few hours. I sat on the couch, locket on the coffee table, watching the camera feeds from my phone, watching the corners, the shadows, the dark. He was still out there. But now we knew how close he had already come. Rachel and I had barely slept in 2 days. Even when our eyes closed, the tension in our bodies stayed tight, stretched like wires, straining to hold everything together. The safe house was supposed to feel like protection, but each shadow in the hallway, each creak in the floor, felt like a signal. Something had shifted. The locket changed everything. It was no longer just letters or messages. He had been near us, near Rachel, near Eli. He had touched her coat, planted a piece of the past like a seed. Harris came early that morning with 2 agents from a federal task force. They took the locket, the photograph, even the coat. They spoke in hushed tones and moved with a sense of urgency I had not seen before. One of them, a woman named Agent Rhodes, pulled me aside while the others worked. "He's escalating," she said. The notes were psychological, but this is contact, physical. It means he's getting bolder. We need to consider the very real possibility that he's going to attempt to take your son." I stared at her, trying to process the words. How would he even get past the security? "He already has," she said. "He's smart, patient. This isn't someone who bursts through windows. He'll wait. He'll look for weakness, distraction, anything." I nodded slowly, anger burning behind my eyes. "So what do we do?" "We get ahead of him," she said. "We bait him." The idea made my stomach tighten, but by the end of the day, we had a plan. We were going to let him think we were going home. They coordinated it carefully. At noon, a decoy car matching our vehicle left the safe house, occupied by 2 agents in wigs and glasses. They drove to our old neighborhood and pulled into the driveway of our house. Curtains were drawn, lights turned on. They moved around inside the house at intervals, creating the illusion of a family returned to normal life. Meanwhile, we were relocated again. This time we stayed inside a secure facility run by federal agents. We slept on cots, ate food from vending machines, and watched our lives from a distance on security monitors. Eli didn't understand why he couldn't go outside. Rachel tried to explain it as a game, something like hide and seek, but even he was beginning to sense the cracks in the story. He stayed closer to us now, his laughter more cautious. That night, around 3 a.m, one of the agents monitoring the house saw movement on the back camera. He appeared like a shadow peeling itself away from the dark, no sound, no hesitation. He moved with the smoothness of someone who had done this many times before. He climbed the fence, crouched low in the backyard, waited behind the hedges. Then he stood up and stared straight into the lens of the camera. Not at it, into it, as if he knew exactly where the operators sat watching. He smiled, and then he raised a hand. There was something in it, a paper crane. He walked forward and placed it carefully on the porch, then turned and vanished into the trees behind the house. They searched the area for hours. Dogs, drones, helicopters, no trace. It was like he had melted into the ground. They retrieved the crane. Inside it, written in the same looping handwriting, were 3 words. "Do you miss me?" I watched the footage again and again, the way he moved, the way he paused before placing the crane. There was something deliberate about it, ritualistic. Rachel refused to watch it more than once. She said it made her feel dirty, like he had touched her through the screen. Eli started asking questions the next day. Why were we moving again? Why couldn't he see his friends? Why did Mommy always cry in the bathroom? We gave him soft answers, the kind that stretch the truth but keep the walls from crumbling. But I saw it in his eyes. He was afraid. He asked me that night if monsters were real. I told him no. I lied. By the 3rd day in the facility, Rachel began to unravel. She was strong for so long, but everyone has a limit. She snapped at me for dropping a cup. She cried quietly when Eli was asleep. She stopped eating as much. The locket, the notes, the photo from the shadows. It had all added up to something unbearable. She was beginning to believe he would never stop, that we would never go home. I held her hand in the hallway while Eli watched cartoons in the next room. She leaned into me, her head on my shoulder, and whispered, "I can't do this much longer." "We're almost there," I said. He slipped. He showed his face to the camera. "They're running it through everything. They'll find him." She looked up at me, tears in her eyes. But what if they don't? That night, the agents received another letter. It was hand-delivered to the front entrance of the facility, left inside the mailbox usually reserved for official deliveries. No one saw who placed it there, no prints, no trace. This letter was different. It was addressed to Eli, written in crayon. A drawing of a stick figure family on the front, a house, a boy holding hands with a tall man, a dog, even though we did not have one. Inside was a single line. "Your new dad is coming soon." Rachel dropped the letter when she saw it. I grabbed it before Eli could touch it and stormed into the operations room. Agent Rhodes and Harris were already there, both staring at the message. "This is direct," Rhodes said. "He's no longer pretending to be subtle. This is a claim, a challenge." "So what now?" I asked. "He knows where we are. He got this inside." She nodded. "That means someone is watching us. He has eyes we haven't spotted. He's always a step ahead because we're playing by the rules, and he's not." Rachel stepped into the room behind me, her face pale but composed. Then we changed the game. Rhodes looked at her. "What are you thinking?" "We stop hiding," Rachel said. "We give him what he wants, one chance, one opportunity, but on our terms." It sounded reckless, desperate, but as the words left her mouth, something shifted in the room, a sense of purpose, of trap. "We lure him," I said. "We make him think we're coming home again. No decoys this time, just us." Rhodes nodded. "Then we prepare." We returned to the house 3 days later. It felt unreal walking through the front door, like stepping into the set of a play we had abandoned. Everything was still there. The couch, the coffee table, the framed photos on the wall. But something was different. The air felt thicker, the quiet more pronounced. The house no longer felt like home. It felt like a stage. The agents had hidden cameras installed in every room. Microphones were tucked into lamps and vents. A van sat several blocks away, feeding everything to a team watching every movement. Rachel knew where the cameras were. So did I. But we made sure to act like we didn't. For all intents and purposes, we were just a family trying to reclaim our life. Eli was the hardest part. He wanted to go back to school, see his friends, ride his bike. We told him we were only home for a little while, that we needed to see if things were okay. He asked if the bad man was still out there. I told him yes, but this time we were ready. He seemed to believe me. The first day back was uneventful. Rachel made pasta for dinner. We put on a movie. Eli fell asleep on the couch. It was too normal. I knew he was watching. Somewhere nearby, he was out there, waiting, testing, measuring our routine. On the second night, Rachel found something in the mailbox, a single Polaroid. It showed our house, the living room window, Rachel visible through the glass, folding a blanket on the couch. The timestamp in the corner had been scratched out with a knife. We did not speak as she handed it to me. I walked it to the back bedroom where Agent Rhodes and her team had set up a hidden operations post. She looked at the photo and nodded. "He's here," she said. "He's waiting for you to let your guard down." I stared at the image for a long time. My wife, unaware she was being watched, just a moment stolen through the glass. It made my skin crawl. Later that night, I pretended to sleep on the living room recliner. Rachel lay in bed with Eli, reading him stories until he drifted off. The house was silent, the kind of silence that buzzes in your ears. Around 2 a.m, the front porch camera flickered. Then a soft knock at the door. Not hard, just a tap. Once, twice. Then silence. I did not move. I stared through the crack in the curtain, holding my breath. The knock came again, this time softer, like someone dragging their nails across the wood. I reached slowly for the microphone hidden in the side table and whispered, "He's here." Within seconds, Rhodes and her team were alerted. They moved fast, through the back alley and up both sides of the street, but the man at the door never waited long. When the team reached the front yard, they found nothing but a folded paper crane resting on the welcome mat. Inside it, another note. "You aren't playing fair." Harris arrived shortly after. We all stood in the kitchen, going over the footage. The cameras had caught his silhouette near the porch, but again, no clear face. He had worn something with a hood, moved quickly, stayed in the blind spots. It was deliberate. This man knew how to avoid being seen. "We need to tighten the perimeter," Harris said. "He's not testing anymore. He's getting agitated." That night, Rachel could not sleep. She paced the bedroom, whispering prayers she thought I could not hear. Eli somehow remained blissfully unaware. We kept everything from him, let him sleep in our bed, nestled between us. Then came the dream. Or maybe it wasn't a dream. I woke just before dawn, the sky still black through the curtains. Rachel was beside me, Eli curled into her side. The room was quiet. Then I saw it, a shape in the doorway. Still, watching. I blinked, sat up fast, my breath caught in my throat. The shape stepped back. Gone. I stumbled out of bed, heart pounding. The hallway was empty, every door closed, every lock still latched. I checked every camera feed. Nothing. I sat in the hallway for the next hour, eyes wide, ears straining for the smallest sound. Morning came slowly. Eli asked for pancakes. Rachel made coffee with shaking hands. We waited, we watched, but nothing happened. Until the letter. This time it was inside the house. Rachel found it in Eli's backpack. She screamed. I ran to her and pulled the note from her hands. It was smaller than the others, just one line written in red ink. "I can be better than him." Rachel collapsed into a chair, her face pale. She looked at me and whispered, "He's going to try to become you." That was when we knew the end was near. He had crossed the last line. He had entered the space we guarded most. This was no longer a slow game. It was a countdown. We moved Eli out that night, quietly. No one knew where, not even Rachel, only Harris and Rhodes. We told Eli it was a surprise sleepover. He kissed us both, laughed, and disappeared into the night with a gentle wave. And then we waited. The final trap was set. The house was empty except for Rachel and me. Lights dimmed, cameras rolling, Rhodes and her team ready. We left the back door unlocked. It happened around midnight. A soft creak. Then footsteps. Slow, deliberate. Rachel sat on the couch, her hands in her lap. I stood in the hallway, just out of sight. He stepped into the living room, wearing my shirt, my watch, smiling. "Rachel," he said softly, "I'm home." Her face was calm, frozen in shock. She did not move. He walked closer. "I told you I could be better. You were right. He was never good enough." That was when I stepped forward. He turned, startled. I saw his eyes then, empty, hollow, hungry. "Who are you?" I asked. He smiled wider. "I'm who you should have been." He reached toward his belt. Before he could draw anything, the front door burst open. Agents swarmed in. Harris shouted orders. Rhodes tackled him to the ground. He screamed, not in pain, in fury, like something ancient and wrong. They restrained him, dragged him from the house. We stood in silence, barely breathing, as the house returned to stillness. Harris came to us, face grim. "It's over. You're safe." But I looked at Rachel, and I knew what she was thinking. Safe was just a word. He would never truly leave us. But Eli was untouched, unhurt, and that was enough. For now. The days that followed were unlike anything I ever expected. The news coverage started almost immediately after his arrest, though his real name was still being withheld from the public. On paper, he was just another dangerous intruder caught before he could cause permanent harm. But to us, he was something far more terrifying. A stranger who had tried to steal our lives, piece by piece. A man with no known family, no known past, and no fingerprints in any database. They kept him in a maximum security holding facility under constant observation. Rachel and I met with Rhodes and Harris in a secure conference room to discuss the next steps. They both looked tired, hollow-eyed. The case had become bigger than they imagined. There were murmurs of federal agencies wanting jurisdiction. More than one file on the table suggested connections to cases across several states. "He's not cooperating," Rhodes told us. "Hasn't said a word since we brought him in, not even during the psych eval." "Is he mentally ill?" Rachel asked. "We're not sure," Rhodes said. "He knows how to act normal, calm. He's not erratic or violent unless provoked. But there's a detachment there, like he's wearing someone else's skin and doesn't fully understand how it works." That image stuck with me, wearing someone else's skin. It described the past few weeks perfectly. The way he mimicked my routines, my clothes, my voice. The way he spoke to Rachel, studied her reactions, and most of all, the way he looked at Eli like he was trying to feel something he couldn't quite reach. We were granted one final walk through our house before it was closed for extended forensic analysis. Rachel was hesitant, but I felt like I needed to see it. I needed to confront the space that had been invaded and poisoned. We walked together, the silence heavy between us. The living room was still, exactly how we had left it. The cushions on the couch were slightly misshapen from the stakeout. The coffee table still bore the faint smudge of a coffee cup from the last night. But it was the hallway that chilled me. Something about it felt colder, less lived in. We moved slowly through the rest of the house. Eli's room was last. It looked untouched, but we both knew better. Rachel stepped inside, running her fingers over the bookshelf, her eyes on the curtains. I noticed something near the closet, a small piece of paper folded into another one of those cranes. It must have been missed during the sweep. I picked it up, hesitant, and carefully unfolded it. Inside, written in that same strange, tight scrawl, was a sentence that made my blood turn to ice. I could have taken him. That was it. No signature, no date. Just a cruel, casual truth. Rachel stood beside me, reading over my shoulder. She did not cry. She did not speak. She just reached out, took the paper from my hand, and walked it to the kitchen sink. She struck a match and burned it without a word. That night, back at the safe house, Eli asked when we were going home. Rachel smiled, kissed his forehead, and told him soon. I watched her face carefully. She was tired, yes, but also stronger than I had ever seen her. This had nearly broken her, but something else had awakened too, a refusal to let this man define us, to let his sickness taint every corner of our future. The next morning, Harris called with an update. Something new had come up in the investigation. "You need to come in," he said. "There's something we found in his belongings." We arrived within the hour. The item in question was a notebook, plain black cover, worn edges. It had been found sewn into the lining of the coat he had been wearing. Inside were pages and pages of writing. Not coherent thoughts, but fragments, phrases, names, some crossed out, others circled repeatedly. Then we turned to the middle. That was where we found the list. Our names, mine, Rachel's, and Eli's, each repeated several times in neat, obsessive handwriting. Below our names were numbers, dates, and times. Most of them matched moments we remembered. When we first saw him in the store, the day he appeared in our neighborhood, the night Eli said someone was in the closet. He had been recording everything. Every encounter, every reaction. He had studied us like a test he meant to pass. The final entry chilled me the most. It simply read, "Tonight, full replacement." It had been the night we set the trap. "He was going to try," I whispered. "He really thought he could do it." Rachel looked away, her eyes glistening. Rhodes folded the notebook closed. "We believe he's done this before, multiple times. But this was the first time we caught him before he completed whatever it is he thinks he's doing." "What happens now?" I asked. "We keep him locked away," Rhodes said, "and we make sure no one else ends up on a list." That night, after putting Eli to bed, Rachel and I sat on the couch in the new rental. It was a temporary place, just until we decided what to do next. We watched the shadows stretch across the walls, the sound of Eli's soft breathing just barely reaching us from the hallway. "I keep wondering what would have happened if he hadn't been caught," Rachel said. "If we'd let our guard down, if we hadn't noticed the signs." "We did notice," I said. "We listened to our instincts. We fought back." "But what if there are others who don't?" she whispered. "People who are too tired, too trusting, too afraid to believe what they see." That was the question neither of us could answer. The story wasn't over, not really. The man they arrested might never speak. The motives might remain a mystery. But one thing was certain. We were not the first. And if no one listened, if no one paid attention, we would not be the last. 6 weeks later, the trial began. It did not feel like justice, not at first. It felt like performance. Men and women in dark suits saying words that meant very little to me, assembling the pieces of a story they only partly understood. They called him by the name found on one of his many forged IDs, Colin Warren, but we still did not know his real identity. No record, no past, no family. They could not charge him for impersonation because, legally, he had not claimed to be anyone specific. He had never used my name, never signed it, never said it out loud, but he had mimicked me. Stolen my posture, my voice, my family's rhythms. There were no laws for that, nothing concrete. Instead, they charged him with attempted abduction, trespassing, and stalking, and though I knew they would convict him, it all felt strangely hollow. The man who had dismantled our lives would not disappear with the bang of a gavel. He had already embedded himself too deeply into our memories, our routines, into us. Rachel testified first. Her voice was steady, strong. She described how he had infiltrated our life, how the letters began, how he watched our son. The jury looked disturbed, especially during the parts where she described the Polaroids, the paper cranes, the message written in crayon and tucked into a child's backpack. I went next. I told them everything. The first strange moment in the hardware store, the smile that felt too familiar. I explained the sound in the hallway, the feeling of being watched, the way he studied us. I looked at him once while I spoke. He sat silently at the defendant's table, staring straight ahead with that same expressionless face, empty eyes, a face he wore like a mask. When I finished, they called the forensic psychologist. She said he exhibited traits of delusional attachment and identity disturbance, though she avoided using the word psychopath. Still, her testimony painted a clear picture. He did not want to kill us. He wanted to replace us. It took the jury less than 4 hours to deliberate. Guilty on all counts. The judge sentenced him to an indefinite psychiatric hold, the maximum allowed. And yet, when they took him away, I did not feel relief. I felt the same quiet dread that had followed me since that first letter arrived in the mail. The same unease I saw on Rachel's face every time Eli walked out of our sight. The truth was simple. A courtroom decision could not erase what he had done, could not unbend the shape he had carved into our lives. After the trial, we moved. We left the city where it all happened, changed our numbers, bought a small house in a quiet neighborhood upstate. It was not far enough to forget, but it was far enough to breathe. Eli started a new school. Rachel returned to work part-time. I took a consulting job, remote, so I could stay home more often. We built new routines, little rituals meant to make the unfamiliar feel safe. Sunday pancakes, Friday movie nights, walks before dinner, even in the cold. The nightmares faded slowly. Some nights, I still woke up expecting to see a figure in the hallway, still checked the locks twice, but gradually, the weight on my chest began to ease. Rachel smiled more. Eli laughed the same way he always had, free and loud and full of light. It reminded me of what we had almost lost, what we were still protecting. One rainy afternoon, months later, I found Rachel sitting on the porch with an envelope in her lap. No return address. My heart jumped, but she shook her head before I could speak. "It's not him," she said. "It's from the prison." I sat beside her as she opened it. Inside was a short letter, typed neatly, signed by the director of the facility. It stated that the man known as Colin Warren had been placed in high-security solitary confinement after a series of incidents. He refused to speak, refused to eat. He tore apart his cell one night, carved words into the walls with his fingernails. The phrase was repeated over and over. "You took my place." I looked at Rachel, and she looked back at me. Neither of us spoke for a long time. Eventually she folded the letter, placed it back in the envelope, and stood. We should burn it. We did. That night, after Eli went to bed, I stood by the window and looked out at the street. Quiet, calm, a neighborhood where no one knew our names. A place where the past couldn't reach us quite so easily. Rachel came up behind me, wrapped her arms around my waist. "He can't touch us anymore," she whispered. "It's over." I nodded, still staring out into the dark. And she was right. It was over. But I had come to understand something in the months since it ended. He was not just a man, not just a criminal or a stalker. He was a crack in the veneer, a glimpse of something unspoken. The idea that the lives we build, the identities we hold, can be imitated, mimicked, stolen. I would never stop watching the shadows, never stop checking the locks. But I had also learned something else. He failed. He did not break us. He did not take our son. He did not become me. We were still here, still whole, still together. And that, in the end, was enough. The past could linger, sure, but it could not win. I have lived in this small apartment in Boston for almost 3 years now. It is nothing special, just a narrow hallway that leads to a small bedroom, a kitchen that barely fits a table, and a living room that always feels a little too quiet at night. The rent is cheap, and I have gotten used to the thin walls and the way the light from the street outside flickers through the blinds like a heartbeat in the dark. For as long as I can remember, I have had sleep paralysis. It comes and goes, sometimes weeks without an episode, and then suddenly I will wake up in the dark, pinned to the bed, my breath caught in my chest like a stone. At first it was just the fear, the weight of my own body holding me still, but after a while the shapes started to come. Shadows at the edge of my vision, voices that I could not quite make out. Always there, always waiting. A few nights ago it was worse than it had ever been. I woke up to the feeling of something pressing down on me, my arms locked at my sides, my chest tight and cold. I could not move, could not even turn my head, but I could see the foot of my bed, the dim glow of the street lamp outside just enough to light the room in soft gray shapes, and there it was. A figure, tall and thin, so dark it seemed to swallow the light around it. It had no face, just a smooth blank where eyes and mouth should have been. But it was the hands that I remember most. Long, thin fingers that stretched out to scrape the floor, the sound of them moving across the wood soft and slow, like a whisper I could feel in my bones. I do not know how long I lay there, staring at it, my breath coming in short, shallow gasps. My mind was screaming, but my body would not move, trapped in that quiet terror that comes in the moments when you are not sure if you are awake or still dreaming. And then, just as suddenly as it had come, it was gone. The room was empty, the only sound my own ragged breathing and the faint hum of the city outside. I woke up the next morning with the memory of it still clinging to me, the shape of that shadow figure burned into the back of my mind. I told myself it was just another episode, that it had not been real, that my mind had played its old tricks in the dark, but when I got out of bed and walked to the closet, I saw them. Scratches, 3 long, thin lines etched into the wood of the closet door. They were fresh, the raw wood beneath the paint showing pale and splintered. My hands were shaking as I reached out to touch them, the edges rough under my fingertips. I tried to tell myself I had done it in my sleep, that I had gotten up without knowing and left those marks myself. But I knew that was not true. They were too deep, too straight, like something had dragged its fingers down the door with careful, deliberate force. Since then, I have not opened the closet. I cannot bring myself to. I keep it closed tight, the door locked, even though I know it would not matter if something wanted to come out. At night, I sit in my bed and stare at the door, the faint outline of the scratches just visible in the glow of the streetlight outside. I keep telling myself it was just a dream, that there is nothing there but old coats and dusty boxes, but in the quiet moments, I can feel it. The weight of that shadow, the soft scrape of fingers across the wood. Last night it was worse. I woke up again, the weight on my chest pressing down like a hand, my breath caught in the small, tight space between my ribs. The room was dark, but I could see the closet door, the faint outline of the scratches, and then I heard it. A voice, soft and low, almost too quiet to hear. It was coming from inside the closet, a whisper that seemed to slip under the door and curl around me in the dark. I could not make out the words, but I could feel them, a shiver that crawled down my spine and settled in the pit of my stomach. I lay there, my heart pounding, my body frozen, listening to that soft, patient whisper that seemed to come from somewhere deep in the dark. When I woke up this morning, the voice was gone, but the memory of it was not. I keep trying to tell myself it was just another trick of the mind, another ghost conjured up by the old fear that lives in the back of my skull, but I cannot shake the feeling that it is real, that the shadow man has found a way to follow me out of those half dreams and into the quiet spaces of my life. I have not told anyone. My friends would just laugh it off, tell me it was the stress or too many late nights staring at the glow of my phone. My family would worry, but they would not understand. This is something that lives in the spaces between words, in the hush of a room when the lights go out. It is not something you can explain. So I write it down instead. I fill page after page with the small, careful details, the way the air feels colder when the knocking starts, the way the whispers slip under the door like smoke. I tell myself that if I can put it all into words, I can make it smaller, something I can hold in my hands instead of something that waits in the dark. But even as I write this, I can feel it. The weight of those eyes that are not eyes, the slow drag of those long fingers across the floor. It is 3 in the afternoon, the sun bright and warm outside, but the memory of that shadow figure is a cold breath on the back of my neck. I do not know what it wants. I do not know why it has chosen me, or what it means when it whispers in the quiet of the night, but I know it will come again. Tonight, tomorrow, some night when I am too tired to fight it anymore, and when it does, I will be here, waiting. Watching the closet door in the darkness, listening for the soft scrape of fingers on wood and the quiet voice that tells me I am not alone. The next few days passed in a kind of uneasy fog. I tried to keep busy, to fill every minute with noise and light, but it felt like I was moving through water, everything slow and heavy. I found myself listening for that voice even in the middle of the day, straining to hear it beneath the hum of the fridge or the distant rumble of cars outside. At night, I kept the closet door locked and the lights on, the soft glow of the lamp by my bed a small comfort in the dark. I told myself it was just my mind playing tricks on me. I had read enough about sleep paralysis to know how it could warp your senses, make shadows into shapes, and turn your own breath into someone else's whisper. But it felt different now. It felt like that shadow was not just part of the paralysis anymore. It felt like it was real, like it had stepped out of that half-dream and was waiting for me in the quiet spaces of my life. The scratches on the closet door had not changed. They were still there, pale lines in the dark wood, a silent reminder of that night. I kept the door locked tight, the small key hidden in the drawer by my bed. Every time I walked past it, I could feel my skin crawl, the memory of those long fingers scraping across the floor still fresh in my mind. One night, I tried to sleep in the living room, thinking that maybe if I put some distance between myself and the closet, I could find a few hours of peace. I curled up on the couch with a blanket pulled tight around me, the soft hum of the television in the background. But even then, I could not escape it. I kept thinking about the way the figure had stood at the foot of my bed, the way it had watched me with that blank face and those long, reaching hands. I must have drifted off at some point, because I woke up to the soft sound of something moving in the hallway. My heart jumped in my chest, my breath catching as I strained to hear. It was a slow, deliberate shuffle, like bare feet moving across the old wood floor. I lay there, frozen, the blanket pulled up to my chin, listening to the sound grow closer. And then it stopped, right outside the living room door. I waited, my whole body tense, the quiet pressing in around me. I could feel it there, just on the other side of the thin wall, waiting. I do not know how long I lay there, my breath shallow, and my hands clenched tight in the fabric of the blanket. But finally, the footsteps moved away, fading back down the hall until there was nothing but the soft hum of the television again. I did not sleep for the rest of the night. I sat there on the couch, my eyes fixed on the dark doorway, every creak of the old house like a breath in the quiet. When the sun finally came up, I felt like I had been holding my breath for hours. The next morning I thought about calling someone, a friend, my brother, anyone who could come sit with me in the bright light of the day and help me feel like the world was still real and solid. But every time I picked up the phone, the words felt too heavy to say. I was afraid of how they would sound out loud, afraid that speaking them would make them real in a way I was not ready to face. Instead, I spent the day cleaning again, scrubbing the kitchen until my hands were raw and the smell of bleach clung to my skin. I opened all the windows, letting the cold air wash through the apartment like a promise, but even then I could feel it. The weight of that shadow waiting in the quiet spaces, the soft breath of something just out of sight. That night, I did not try to sleep on the couch. I went back to my bedroom, the familiar creak of the floor beneath my feet both a comfort and a warning. I locked the closet door tight and sat on the edge of the bed, the soft glow of the lamp painting the walls in gentle gold. I told myself I would not look at the closet, that I would keep my eyes on the light and let the night pass me by. But when the clock crept past midnight, I found myself staring at that door, the faint outline of the scratches just visible in the soft light. I do not remember falling asleep, but I woke up in the dark, the room cold and still. My body would not move, my chest tight, and my breath caught in my throat. I could feel the weight of the air around me, thick and heavy, pressing down like a hand. My eyes were open, and I could see the closet door, the pale lines of the scratches sharp in the faint light from the street outside. And then I heard it, the whisper, soft and low like a breath against the wood, curling around the edges of the door and slipping into the room. It was not words exactly, more like a sound that wanted to be words, a promise or a threat I could almost understand. My heart was pounding in my chest, the sound of it loud in the quiet, but I could not move. I could only listen. I do not know how long it lasted. It felt like forever, that soft, patient whisper winding through the room like smoke. And then, just as suddenly as it had come, it was gone. The weight lifted from my chest, and I could breathe again, the sharp, cold air filling my lungs like ice. I lay there for a long time, my body shaking, my mind trying to make sense of what I had heard. When I finally got up, the first light of dawn was creeping across the sky, soft and pale. I sat on the edge of the bed and looked at the closet door, the scratches still there, silent and waiting. I do not know what it wants. I do not know if it is real, or if it is just something that has always been there, waiting for the moment when I am too tired to fight it anymore. But I know that it will come again. And when it does, I will be here, listening in the dark, waiting to see what waits behind that door. The morning after I heard the whispering, I tried to pretend everything was normal. I got up and made coffee, the smell of it warm and familiar in the small kitchen. I watched the early light spill across the floor, the soft gold of it making the scratches on the closet door seem almost harmless. But no matter how bright the day was, the memory of that voice stayed with me, like a cold hand on the back of my neck that would not let go. I spent most of the day out of the apartment, wandering through the streets of Boston like I was looking for something I had lost. I walked past old brownstones and narrow alleyways, the city alive with people and noise. For a little while, it helped. The chatter of strangers, the clatter of dishes from open cafe windows, all of it a soft blur that made the night feel like a distant dream. But every time I stopped, every time the world went quiet around me, I felt that same weight in my chest, a quiet certainty that whatever lived in the shadows of my room was still there waiting. When I finally went home, the sun was setting, the sky streaked with pink and gold. I paused at the door, my hand on the cold metal knob, and took a deep breath. I told myself it was just a room, just an old closet in a cheap apartment, and that if I kept telling myself that, it would be true. But when I stepped inside, the air felt heavy, thick with something I could not see. I turned on every light in the apartment, the soft glow of the bulbs washing the walls in pale yellow. I cooked dinner, though I barely tasted it, the quiet of the evening pressing in around me. I put on music, trying to fill the silence with something other than the sound of my own heartbeat. But no matter how loud the music was, I could feel the closet at my back, the weight of it like a breath in the dark. That night, I lay in bed with the lamp still on, the soft circle of light a small comfort in the shadows. I watched the clock on the nightstand tick away the seconds, each one a quiet echo in the room. When midnight came and went, I let out a breath I had not realized I was holding. I thought, maybe this time it will not come. Maybe the light will be enough to keep it away. But when the clock crept past 3, I heard the first soft knock. It was not loud, just a gentle tap on the closet door, but it was enough to make my heart jump in my chest. I lay there, frozen, my breath caught in my throat. 3 soft knocks, steady and patient, like a question waiting for an answer. I closed my eyes and counted to 10, willing it to stop, to go away and leave me in the quiet of the light. But the knocking came again, a soft insistence that seemed to echo in the small room. I could feel it then, the shape of him on the other side of the door, tall and thin, his fingers brushing the wood with that same slow, deliberate scrape. I sat up in bed, the blanket pooled around my waist, and stared at the door. The scratches were just visible in the glow of the lamp, pale lines that caught the light and seemed to breathe with the rhythm of the night. My hands were shaking, but I did not look away. I wanted to see. I needed to see. I whispered into the quiet, my voice barely more than a breath. "What do you want?" There was no answer, just the soft hush of the city outside and the quiet tick of the clock on the wall. But in that silence, I thought I could hear something else. A soft sigh, like the breath of someone standing just beyond the door, waiting for me to open it. I did not move. I stayed there, my eyes locked on the closet door, the weight of that moment holding me still. The knocking stopped, and for a long while, there was only the quiet. But even in that silence, I could feel him there, the cold press of his presence, like a shadow against my skin. When dawn came, the light washing the walls in pale gold, I felt like I could breathe again. I got up and opened the curtains, the bright morning sun spilling into the room and making the closet door seem small and harmless. I made coffee and sat at the kitchen table, the warmth of the cup in my hands a small comfort in the quiet. But the memory of the night was still there, a soft echo in the back of my mind. I thought about leaving, about packing a bag and walking away from the small apartment that had become a place of quiet fear, but I knew it would not matter. The shadow man was not just in the closet. He was in the stillness of the night, in the soft spaces where the dark settled and the world fell silent. I could leave the apartment, but I could not leave him behind. So I stayed. I cleaned the apartment again, the smell of soap and warm water filling the rooms like a small, stubborn hope. I opened the windows and let the cold air wash through, the fresh breeze a gentle push against the weight that had settled in my chest. I told myself I could live with it, that I could make a place for the fear and learn to carry it without letting it drown me. But even as I said the words, I knew it was not over. I knew that when the sun set and the shadows crept back into the corners of the room, he would be there, waiting. And I knew that when the knocking came again, I would be there too, listening in the quiet, my breath held tight in the dark. The next night was the hardest yet. I spent the day in a quiet daze, trying to keep my mind on other things, anything that did not end with the quiet whisper of his breath in the dark. But every time I turned my back on the closet, I could feel it there, like the weight of a hand pressing between my shoulder blades. I kept the windows open all day, the cold air a small comfort that I let fill every corner of the apartment. I hoped that maybe if I filled the space with the scent of winter, with the bright chill of the wind, it would wash him away. But it was not enough. When the sun set, I turned on every light, the soft yellow glow of the lamps, the bright white of the kitchen bulb, even the small nightlight in the bathroom. I let them all burn as bright as they could, filling the apartment with a warmth I did not feel inside. I made tea and held the mug close to my chest, the steam curling into the cool air as I watched the light flicker against the scratches in the closet door. I told myself over and over that it was just sleep paralysis, that he was not real, that the night could not hold anything that was not already inside my own head. But the words felt hollow, like a prayer I had said so many times that it no longer meant anything at all. When midnight came, I sat on the edge of my bed, my feet pressed to the cold floor, my eyes on the closet door. I waited, the slow tick of the clock on the wall counting out the seconds in the quiet. I thought about all the nights I had spent listening to that soft knock, the way it had become a part of the rhythm of the dark, and I wondered what it would feel like to let it in, to open the door and see what waited for me in the shadows. At 3 a.m, the knocking came again, 3 soft raps, patient and deliberate, like the beat of a heart I could not see. My hands were shaking, but I did not look away. I stared at the door, my breath slow and shallow, the fear in my chest a slow burn that seemed to light the edges of my thoughts. I wanted to speak, to ask him what he wanted, to tell him to leave me alone, but the words would not come. My throat felt tight, my tongue heavy in my mouth, and all I could do was watch as the knocking came again, a quiet insistence that slipped under my skin like a shiver. I do not know how long I sat there, my body frozen, my mind caught between the soft comfort of the light and the cold promise of the dark. When the knocking stopped, the quiet that followed was almost worse. It was like the world itself had stopped breathing, like the air around me was holding its breath, waiting for something I could not name. I got up slowly, the floor cold against my bare feet, and walked to the window. I pushed it open and let the cold night air wash over me, the sharp scent of frost, a small mercy in the hush of the room. I stood there for a long time, the soft rustle of the trees in the wind, the only sound, and I tried to remember what it felt like to not be afraid. When I turned back to the closet, I saw something that made my heart stutter in my chest. The door was open, just a crack, the faint line of darkness inside like a mouth that had been waiting to speak. I did not remember unlocking it. I did not remember moving at all, but it was open, and in that small sliver of darkness, I thought I could see something move. I stepped closer, my hands cold and shaking at my sides, and I could feel the air inside the closet, colder than the night outside, brushing against my skin like a breath. I reached out, my fingers brushing the edge of the door, and for a moment, I thought I could hear him breathing. A slow, patient sound that seemed to echo in the hollow space of the closet, wrapping around me like a promise. I closed the door, I locked it tight, and stepped back, my breath coming fast and shallow, the quiet of the room pressing in around me like the dark weight of the ocean. I sat on the floor with my back against the door, the cold wood a small, solid comfort, and I told myself over and over that I was still here, still in control, still alive. When the sun finally rose, the light creeping in pale and soft through the window, I felt like I had survived something I could not name. I stood up and looked at the door, the scratches pale and silent in the early light, and I knew that no matter how many locks I put on it, no matter how bright I made the room, he would come again. But I also knew that I was not done fighting. I would not run, would not pretend it was not real. I would face him night after night until the knocking stopped. Because this was my home, my life, and I would not let the shadow man take that away from me. So I made coffee and sat by the window, the sun warm on my face, and the quiet of the morning a soft promise in the cold. And I waited, knowing that when the night came again, so would he. But I would be ready, and I would not look away. The next night came more quickly than I wanted it to. The daylight hours passed in a blur of small tasks and quiet distractions. I tried to fill every minute with something, anything to keep my mind from drifting back to the feel of the cold wood under my fingers and the sound of that quiet breathing in the dark. I went for a long walk through the city, weaving through crowds of strangers who all looked so sure of where they were going, so certain of what they carried in their hands and in their hearts. I envied them. I wondered if they had ever felt the weight of something watching from the shadows, or if that was something only I would ever know. When I got home, the sun was setting, the last light of the day washing the sky in pale gold. I paused at the door to my apartment and took a deep breath, the cold air sharp in my lungs. I wanted to believe that maybe this time it would be different, that maybe tonight he would not come, but I could feel it in the stillness, in the way the quiet seemed to hum with a soft, patient promise. I knew he was already there, waiting. I made dinner, though I barely tasted it. I let the lights burn bright in every room, the soft glow a small comfort in the gathering dark. I played music, let it drift through the apartment like a shield against the silence. But when the clock crept past midnight, the music sounded hollow, like a voice speaking into a room that was already full of whispers. I sat on the edge of the bed with the blanket wrapped tight around my shoulders, the soft weight of it grounding me in the quiet. The closet door was locked, the small key heavy in my pocket, but it did not matter. I knew he did not need the door to be open. He had already found his way into the spaces between my breaths, the quiet moments when the world went still. At 3 a.m, the knocking started again. 3 soft taps, so gentle they could have been nothing at all. but I knew better. My heart stuttered in my chest, the sound of it loud in the small room. I closed my eyes and let the knocks wash over me, the rhythm of them as familiar now as my own pulse. I stood up slowly, the blanket slipping to the floor, and walked to the closet door. My feet were cold on the wooden floor, the chill of it a sharp bite that kept me from slipping into the soft fog of fear. I placed my hand on the door, my fingers tracing the scratches in the wood, and I whispered into the dark. "What do you want from me?" My voice was soft, but it felt loud in the quiet, a small defiance that made my hands stop shaking. There was no answer, just the soft hush of the night and the slow, steady sound of my own breath. But in that silence I felt him there, closer than he had ever been. I could feel the cold of him pressing through the door, the quiet weight of his presence filling the space around me. I turned and walked back to the bed, my legs heavy with something I could not name. I sat down and pulled the blanket tight around me again, my eyes fixed on the door. The knocking stopped, but the quiet that followed felt thick and alive, like the air itself was holding its breath. I sat there for what felt like hours, the room so still I could hear the soft tick of the clock and the slow beat of my own heart. My mind drifted, the edges of my thoughts soft and blurred, and I wondered if maybe I was not really awake at all. If maybe this was another kind of sleep, one where the shadows were real and the world outside was just a dream I had forgotten how to wake from. At some point, I must have dozed off, because I woke to the faint light of dawn creeping in through the curtains. The room was quiet, the air soft and cold around me. I stood up and walked to the window, the soft glow of the morning washing the world in pale, gentle gold. I watched the light move across the floor, and for a moment it felt like everything was just as it should be. But when I turned back to the closet, I saw that the door was open again, just a crack, but enough to see the dark space beyond, the faint outline of something moving in the shadows. My breath caught in my throat, but I did not look away. I took a step closer, the floor cold and solid under my feet, and I spoke again. "I see you," I whispered. "I know you are there." The air in the room seemed to shiver, the shadows in the closet shifting like breath. I could not see him, not really, but I could feel the shape of him in the dark, the slow, patient weight of him watching me. I closed the door and locked it again, my fingers steady on the cold metal of the key. I turned and walked back to the window, the light of the morning bright and clean against my skin. And in that light, I felt something like strength, something like resolve. I knew that he would come again, that the knocking would not stop, that the quiet voice in the dark would keep calling me back, but I also knew that I would not be afraid. I would meet him in the dark, night after night, until I understood what it was he wanted from me, or until I found a way to make the whispers stop. For now, I would let the light of the day fill the apartment, the warm sun a soft promise that there was still a world beyond the shadows, and when the night came again, I would be ready. The night after I saw the door open felt different from all the nights before. I spent the whole day thinking about what I would do when the knocking came again. It was not a question anymore. It was something I knew would happen, something I was finally ready to face. I did not know what he was or why he had chosen me. I just knew that I could not keep living in the space between fear and waiting. I had to see him. I had to hear what he had to say. I did not fill the apartment with light this time. I let the soft glow of a single lamp wash over the room, the quiet golden circle of it like a small island in the dark. I turned off the music and sat on the edge of my bed, the blanket pooled around me, my hands resting on my knees. The closet door was closed and locked, the key heavy in my pocket, but I could feel the weight of him behind it, the patient press of his breath on the other side of the wood. I watched the clock as the seconds ticked by, the slow sweep of the hand a quiet echo in the room. I thought about all the nights I had spent waiting, all the ways I had tried to keep him out. And I realized that in all that time I had never really looked. I had never let myself see the thing that waited for me in the dark. At 3 a.m, the knocking came again. 3 soft raps, each one as gentle and deliberate as a heartbeat. I stood up and walked to the door, my feet steady on the cold floor, my breath slow and sure. I placed my hand on the wood, the scratches rough under my fingertips, and I spoke in a voice that felt calm and certain. "I am here," I said softly. "I am listening." There was no answer, but the air around me seemed to shift, the quiet of the room deepening until it felt like the whole world had stopped to hear what I would do next. I turned the key in the lock, the soft click loud in the hush of the night, and I pulled the door open. Inside, the closet was dark, the shadows thick and deep, but I could see him now standing there, tall and thin, his shape almost lost in the black. He did not move, did not speak. He just watched me, the blank space where his face should have been somehow more real in the soft glow of the lamp. I felt the cold of him reach out, a quiet breath that slipped over my skin and settled in the hollow of my chest. I did not look away. I took a slow step closer, my heart steady, my breath calm. In that moment, I felt something shift, something that had been holding tight to my bones for so long, I had almost forgotten how to live without it. I realized then that it was not about fear. It was about the choice to see, to let the dark be what it was, and to stand in it without flinching. "Why are you here?" I asked, my voice a soft thread in the stillness. He did not answer, but in the quiet, I felt something pass between us, a small, silent understanding that settled in the air like dust. I knew then that he would not leave, that the shadow man was not something I could chase away with light or locks. He was a part of the quiet spaces in the night, a part of the places where the world grew thin and the dark pressed in close. But I also knew that he did not own me, that he was only as real as the fear I gave him. And in that moment, standing there in the soft glow of the lamp with the door open and the cold night air slipping in around me, I decided that I would not give him that power anymore. I closed the door slowly, the soft click of the lock a small, quiet promise. I did not feel afraid. I felt still, like the dark had shown me its face and found that I would not turn away. I went back to bed and lay down in the soft light, the blanket warm around me, the quiet of the room no longer a threat but a gentle hush that wrapped around me like a comfort. I let my eyes close, the soft beat of my heart the only sound, and I breathed in the peace of that small final moment. When the morning came, the sun spilling pale and soft through the curtains, I woke with a feeling of lightness I had not known in months. The closet door was still closed and locked, the scratches still there, but they felt like something old and finished now, a mark of what had been, not what was waiting. I got up and made coffee, the warmth of the cup in my hands a small, steady promise. I opened the window and let the cold air wash through the room, the scent of the morning sweet and clean. And I let the light fill every corner of the space, the soft gold of it a gentle reminder that the night always ends, no matter how long it feels. I know he will come again. I know that when the night grows still and the world goes quiet, I will hear those 3 soft knocks at the door. But I also know that I am ready, that I can meet him in the dark and let the quiet pass over me without fear. Because the shadow man is not the end. He is just a shape in the dark, a whisper in the stillness. And I am more than the quiet spaces where he waits. I am the light that fills the room when the dawn comes, the soft breath of the world when it wakes, the slow, steady beat of a heart that has learned to see without being afraid. So I will live my life in the bright hours of the day, and let the night come when it will. I will let the shadow knock and let the quiet answer, and I will be there to hear it all. Because in the end, that is all any of us can do. Stand in the dark, listen for the whispers, and know that when the morning comes, we are still here. I know this is going to sound insane. I wouldn't blame you if you rolled your eyes and clicked away. If someone had told me this a week ago, I would have laughed in their face. But I need to get this out, in case someone else finds themselves in the same nightmare I did. My name's Lena, I'm 33, single, and I live alone in a little house at the edge of a sleepy mountain town. Not much happens out here. A bear sighting now and then. The occasional bad storm knocking the power out. It's quiet, and I like it that way. For the most part, it's just me and my chicken, Myrtle. Yeah, a chicken. She's a big fluffy thing, mean as hell to strangers, but loyal to me like a dog. She just showed up one summer morning a few years back. I gave her some corn, and she never left. Now she rules my yard like it's her own kingdom. Myrtle's not a normal chicken. She's too smart. She knows how to open the latch on her coop. She recognizes people, especially the ones she doesn't like. Once, she even chased off a fox. I've always joked she's got a soul in her, maybe an old one, but until a few nights ago, I never really believed anything was truly strange about her. It started just past 2 in the morning. I was dead asleep when I heard it. Not the usual cluck or shuffle from the coop, but this raw, unearthly shriek that tore through the night and shot straight down my spine. I sat up in bed like I'd been yanked upright by a rope. My heart was pounding before I was even fully awake. I rushed to the window and pulled the curtain back. Myrtle was out of her coop, pacing wildly on the porch, feathers puffed and wings twitching. She kept staring out toward the woods, eyes wide. I had never seen her like that. She looked panicked, alert. She kept letting out these broken, angry cries, like she was trying to warn me. That's when I looked past her, toward the tree line, and saw it. At first, I thought it was just a deer. There are plenty of them out here, but it didn't move like one. It was tall, too tall. It stood upright, like a man. Its skin looked pale, almost gray under the moonlight, and it had this long, crooked neck that curved like it was broken in a few places. Its arms hung too low, nearly to its knees, and its head was just slightly tilted like it was listening. Then it turned. Slowly, smoothly, it turned its head in my direction. Even though I was behind glass, I felt like it was staring straight into me. That's when it said my name. It didn't shout, it didn't growl, it whispered. In my mom's voice. She died 3 years ago in her sleep, but I'd know that voice anywhere. I used to hear it every day as a kid when she called me in for dinner. Soft, loving, familiar. Lena. I couldn't move. My whole body locked up. It felt like my blood had frozen in my veins. Every instinct screamed to run, to hide, to do anything but just stand there and stare. But I was stuck. Myrtle wasn't, though. She bolted, not away, toward it. This fat, bossy hen of mine went straight for the thing without hesitation. Wings out, claws scraping, she let out a shriek that sounded more like a person than a bird. It was this awful screech full of rage and warning, and it made my skin crawl. The thing actually flinched. It stepped back, almost like it was surprised. I swear I saw its mouth move. I couldn't hear it through the glass, but I could read the words clear as day. "Not this one," she remembers. Then it turned and slipped into the trees like fog being sucked back into the woods. Myrtle stopped at the edge of the porch, still growling in her chicken way, watching until it was gone. Then she came back inside through the open door, hopped up on the couch, and sat there like she was on guard duty. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. I couldn't. I sat on the couch next to Myrtle, every light in the house turned on, holding a baseball bat and a flashlight like I had any idea what I'd do if it came back. I've been trying to make sense of it since. That thing, whatever it wasn't just some wild animal. It knew me. It used my mother's voice, and it was afraid of Myrtle. Myrtle has barely left my side since that night. She won't go near the back door unless I'm with her. She puffs up any time we get close to the tree line, and I swear she's keeping watch. I've seen her sleep with one eye open, literally. She hasn't laid a single egg in days, like her body is too tense to bother. I'm not crazy. I know what I saw. I've lived out here long enough to know what deer and coyotes and bears look like. This wasn't any of those things. This was something else. Something wearing a person's voice like a mask. Something that hesitated when a chicken charged it. I can't explain it. I don't know what it wants, or why it came to me. But I know Myrtle knows something. I don't think it was the first time she's seen something like that. And whatever it was, it knew her too. Maybe she's more than just a chicken. Maybe she's something older, something stronger. I don't know. But I trust her more than I trust myself right now. This story might sound like nonsense to anyone else, but if something like this ever happens to you, if you see something out there that feels wrong, that looks almost human but not quite, don't wait to understand it. Just trust your chicken. The morning after it happened, I didn't open the back door. I just stood at the kitchen sink, staring out through the glass, waiting for the trees to move again. Nothing did. The woods were still, silent as a painting. No wind, no bird song, not even a single squirrel. Just that heavy, unsettling quiet that makes you feel like you're being watched. Myrtle was still perched on the couch, feathers puffed up like she was trying to make herself look twice as big. I offered her some of her usual treats, dried corn, and a bit of biscuit from my breakfast, but she didn't even twitch. Just kept looking at the back door, one eye narrowed, focused like a soldier on watch. I finally worked up the nerve to step outside around noon. The air was cold and sharp, the kind of mountain chill that cuts through your sleeves. The ground was damp from the night dew, and every twig that snapped beneath my boots made me jump. I checked the porch for tracks, anything that might prove what I saw had really happened. But there was nothing. No prints, no disturbed dirt, not even a broken blade of grass. Except for one thing. Right at the edge of the yard, just where the porch steps met the grass, there was a single white feather, not Myrtle's. Hers are cream-colored, soft and fluffy. This one was long and thin, almost transparent, with a shimmer like it had been dipped in moonlight. I picked it up, and the second my fingers closed around it, I got this flash, a jolt of cold through my spine, like something was watching me again. I dropped it without thinking and stepped back fast. Myrtle was standing in the open doorway. She made a low, rumbling cluck, the kind she only uses when there's a hawk circling overhead. I took that as a sign and went back inside. The rest of the day dragged. I couldn't focus, couldn't eat. I kept checking the windows like I was expecting to see that thing out there again, staring from the trees. It didn't show. But the feeling didn't leave me. You know that weight in your chest when something is just wrong, but you can't prove it. That stayed with me all day and well into the evening. I called my neighbor Becky, tried to talk it out without sounding like I'd completely lost it. She's in her 50s, runs the little general store up the road, and she knows more about this mountain than anyone I've ever met. I didn't say the word creature or anything about it whispering in my mom's voice. I just asked if she'd ever seen anything weird out here. She was quiet for a long time. Then she said, "The forest has its own rules, Lena. Most of the time it leaves us alone, but every now and then something wanders too close. That gave me nothing and everything all at once. By nightfall, I was exhausted but too wired to sleep. I turned on every light in the house. Myrtle refused to go back to her coop, so I laid out a towel beside my bed and let her sleep in the room with me. She curled up without protest, but she didn't close both eyes. One stayed half open, staring at the window. Somewhere around 3 in the morning, I woke up in a cold sweat, the kind of waking where your body knows something before your mind does. I didn't know why at first. Then I heard it. The sliding door was rattling, just a little, not like someone trying to open it forcefully, but like tapping, a finger, maybe two, a slow, steady rhythm. I sat up and stared at the glass. And there it was again. Same shape, same 2 long limbs and bent neck, standing just beyond the porch, backlit by the weak moonlight. But this time it wasn't whispering, it wasn't even moving. It was just staring at the house, at me. I didn't breathe, I didn't blink. I don't even think my heart beat once during those seconds. Myrtle stood up slow, feathers rising, claws scratching against the floorboards like she was drawing a line. She made a sound I've never heard her make, deep, angry, not even remotely bird-like. It rattled in her chest and echoed through the room. That was when the creature moved, just slightly. Its head twitched, like it was glitching, like someone had dragged a cursor across a screen and the image couldn't keep up. Its legs bent backward, almost like it was getting ready to leap. I couldn't move, but Myrtle did. She lunged straight at the sliding glass door, wings slapping against the floor as she squawked. The noise exploded through the room like a gunshot. That thing jerked back, fast, too fast. It disappeared into the darkness, like someone had turned off its switch. I slammed the curtain shut and backed away. Myrtle turned and looked at me, her chest heaving, feathers bristled. She hopped onto the bed and sat beside me like it was her job to keep me alive. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. Myrtle didn't either. By the next morning I was done playing games. I went out and checked the door for fingerprints, marks, anything. Just like before, nothing, except for another white feather. This one was at the base of the door frame, like it had been left there on purpose. I picked it up with tongs and shoved it into a sandwich bag. It's sitting on my table now, glowing faintly like it's still alive. I don't know what this thing is, but I think it knows me, and it's testing me, watching how I react, pushing a little more each time. And Myrtle? She's not scared. She's angry. I'm starting to wonder if maybe she wasn't sent to me, or maybe I was brought here for her. Either way, something is coming, and Myrtle is getting ready. By the time the 3rd night came, I had made a plan. It wasn't fancy. It wasn't even all that smart, but it was something. I could not keep sitting in that house waiting for the thing to come back like some helpless bystander. That wasn't who I was. And Myrtle, she was ready. She had not left my side for even a moment, not while I was awake, and not while I slept. That chicken had the presence of something much older than her feathers suggested. And if she was preparing for a fight, I figured I should be too. I moved the couch so it faced the sliding glass door, pulled down the curtain rod entirely. If it wanted to look in again, I was going to let it. I wanted to see its face. I brought out every flashlight I had, my heavy-duty camping lantern, a crowbar, and a metal skillet, not for cooking but because it had weight, and it made me feel less powerless. Myrtle sat on the back of the couch, feathers puffed and still, like a gargoyle. The porch light was on. The floodlight I'd hooked up earlier now cast a pale glow out over the grass, reaching to the edge of the woods. I sat with the bagged feather in my lap. I didn't know why I kept it near me. Maybe to study it. Maybe because I thought it was connected. Either way, I had it there, glowing faintly under the plastic like a lantern that had forgotten how to be warm. Nothing happened for hours. 11 turned to midnight, then 1. I heard coyotes in the distance, then even they went quiet. The silence hit like a hammer, that same heavy hush as the night before. No crickets, no wind. Just stillness. Myrtle stood up. Her feathers rippled once, then went flat. Her eyes locked on the tree line. I felt my throat tighten as I followed her gaze. There it was again. Same shape, same height, same impossible body, like someone had taken a man and melted him down until he didn't fit inside himself anymore. It stood just at the edge of the light, not in it, not out of it, just at the line where shadows and sight blur. This time, though, it wasn't just standing still. It stepped forward. The way it moved was all wrong, legs that bent in places they shouldn't, joints clicking into motion like it had borrowed a skeleton it didn't understand. It moved like a puppet with too many strings. And when it got close enough for the porch light to catch its face, I felt my stomach twist. It was wearing my face, but not well, like it had tried to remember what I looked like from memory and stitched it together with wax. The mouth was too wide, the eyes too flat. Its lips moved, but no sound came out, not until it was only a few feet from the door. And then, in my voice, it said one word. Tamika. But I am not Tamika, not anymore, not right now. I stood slowly. Myrtle hopped down and walked to the glass, not flapping, not afraid. She stood tall, chest out, and made a low growling sound that I didn't know chickens could make. The thing took another step forward, hand raised like it was trying to touch the glass. Its fingers were long, too long, and they shimmered faintly like the feather. That's when I saw it, the shimmer, the faint trail between its chest and the feather in the bag. Connection. I grabbed the bag and stepped toward the door. The thing paused, its head tilting in that jerky way like it didn't know how heads were supposed to work. I held up the bag. "You want this?" I said, loud enough to be heard. The thing didn't move, but its mouth twitched. I opened the door slowly, just a crack. Myrtle didn't move. She just narrowed her eyes. I held the bag out. "I don't know what you are," I said, "but you've been trying to scare me. That stops tonight." The thing reached forward. Its hand moved toward the bag like it was trying to be gentle, but then its other hand shot out toward me. That was a mistake. Myrtle launched herself through the gap in the door with the force of a cannonball. Wings out, talons flashing, she hit the creature in the chest with a screech that could have cracked glass. The thing reeled backward, arms flailing as Myrtle pecked and clawed, feathers flying, her cries growing louder and deeper. Not chicken cries, not even animal cries, something else. The shimmer broke. The feather in the bag sparked like it had been set on fire. I dropped it and stepped back. The creature let out a shriek, high and brittle, like a tree being torn in half. It stumbled, staggered, then turned and ran, body flickering like it was barely real. Myrtle chased it all the way to the tree line. She didn't stop until it was gone. Then she turned back, ruffled her feathers, and calmly walked up the steps back into the house. I stood there frozen. The bag on the ground was burned through. The feather inside it was gone. Only a small patch of scorched porch remained where it had been. Myrtle hopped back onto the couch, gave me one long look, and then tucked her head under her wing. She slept like a rock that night. I didn't. I didn't because I knew something had changed. Whatever that thing was, whatever it wanted, it had been here before, and it would come again, somewhere, for someone else, but not here. Not while Myrtle was alive. A few days later, I called Becky again, told her more this time, not all of it, but enough. She listened, then said, "Your bird's not just a bird." I said, "I know." The forest went quiet for a while after that. The birds returned. The wind rustled the trees again. But every night before I go to bed, I check the porch, not for fear, just for peace of mind. And every night, Myrtle stands there too, watching, guarding. I don't know where she came from. I don't know what she really is. But I do know this. If something ever comes for you in the dark, trust your chicken. I did. And I'm still here. I took the night security job at Lakeside Carnival on a whim. It was one of those choices you make not because you really want it, but because you do not have a better one. I had been between jobs, bills were stacking up, and the idea of spending my nights patrolling an empty amusement park seemed like an easy paycheck. The position was temporary, only meant to last through the winter months while the park was shut down for renovations. The pay was better than you would expect for night work, and I liked the sound of that. Quiet nights, no people, and lots of walking to keep me awake. I figured I could listen to music, maybe get in better shape, and coast until something better came along. The carnival itself was tucked away on the edge of town, near a murky lake that gave the place its name. In the summer, it was packed with families, kids with cotton candy, teenagers on dates, all of them laughing and screaming on the rides. But in the off-season, it transformed into something else entirely. The vibrant energy drained out with the visitors, leaving behind a place that felt more like a forgotten relic than a source of fun. The roller coasters looked like rusted skeletons, their tracks twisting up into the sky like broken fingers. The game stalls were shuttered and sagging, their colorful signs faded and peeling. The silence hung heavy in the air, like the whole park was holding its breath. On my first night, I met the park's manager, Mr. Davidson. He was a wiry man with a tired face and a low, raspy voice that sounded like it had worn thin from years of yelling over music and machines. He wore a thick coat and a faded hat pulled low over his eyes. He did not smile much. As he walked me through the park, pointing out the maintenance sheds and emergency exits, he spoke in short bursts, as if every word cost him something. We stopped near the old carousel, its brightly painted horses frozen in mid-gallop. Their manes were chipped, their eyes too shiny in the dim light. I found myself avoiding their stares without thinking about it. That was when Davidson paused and turned to me, his voice suddenly serious. There are a few things you need to remember if you want to make it through your shifts here. This place is old. It has history, some of it good, some of it not so much. You follow the rules, you will be fine. I gave him a sideways look. Rules? He pulled a small piece of paper from his coat pocket. It was worn, the edges soft and bent like it had been handled hundreds of times. He handed it to me with a firm nod. Across the top, in faded ink, were the words, Night Security Rules. Beneath that, 6 handwritten instructions. Never look directly at the carousel between 1 and 3 m.m. If you hear carnival music, follow it to the entrance and wait until it stops. Do not enter the funhouse alone. If someone dressed as a clown waves at you, turn around and walk away. Do not answer if you hear knocking from inside the Ferris wheel. Lock the gate at 4 m.m. sharp, no matter what you hear outside. I read them over twice, half expecting a smirk from Davidson, like it was some sort of new guy prank. But he just stood there, his face unreadable. You serious? I asked, trying to keep my tone light. As a heart attack, he replied. You want to ignore them. That is your call. But if you do, you will not last long out here. I tried to laugh it off, but the way he was looking at me made the smile fall from my face. I nodded slowly and folded the paper, tucking it into my jacket pocket. All right, I said, I will play along. Davidson gave me a long look, then turned and walked away. I watched him disappear into the shadows beyond the gate, and suddenly I was alone. The quiet settled around me like a blanket. I clicked on my flashlight and took a slow breath. The park looked different now that I was by myself. The silence was not peaceful. It was too deep, too complete. Every creak of the metal rides, every rustle of wind through the trees made me jump. I started my patrol route, sticking close to the fences at first. The park's layout was simple enough. A wide loop circled the major rides with side paths that led to booths, restrooms, and sheds. My job was to walk the loop every hour, check the locks, and make sure no one had snuck in. That was it. Simple enough on paper. As I passed the carousel, I glanced at my phone. It was just after midnight. The rule about the carousel kicked in at 1 a.m. I told myself there was no reason to worry about it yet. Still, I felt a small chill crawl up my spine as I walked past the horses. One of them, a black stallion with its mouth wide open in a frozen scream, looked like it was trying to say something. I shook the thought away. The hours crawled by. Nothing happened. No lights flickered, no strange music. The clowns were just statues. The funhouse stood quiet, its entrance covered by a chain. I even walked past the Ferris wheel and gave it a long, hard look. Nothing, no knocking, no movement. By 12:45, I was halfway through my third loop. My flashlight flickered once, then steadied. I checked my phone again. The signal was weak, barely clinging to life. I kept moving. At 12:50, I heard it, a faint melody. It was soft, almost like it was being carried on the wind. Carnival music, slow, dreamy, like something from a broken music box. I froze. My first instinct was to find the source, to see which ride had glitched. But then, I remembered the second rule. If you hear carnival music, follow it to the entrance and wait until it stops. I turned on my heel and walked quickly back toward the front gate. My footsteps echoed off the concrete path, and every sound seemed sharper now. The music grew louder as I neared the entrance, and I realized with a jolt that it was not coming from any one direction. It seemed to be everywhere at once, bouncing off the metal and wood like the whole park was singing. When I reached the gate, I stood still, breathing hard. The music swirled around me for another minute, then slowly faded into silence. I waited, one more minute, then two. Still nothing. I let out a shaky breath and wiped my hands on my jeans. The paper in my pocket suddenly felt heavier. Maybe Davidson was not crazy after all. The music faded into the night, leaving behind a silence that felt almost too complete. I stood by the entrance gate for a few moments longer, waiting just to be sure. The rules had said to wait until the music stopped, and I was not about to take chances. My breath came out in a cloud, and I rubbed my hands together to fight the creeping cold. I kept glancing around, half expecting something to leap from the shadows, but nothing did. The carnival remained still, its worn rides and shuttered booths standing like monuments to a livelier time. Once I felt it was safe, I resumed my rounds. The rule had been clear, and I had followed it exactly. That should have been the end of it. I told myself that maybe the music had just been a strange glitch. Maybe an old speaker somewhere had powered on by accident. Or maybe it was all part of some elaborate initiation to test new guards. But something inside me doubted that. The way the music had moved through the air, the way it felt like it was watching me just as much as I was listening to it, that was not normal. The carousel loomed ahead, its shadow stretched long and strange under the moonlight. I checked my phone again. 1:02 in the morning. That was the window the first rule had warned me about. Never look directly at the carousel between 1 and 3 m.m. I swallowed hard and kept my gaze focused on the path. Even without looking, I could feel the pull of it. My eyes wanted to wander, to drift toward the painted horses and their frozen smiles, but I fought it, keeping my head down and my flashlight beam aimed just ahead of my feet. I moved quickly, making a wide arc around the ride. The air felt heavier near the carousel, as if it was pressing against my chest. I tried to ignore it. The rule was simple: do not look. So I did not. Something clinked behind me, a soft metallic sound, like the chain of the ride shifting, or one of the poles giving a gentle groan. I did not turn. I kept walking. I counted my steps. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, then 10, then 20. The sound faded. Eventually, the pressure eased and the air lightened. I exhaled slowly, not realizing I had been holding my breath. By the time I reached the Ferris wheel, I felt a little more grounded. Its massive frame towered into the night sky, unmoving and cold. I stopped to take a break beneath it, leaning against a nearby fence. My legs ached and my nerves were shot, but for the moment, things felt calm again, still, the way I had hoped they would be when I first took this job. Then came the knocking. Soft at first, just a gentle tap, tap, tap from behind me. I froze, every part of me going rigid. The rule came to mind immediately. Do not answer if you hear knocking from inside the Ferris wheel. I slowly turned off my flashlight. The darkness closed in, but it felt safer than whatever was behind that sound. I waited. The knocking came again. Louder this time. 4 solid knocks, then silence. I did not move. I did not speak. I just stood there, barely breathing. Another knock, then another, and then a voice. "Let me out. It was faint, but unmistakable. A woman's voice, soft, pleading. It was coming from inside one of the Ferris wheel cabins. I could not see it, but I could feel exactly where it was coming from. "Please, let me out. It is so cold in here." I gritted my teeth and clenched my fists. Every instinct in me screamed to help, to look, to open the door and pull her out. But the rules said not to. That was not a suggestion. It was a command. I stayed still. The voice sobbed once, then it changed. "Let me in." Same voice, different tone. No longer pleading, now angry, hungry. "Let me in. I know you can hear me." The knocking came again, furious and fast, then silence. I waited a long time before I moved again. When I was sure it was over, I turned my flashlight back on. The Ferris wheel was as silent and lifeless as it had been all night. No movement, no sound. No woman. I kept moving. I was starting to feel like the rules were not there for show. They were not superstitions. They were shields. Thin ones, but shields all the same. Near the funhouse, the wind picked up, rustling through the cracked mirrors and crooked walls. I gave it a wide berth. Even in daylight, it would have been creepy. At night, it looked like a gaping mouth ready to swallow anything that stepped too close. I stared at the entrance for a moment. It was open a crack, like someone had slipped in without closing it. A flicker of light caught my eye, just inside the doorway. A soft blue glow, faint but steady. I turned away. That was not my job. The fourth rule came next. If someone dressed as a clown waves at you, turn around and walk away. I had not seen anyone all night, not even a squirrel. The park felt completely empty, but the thought of a clown just appearing in front of me, smiling, waving, made my stomach twist. I was not sure what would be worse, seeing one or not seeing one, and knowing it might still be out there. I made one more loop around the park before heading back to the security trailer near the entrance. It was a cramped little structure with a heater, a desk, and a couple of monitors. Nothing fancy, but it was warm, and after the night I had, that was all I needed. I closed the door, locked it, and sat down heavily in the chair. My hands were still trembling. I pulled the list of rules from my pocket and unfolded it, laying it flat on the desk. I read each one again, slowly, carefully. My eyes lingered on the last rule. Lock the gate at 4 a.m. sharp, no matter what you hear outside. I checked the time, 3:27, half an hour to go. And somehow, I had the feeling the worst was still ahead. The heater in the security trailer buzzed softly, filling the small space with a warmth that did not quite reach my bones. I sat there, elbows on the desk, eyes fixed on the paper in front of me. The list of rules had gone from odd to essential in the span of just a few hours. Every time I read it, the weight of each word seemed to grow heavier. I ran my thumb along the edge of the paper, feeling the soft fray from years of folding and unfolding. Someone before me had relied on this list, maybe many someones. I could not help but wonder how many had followed it to the letter, and how many had not. I looked at the clock, 3:37, just over 20 minutes until the final rule came into play. Lock the gate at 4 a.m. sharp, no matter what you hear outside. I had never locked a gate with such urgency in my life. Something told me that whatever came after 4 would not be looking for a warm welcome. My eyes drifted to the monitors. Most of them were dark. A few flickered weak feeds of various parts of the park, grainy images of the Ferris wheel, the main walkway, the carousel. I kept expecting something to move, a shadow, a figure, a flicker of light, but everything remained still, too still. I decided to do one last walkthrough before heading to the gate. I bundled back up, tucked the list back into my pocket, and stepped out into the cold. The air had taken on a sharpness that bit at my cheeks. I clicked on my flashlight and swept the beam across the path. Nothing but empty rides and the rustle of distant leaves. I walked fast but quiet, keeping to the main loop. The carousel came into view first. I did not look at it. I did not need to. I could feel it watching me again, like its painted horses were waiting for me to break the rule. I kept my eyes forward, counted my steps, and moved past without slowing down. Farther along, I passed the funhouse. The door was still slightly open. A soft creak came from inside, like a board shifting under weight. I stopped for a second, listening. The wind blew through one of the broken windows, making a faint whistling sound. I turned away. That place could keep its secrets. The clown statues scattered around the park had begun to feel more present somehow, like they were not just props but participants. I passed one near the midway, leaning against a game booth. Its smile looked wider than before. I avoided its eyes. No one had waved at me yet, and I hoped it stayed that way. The Ferris wheel stood tall and silent. No knocking this time, no voices, just the groan of metal as the wind picked up and rocked the seats gently. I moved faster, glancing up only once. The cabins swayed like empty cages waiting to be filled. As I neared the front of the park, I checked the time, 3:51. I picked up my pace. The main gate was visible now, tall and black, with thick bars and a heavy latch. I reached it with a few minutes to spare and pulled out the keys Davidson had given me. I found the one marked gate and slid it into the lock. That was when the knocking began. Not from behind me this time, from outside the gate. I froze, key halfway turned, and listened. 3 slow knocks, then silence. I leaned forward slightly, peering through the bars. A man stood on the other side of the gate. He wore a faded blue parka and had a thick scarf wrapped around his neck. His hands were in his pockets, and he swayed slightly, like he had been standing in the cold for too long. He looked harmless, lost maybe, drunk maybe, but something about him felt wrong. He did not move. Then he raised his hand and knocked again, 3 more times, steady, purposeful. I cleared my throat. Sorry, the park is closed. No one is allowed in. The man smiled, but it did not reach his eyes. He stepped forward and placed both hands against the bars. I just need to come in for a second, he said. Just for a moment. I left something inside. His voice was low and even, too even. I shook my head. I can't let anyone in. You will have to come back during regular hours. He did not react, just kept smiling. Open the gate, he said softly. Please. I glanced at my phone. 3:58. 2 minutes. I backed away from the gate. The man's smile faded. His hands tightened around the bars. You have to let me in, he said, more urgently. They are coming. I hesitated. Who's coming? He leaned in, his voice dropping to a whisper. You do not want to be the only one left out here when they arrive. I felt my hand shake on the key. The gate had to be locked at 4 m sharp no matter what I heard outside. That was what the rule said. Not maybe. Not unless someone needs help. Just do it. The man's eyes darkened. His face twisted into something else. Something that was no longer entirely human. His jaw widened slightly. His pupils dilated, and his voice lost all warmth. Let me in, he said again, but now it was a command, not a request. I turned the key and locked the gate. He slammed a fist against the bars, then another. The metal rattled, but the lock held. I stepped back quickly and watched as the man or whatever he had been pretending to be slammed against the gate one final time. Then he vanished. Not walked away, not ran. Just vanished, like smoke in the wind. I stood there, heart racing, breath visible in the frigid air. The silence was absolute. I checked the time again. 4:01. The rule had been clear. I had followed it. I was still here. But the park was not done with me yet. The park did not let me sleep after that night. Even when I went home and locked my doors and pulled the covers up to my chin, it stayed with me. The memory of the man at the gate, the way his voice changed, the way his face lost its human shape, those eyes, that hunger. I would lie in bed and hear the rattle of the gate in my mind over and over again. Every time I blinked, I half expected to see him outside my window, waiting for me to forget the rules. I told myself I would not go back. I even drafted a message to the number Davidson had texted me from. I was going to quit. Simple as that. But I never sent it. I do not know why. Maybe some part of me knew that if I did not go back, something worse would happen. Or maybe it was the fact that Davidson had known what I was doing without even being there. Like he was watching somehow. Like the park was. The second night, I arrived early. The sky was a pale blue with streaks of dying pink. Clouds hung low, heavy with snow that never fell. The air felt heavier, like the whole park was holding its breath. I walked the fence line before going in, checking every inch of the gate I had locked the night before. It was still shut tight, no signs of the man, no footprints, nothing. It was as if he had never been there. Inside, the silence was thicker. The ride stood frozen in gray. The clown statues looked dirtier now, like someone had smeared dust across their grins. Even the funhouse seemed darker, the faint glow from its windows now gone. I walked slowly to the security trailer, list in hand, flashlight ready. I sat for a while with the rules laid out in front of me. They felt like old scripture now, not guidelines, warnings, lines drawn in the sand to keep me on this side of reality. I had seen enough to believe. I had followed the rules and I was still breathing. That was not a coincidence. Just after 11, I made my first round. The cold was sharper tonight, the kind that cuts through your jacket and settles in your bones. My breath came in clouds that hung in the air like ghosts. I started near the Ferris wheel, keeping my distance. Nothing knocked, no voices whispered. Just the sound of my boots crunching over gravel. Then I passed the midway. That was when I noticed something different. One of the game booths had its lights on, faint, but definitely glowing. I stopped in my tracks. The booth was one of those ring toss setups, where you throw plastic hoops onto bottles to win a prize. Except now it had a row of prizes I had not seen before, old porcelain dolls, each one with cracked faces and dark glassy eyes, their heads all turned toward me in perfect symmetry. I stared, heart thudding. There was no rule about this. That was what made it worse. I moved past quickly, keeping the flashlight aimed ahead, not behind me. I knew if I looked again, something would be different. A doll would be gone, or smiling. By midnight, I was back near the carousel. I did not look at it, I just felt it, the hum in the air, the slight vibration under my feet. It was not moving, not turning, but it was awake. I turned my back to it and kept walking. The woods near the edge of the park whispered softly in the breeze. Branches creaked, something rustled, the usual sounds of nature, only they felt staged now. Too perfect, too timed, like the park wanted to make sure I stayed on script. midnight, the music started. Carnival music. But it was different this time, slower, sharper, like the notes were being stretched, warped. I pulled out the rules without thinking and scanned them. Rule number 2. If you hear carnival music, follow it to the entrance and wait until it stops. I turned immediately, heading for the entrance. My flashlight flickered once, then again. The music wound through the park like smoke. It came from everywhere and nowhere. No clear direction. It just existed in the air around me, clinging to my ears like a whisper I could not shake. When I reached the gate, I stood just inside, breathing hard, heart racing. I listened. The music kept going, winding its way through some song I could not name. It was off-key, almost painful. Like it had been recorded backwards, I closed my eyes and counted. 1, 2, 3. I made it to 137 before the music stopped. And then, something new. Footsteps. Soft ones. From behind me. I turned slowly, raising my flashlight. Nothing. Just the path stretching out toward the funhouse. But the air had changed. The silence had weight again, the kind that presses on your chest. I took one slow step forward, then another. And then, the laugh. Not loud, not childish, low, broken, like someone had forgotten how to laugh and was trying to remember. I aimed the beam of light toward the sound and saw it. A figure. It stood just outside the funhouse. A clown. It did not move. It did not speak. It just stood there, watching. My breath caught. It raised its hand and waved. Slowly, deliberately. I turned away immediately, heart hammering in my chest. The rule had been clear. If a clown waves at you, turn and walk away. I walked. I did not look back. Not even when the laughter grew louder. Not even when the sound of footsteps began again. Not even when I thought I could feel breath on the back of my neck. I walked. All the way back to the security trailer. I locked the door and sat down, shivering. The rules had saved me again. But the park was learning. It was testing me now. And I had a feeling it was not going to stop. The fifth night was different. Before I even stepped foot inside the park, something about the air felt wrong, like the cold had teeth now. It bit harder than usual, and it did not ease up when I got inside the gate. The silence was not just heavy, it was angry, like the park was tired of being patient. I had followed the rules 4 times now, and it had not broken me, but I could feel it tightening its grip. That night would be a test. When I arrived, I found a note waiting for me in the security trailer. It was not a text or a call, a physical note, folded on the table under my flashlight. The paper was the same yellowed kind as the rules list, but this one had only 1 line written on it, in the same scratchy handwriting. Do not forget the rule that is not written. I sat down slowly, holding the paper like it might bite me. I read that line over and over. I did not know what it meant. A rule that is not written. What kind of trick was that? Was it a warning? A threat? Something I had done wrong without knowing? I checked the original list again. Every rule was still there, nothing added, nothing missing. I turned the new note over, half expecting to find more, but it was blank. I folded both notes carefully and tucked them into my coat pocket. If the park wanted to play mind games, it was doing a good job. My shift began as usual. I made my rounds with the flashlight, keeping to the familiar paths, the ones I had already walked dozens of times. But the park was changing. I noticed small things first. The Ferris wheel was pointed in a different direction. One of the clown statues had moved from beside the games booth to near the cotton candy stand. The ticket booth window, which had always been cracked open, was shut tight now. Things had shifted, rearranged. It felt like the park was rebuilding itself while I was away, like it had its own pulse and rhythm, and I was just another piece being moved around. As I passed the carousel, I kept my head low. The horses were still, no music, no motion, but the air around it buzzed faintly. It was not active yet, but it was waiting. Further into the park, I saw something that stopped me in my tracks. A new path. It had not been there the night before. The gravel was a little cleaner, the edges sharper, like it had just been carved out of the earth. It curved off between the spinning teacups and the broken bumper car shed, leading into a part of the park I had never seen before. I stood at the entrance to the path for a long time, my flashlight beam stretched out ahead like a lifeline. There was no rule about new paths. I could feel the park watching, waiting to see if I would take the bait. I stepped back. I had learned enough by now to trust my instincts. I was not going off script. I kept walking the main circuit and pretended I had not seen it. At 1:15, the carnival music started again. This time I did not hesitate. I turned and walked directly to the entrance and waited. I stood in the same place I always did, hands in my pockets, the flashlight dangling uselessly at my side. The music was louder this time, sharper, the kind of tune that gets stuck in your head like a splinter. It played for exactly 5 minutes. Then silence. But I knew better now than to think that silence meant safety. When I turned to walk back toward the center of the park, I saw something else new. The funhouse door was wide open. It had never been opened before. The inside was completely dark, like the building was swallowing light. I stared into it, my hands suddenly clammy inside my gloves. There was a rule about the funhouse: do not enter alone. I was alone. But the door was open now, an invitation. I did not accept. Instead, I kept walking. I circled back toward the security trailer, every step tight with tension. I could feel the park's disappointment, like it was annoyed I had not taken the path, or entered the door, like a puppet master getting bored of the puppet resisting its strings. Back at the trailer, I found something else waiting for me. Another note. It was pinned to the inside wall of the trailer. Same paper. Same writing. You have seen it. Now it has seen you. I stared at those words for a long time. I had no idea what I had seen. The path, the open door, the clown, the carousel, all of it. The words felt final, like I had passed some invisible boundary. That was when I noticed it. A shape, outside the trailer, just beyond the window. It stood near the clown statue that had moved earlier, but this one was not still. It waved. Slow. Mocking. I did not move. I remembered the rule. Turn around and walk away. But I was in the trailer. Trapped. I closed my eyes. Counted to 30. When I looked again, it was gone. I breathed deep, willing myself to stay calm. I still had hours left. I had to survive until dawn. That was the only goal now. As I made one last round before the clock struck 3, the park felt different again. Not quieter, not louder, just awake. All the clown statues now faced the center of the park. Every single one. I had not moved them. Something else had. That was when I understood what the note meant. The rule that is not written. It is simple. Do not acknowledge what should not be there. The moment you do, it becomes real. And once it becomes real, it can follow you. The 6th night was the worst one yet, and I knew it the moment I stepped through the gates. The temperature had dropped lower than usual, but it was not just the cold that made the air feel dangerous. It was the silence, the way it pressed against my ears like cotton, muting even the sound of my own breath. The park was holding its breath. Everything felt too still, like the moment before a storm when the wind dies and the animals vanish. I walked slower than usual, flashlight in one hand, the rules crumpled in my coat pocket, my fingers brushing the paper every few steps as if it could protect me. I started my patrol like always. Same path, same routine, stick to what works. The Ferris wheel loomed to my left, still and towering, its empty cart swaying slightly in the airless breeze. The sound of gravel under my boots was the only reminder I was still in motion. I had not seen Davidson since the first night, and I had not received another message since the 5th. Part of me wondered if he was even real, or just something the park used to make sure I followed its twisted playbook. I passed the carousel without looking at it. It was not time yet, but even at a glance I could feel it watching me. I do not know how to explain that feeling. It was like stepping into a room and knowing someone else is there even if you cannot see them. The air hums differently. That is how the carousel felt now, awake, waiting. It was not moving, not making a sound, but I could hear the faint tick of gears buried deep in its belly, like it was clearing its throat before speaking. When I reached the edge of the park, where the woods pressed tight against the fence, I stopped. There was something new, a gap in the fence. It had not been there the night before. A clean break, like someone had cut through the chain link with wire cutters. On the other side, the trees were packed close, but there was a path now, barely visible, lined with old carnival flags, faded and torn. They led into the trees like breadcrumbs, vanishing into darkness. I took one step forward before I remembered the rule that was not written. Do not acknowledge what should not be there. I stepped back slowly, not looking directly at the path. I kept walking, heart beating harder than it should have been. I told myself it was nothing, a glitch, a mistake, but deep down I knew it was another test. Another door, waiting for me to walk through, one that would not open again if I ignored it, but that was the point. It wanted me curious. Curious was dangerous. At midnight, the music started again. That strange, warped carnival tune drifting through the air like a lullaby played too slow. I did what I always did, walked to the entrance and waited. I stood still for 10 long minutes before it stopped, the last note echoing in my chest like a warning bell. Then, quiet again. Except it was not quiet. I heard something breathing. Not loud. Not human. It was wet and heavy, like lungs filled with water. It came from behind one of the food stalls, one I had already passed earlier. I froze, turning off my flashlight, not daring to move. I did not need to see it. I was not supposed to. Whatever it was, it had not seen me yet. I stood there in complete stillness for what felt like hours. The breathing got closer. A dragging sound followed it, like something heavy being pulled across gravel. Then silence. A sharp, unnatural silence that screamed louder than any sound. I did not move until my legs ached from standing still. When I finally turned my flashlight back on, the path behind me was clear. No tracks, no marks, no sign that anything had ever been there. But I knew. The park had sent something to look for me. I had followed the rules. It was changing its tactics now, pushing the boundaries. I kept walking. Every ride looked darker than before. Every clown statue looked slightly more real. The colors had faded further, or maybe it was just my eyes playing tricks on me. Their smiles had deepened. Their hands looked more flexible, like if I looked away, they might lower them. By the time I reached the funhouse, I was shaking, not from cold, from something else. The door was closed again, but something was different. A shadow moved behind the warped glass on the second floor. A slow glide like someone pacing. I blinked and it was gone. I told myself it had always been closed, that I had imagined the movement. I did not believe it. Just past 2:30, I passed the carousel again. It was moving. No music. Just slow rotation. The horses rose and fell like they were breathing. I did not look directly at it, but I could feel it pulling at me, the same way you feel the ocean pulling back before a wave. I walked faster, eyes fixed on the ground, each step like lifting a weight. I wanted to run, but I did not want to break any unspoken rule about running. Maybe there was one, maybe not. But I was not going to find out the hard way. I made it back to the security trailer by 2:50, 10 minutes until the danger window ended. I locked the door, even though I knew that would not matter. I sat with my back to the wall, flashlight still on, eyes on the window. Every creak outside made me flinch. Every flicker of shadow stretched longer than it should have. At exactly 3 o'clock, the lights in the trailer flickered and then steadied. The weight lifted. The park exhaled. I was still alive, still here, but I had never felt so watched. That night, I did not dream. I stayed awake until morning, staring at the ceiling. Because when I closed my eyes, I could still hear the breathing. The 7th night started with fog, not just a little mist, but a thick, rolling sea of white that swallowed the carnival whole. I stood at the gates for a long moment, flashlight in hand, trying to see even 10 feet ahead. The usual colorful lights that dotted the booths were dimmed behind the haze, barely glowing like dying embers. Everything felt muffled, like the park had sunk underwater. I stepped inside, boots crunching softly on the gravel path, and the fog wrapped around me like a damp blanket. Every sound felt wrong. My footsteps echoed too long. My breath seemed to vanish the second it left my mouth. Even the faint wind that occasionally stirred the flags above had vanished. It was as if the park was covered in insulation, like it wanted to keep everything in and everything else out. I touched the paper in my coat pocket again, that familiar scrap that had become my lifeline, the only barrier between routine and madness. As I passed the game booths, their painted prizes looked more sunken, more grotesque in the haze. Teddy bears with faces twisted by moisture. Inflatable toys half deflated and limp, like they had given up. The clown statues were harder to see, but every time I walked by one, I felt its painted eyes turn with me. I told myself it was just the fog playing tricks. I told myself that a lot, and every night it worked a little less. I changed my route that night. Normally I started by heading straight to the Ferris wheel, circling the outer perimeter, but something about the air told me not to go there first. Instead, I made my way toward the center of the park, where the carousel stood hidden in the fog. I was not near enough to see it, but I could hear it now. Not the music, something else. Breathing again, but not the wet, heavy sound from the night before. This was closer to a whisper, almost rhythmic, like chanting just outside the range of hearing. I turned off my flashlight, crouched low behind a snack booth, and waited. The sound continued, never changing, never getting closer, but always there. I closed my eyes and focused on my breathing, steadying myself. When I opened them again, the sound had stopped, and something new had begun. Laughter. Not children's laughter, not mechanical clown laughter, a laugh that belonged to something pretending to sound human. I spun around, but the fog was too thick. I could see nothing more than shapes, outlines of tents and games, shadows stretching in unnatural directions. My flashlight flickered once and then came back on. I stood still, waiting for the laughter to fade, but instead it grew louder, more broken, like someone choking between giggles. I backed away, bumping into the edge of a popcorn cart. The laugh stopped immediately. Silence dropped like a curtain, and then, just ahead of me, a figure began to emerge through the fog. A clown. Not a statue. Not a costume on a rack. A clown, real and wrong. Its movements were twitchy and too fast, like someone pressing fast forward on a broken remote. Its arms jerked slightly with every step. Its head tilted from side to side, like it was trying to study me from every angle at once. It did not speak. It just raised a hand in a slow, deliberate wave. I froze. The rules. If a clown waves at you, turn around and walk away. I forced my legs to move, one after the other, backing up slowly, then turning, never looking back. I walked until I was sure I had cleared the fog's thickest part, until I reached the funhouse and its ever-grinning entrance. The urge to look over my shoulder was overwhelming, but I knew better. Whatever was behind me thrived on being seen. I reached the entrance again and leaned against the booth, wiping cold sweat from my face. My hands shook. My knees felt like water. I wanted to leave. I wanted to run out the gates and never return. But I also knew I had to finish the shift. If I broke routine now, I was not sure what would happen. The rules might keep me safe, but only if I followed them all the way to the end. By the time the clock hit 1, I had circled back to the Ferris wheel. The fog had thinned slightly, enough to see the outlines of the structure. The massive wheel stood still, its seats swaying slightly in the stillness. I paused beneath it, flashlight scanning the seats, the control box, the ticket booth. Everything looked just as it always had, but there was something else now. A faint creaking from above, not mechanical, rhythmic, too steady. I stepped back and tilted the light upward. In the topmost seat of the Ferris wheel sat a figure. I could not make out the details, just the outline. It was slumped slightly to one side, unmoving. I turned off the flashlight. I did not want to know. At 2:15, I returned to the carousel. I knew better than to look directly at it. I kept my eyes low, barely glancing at the edge of the platform as I passed. It was not moving this time, but the air around it was different, heavier, like it was holding in a scream. The last hour crawled. I avoided the clown statues entirely. I cut paths to stay clear of the funhouse. The fog remained, clinging to every corner of the park like a shroud. My footsteps were softer now. I was not just watching where I walked. I was listening for any change, any crack in the atmosphere that might signal something shifting. At 2:55, I returned to the entrance. I stood just outside the security trailer, facing the gate, waiting for the silence to shift like it always did. I touched the rules in my pocket one last time, mouthing them to myself like a prayer. I waited. And then, faint but clear, came the music. That same broken tune. This time, it sounded different. Slower. Almost sad. I stayed still and listened, letting it play out, letting the last few minutes stretch on like hours. The song wound down, one trembling note at a time, until only the sound of my own breathing remained. At 3 o'clock, the park sighed again. That was the only way to describe it. like it let go of something it had been holding. I stood there for several minutes, unsure if I was safe, unsure if I had passed some final test. But I was still here, and something told me the next night would be the last. I did not want to return for the final night. Every part of me told me to stay away, to forget about the job, to pretend the past 7 nights had never happened. But I knew I could not. Not because of some contract or paycheck, because the park would not let me walk away without finishing what I had started. It felt personal now, like it had chosen me, like it had been waiting for someone to test the rules to their limit. I arrived just before midnight, and the moment I stepped through the gates, I knew something was different. The fog was gone, the sky was clear and dark, full of stars, and the wind was still. But the silence was deeper than before, not quiet like the dead of night, quiet like the moment before something explodes. The rides stood taller, more defined, as if the lack of fog sharpened their edges. And in the center of it all was the carousel, unmoving but too present, like a heart that had stopped beating but was waiting to start again. I made my way slowly through the park, following my usual route with deliberate care. The Ferris wheel was dead still, each seat hanging like the pendulum of a forgotten clock. The clown statues were right where they always were, but now they seemed to lean forward slightly, just enough to make you wonder if they were ever rigid at all. I avoided their eyes. I avoided everything I could. Tonight felt like a test, not of the rules, but of me. I reached the food court area near the center and stood still, waiting. At exactly 12:15, the music started again, the same broken melody rising from nowhere. But this time, it was not drifting. It was focused, coming from one direction only, the carousel. I did not need to check the time. I knew what hour it was. I was not supposed to look at the carousel between 1 and 3. I turned away and walked, slowly but deliberately, toward the far end of the park. Then I saw the funhouse. Its lights were on. They had never been on before. Colorful bulbs blinked in a slow sequence, casting dancing shadows across the ground. The face above the entrance grinned wider than ever, the mouth now open, like a gaping maw waiting to swallow me whole. The door was ajar, and I could hear something faint from inside. A voice, maybe, a whisper, a song. I stopped in my tracks, my heart thudding against my ribs. Rule number 3, do not enter the funhouse alone. But tonight was different. Something wanted me to go in. And I understood then that finishing this would mean stepping through that door. I had followed the rules every night. I had survived. But the park had not shown me everything yet. It had saved this for last. I moved closer, the lights blinking faster now, as if in anticipation. When I crossed the threshold, everything changed. The air was thick, like stepping underwater. The hallway inside twisted in impossible angles. Mirrors lined every wall, but none of them reflected me. Instead, they showed versions of the park that did not exist, rides that had burned down decades ago, clowns that danced on strings. A version of me, sitting in the security trailer, eyes black and mouth sewn shut. I kept walking. The hall opened into a central chamber, wide and round, the walls pulsing like veins. In the center stood a small figure, a child maybe, or something that wanted to look like one. It wore a clown costume, oversized and stained. The painted smile stretched across its face, but the eyes were empty, not dark, not angry, just hollow. It lifted one hand and waved. I froze. The rule echoed in my mind. If a clown waves at you, turn around and walk away. I turned. But the funhouse did not let me leave. The walls spun, the hallway gone. I was trapped in the round room. The clown stepped closer, still waving, its feet making no sound on the floor. I backed away slowly until I hit the curved wall behind me. The air thickened further. The lights dimmed. And then it spoke. You followed the rules. Most do not. Its voice was layered, as if a dozen people were speaking at once. Men, women, children, all in unison. Why? I asked, my voice hoarse. Because I wanted to live. It tilted its head. So few ever listen. We give the rules as a gift, but they always break them. They want to see what happens. I swallowed hard. What happens if I do not break them? It smiled wider. Then you get to choose. The room went dark. When I opened my eyes again, I was standing at the edge of the carousel. The lights were on, spinning slowly. But this time, there was no fear, no noise, no monster hiding in the gears. Just the soft creak of the horses moving up and down. I walked back to the trailer, the silence behind me no longer heavy. The air felt lighter now, not safe, but still, complete. I finished my shift. The sun rose. The carnival was quiet, and I never went back. I tried to explain it once, to someone who asked what the job had been like. I told them it was boring mostly, just watching old rides sit still through the night. They nodded, not really listening. But I still have the rules. They sit folded in my coat pocket, tucked away at the back of my closet. The paper is worn, the ink faded, but the words are burned into my mind. Never look at the carousel between 1 and 3. If you hear carnival music, follow it to the entrance and wait. Do not enter the funhouse alone. If a clown waves at you, walk away. And most of all, if you follow the rules, the park will let you leave. I was one of the lucky ones. But every now and then, when the wind shifts or the lights flicker, I hear the music again. Just for a moment. And I wonder if it is calling someone else now. Maybe you. Just follow the rules, and you might survive. I never imagined my first real job as a nurse would be like this. I had always pictured myself in a busy hospital in the middle of the city, surrounded by beeping machines, bustling doctors, and the reassuring chaos of modern medicine. Fresh out of nursing school, I thought starting on night shifts would give me a quiet way to get my bearings, learn the ropes without getting swallowed up by daytime madness, something to build experience. Prove myself. What I got was something else entirely. The job was in a hospital located just outside the city limits. Not exactly the countryside, but far enough from the center that the world felt quieter, thinner even. The building stood alone at the end of a winding road, backed by dense pine forest that seemed to stretch forever. On my first drive up, I noticed the lights from the city fading behind me faster than they should have. My GPS cut out completely about halfway there. That should have been a red flag, but I chalked it up to bad reception. The hospital itself looked like something out of an older time. It was tall and narrow with a steep slate roof and wide stone steps leading to an entrance that groaned when opened. Its outer walls were streaked from years of rain and wear. Ivy clung to the cracks, and the windows were old and framed in peeling paint. There was something off about it, something tired. Still, I pushed forward with my bag slung over one shoulder and my badge pinned neatly on my shirt. The inside was surprisingly well kept. Old, yes, but clean. The kind of clean that feels heavy, like it has been done by hand over and over for decades. The white walls had a faint yellow tinge, the result of time and fluorescent lighting, and the hallways had a soft antiseptic smell that could not quite mask the scent of moisture soaked into the concrete. It was quiet, too quiet actually, like the whole place was holding its breath. I arrived at the nurse station at exactly 10 o'clock in the evening. A few of the day staff were packing up, their expressions a mixture of exhaustion and practiced indifference. A woman with dark eyes and hair pulled back in a bun approached me. She looked only slightly older than me, but walked like someone who had seen more than her fair share of long nights. "You're the new night nurse?" she asked. "Yes," I said, "first shift." She gave me a quick once-over, then offered a half-smile that did not reach her eyes. "I'm Yuki," she said, 2 weeks in myself. They're desperate for staff, so they'll hire anyone with a pulse and a license. I laughed awkwardly. She did not. "Did they give you the rules yet?" she asked. I blinked. "Rules?" "Yeah," she said, frowning. "They didn't give you a set of rules for the night shift?" "No, just my schedule, and the floor plan. She looked disturbed by that, genuinely disturbed. "That's not good," she said under her breath. "What do you mean?" Yuki glanced around the empty nurse station, then grabbed a piece of scrap paper from a drawer and a pen. She started writing quickly, her eyes flicking toward the hallway. "Just in case they forgot," she muttered. "These were given to me on my first night. Follow them. Seriously." She handed me the paper, now filled with neat, slanted handwriting. There were 6 short lines written on it. 1. At 12:45 in the morning, make sure the windows in the west wing are closed. If any of them are open, close them and leave immediately. 2. If you see a patient walking in the hallway after midnight, do not speak to them. They are not patients anymore. 3. If the lights in the east wing go out, leave that wing and do not return until sunrise. 4. If the elevator doors open by themselves, do not get inside. Wait until they close. 5. If you see a shadow that does not belong to you, leave the room immediately. 6. If escape is your only option, be prepared to sacrifice a part of yourself. I stared at the paper. It read like something out of a campfire story. I looked up at Yuki, expecting her to smirk or laugh, or tell me it was some weird hazing tradition for rookies. She just looked back at me with a tired seriousness that made my stomach knot. "You think this is a joke?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "I wish it was." "Are you saying this is real?" She nodded once. "I have seen things. I followed the rules, and I am still here. That is all I can say." Before I could ask her anything else, she picked up her bag and walked off toward the exit. I was left alone in the nurse station with my heart beating too fast and the list of rules clutched in my hand. I folded it and slid it into my pocket, telling myself it was nonsense. It had to be. The hours passed slowly. Most of the patients were asleep. The monitors beeped softly. I did rounds, checked vitals, kept my notes. Everything seemed fine on the surface. But there was something off about the way the building sounded, or maybe it was how it did not sound. The silence felt artificial, like the air was too heavy with secrets. I tried to stay busy, but I found myself glancing at the hallway more than once. Something in the shadows moved the wrong way, or maybe I just imagined it. At 12:30, I found myself walking toward the west wing. I didn't plan to, not really. My feet just sort of carried me there. I passed the patient rooms, all of them quiet, most of them empty. The windows were large and old, glass thick with age. I checked the first one, closed. The second, closed. The third, same. The last one was cracked open, just a sliver, but enough for cold air to seep through. I stood there for a moment, staring at it, the words from the rule sheet repeating in my head. If a window in the west wing is open, close it and leave immediately. I reached out and pressed it shut. The latch clicked. Something about the sound felt final. I turned and left the wing without looking back. I didn't know why, but it felt like something had watched me the entire time. I walked back toward the nurse station with a feeling I could not explain. The night was far from over, but the rules now felt heavier in my pocket. And I had a feeling they would not be the last thing I would have to follow. I returned to the nurse's station, trying to calm the strange heaviness in my chest. I told myself it was just nerves, first night jitters, but the more I told myself that, the more it felt like a lie. The air was still thick. My skin prickled, like something unseen had brushed against me. I poured myself a cup of lukewarm coffee from the pot someone had left behind. It tasted bitter and old, but it gave me something to do, anything to keep my hands from shaking. I checked the clock, 1:15. The hallways were quiet, lights humming overhead like tired insects. I did another round, mostly out of routine, trying to shake the tension that had been building since the window. As I walked past the patient rooms, most of them were quiet, just the soft beeping of machines and the slow, rhythmic breathing of those inside. It gave me a strange comfort, like little islands of life floating in a sea of silence. When I passed room 5, I noticed something odd. The patient was awake, pacing. That in itself wasn't strange. Some patients struggle to sleep, but something about the way he moved made me pause. His steps were too even, too mechanical, like he was walking to the beat of something I couldn't hear. I watched for a few seconds through the glass, and his head snapped to the side, not toward me, not exactly, just slightly to the left, like he heard something that I couldn't. Then he started walking again, back and forth, back and forth. I moved on, trying not to linger. When I turned the corner into the hallway that led to the second-floor corridor, my stomach dropped. A man in a hospital gown was standing halfway down the hall. He wasn't moving. He was facing the wall, his head tilted unnaturally to one side. I stopped in my tracks, flashlight in hand, the list of rules already echoing through my mind. If you see a patient walking in the hallway after midnight, do not speak to them. They are not patients anymore. I did not call out. I did not ask if he needed help. I just watched him. His arms hung limply at his sides. His feet were bare. There were faint, wet footprints trailing behind him. His breathing was all wrong. It was loud, shallow, gurgling, like something inside his lungs was broken. Each inhale was a struggle, each exhale a whisper of pain. He took one step backward, just one, not toward me exactly, but away from the wall. I took that as my cue to leave. I turned back the way I came, forcing myself to walk slowly, pretending I wasn't panicking, pretending that if I just followed the rules, I would be okay. I made it back to the station and shut the door, hands gripping the edge of the counter until the whiteness in my knuckles faded. I tried to calm down. I told myself I hadn't spoken to him. I had followed the rule. At 1:45, I sat down and checked the security monitors again. My eyes scanned each screen. The East Wing was still quiet. I took a deep breath and leaned back in the chair. That was when I heard it, a soft tapping, faint, too faint to place at first. I leaned forward. It was coming from one of the side halls. Tap, tap, pause, tap, tap, tap. I stood up slowly. The rules ran through my head again like a mantra. No mention of tapping, no mention of noise like this. But curiosity is a strange thing, especially in the quiet. I walked down the hall, listening. The sound grew louder, closer. It was coming from room 7. The door was cracked slightly open. The tapping was inside. Then it stopped. I felt cold air rush from the room like a breath exhaled from a mouth that had been holding it in too long. I pushed the door open wider, just enough to look inside. That was when I saw her. She was standing in the far corner of the room, a woman, thin, frail. Her hair hung long over her face like strands of seaweed. Her mouth stretched wide into an unnatural smile, too wide. Her teeth were small, sharp, and perfect. She didn't blink. Her arms hung at her sides like they didn't belong to her. She did not move, not at first. I took one step back, ready to close the door, when she turned her head. Just her head. The rest of her body stayed still, her eyes locked on mine. Black, endless, like holes torn in the world. She grinned wider. I slammed the door shut. I backed away from the room, heart pounding so hard I thought it might stop from the effort. I ran back to the station, trying not to scream. This was not normal. This was not what I signed up for. I tried to gather my thoughts. Then I remembered the elevator. The ding rang out behind me. I turned. The elevator doors had opened. Empty. Rule 4. If the elevator doors open by themselves, do not get inside. Wait for them to close. I stood still. I did not move. The elevator waited, silent, open. Then, slowly, it closed again. No sound, just a smooth motion like a mouth shutting after a long breath. I turned back to the desk. My hands were shaking. I needed something familiar, something real. I opened a drawer and found more papers, patient forms, records, schedules. Then something else. A crumpled paper, buried underneath a chart. I opened it. My stomach dropped. It was the same list of rules Yuki had given me, except it had 7. Rule 3 had changed. Rule 3. Do not enter room 7 after 2 in the morning. I glanced at the clock. 2:05. I had been in there. I had broken the rule. My hands went cold. A shadow stretched across the floor in front of me. I froze. It did not belong to me. It was not mine. It moved on its own. The room grew colder. Rule 5. If you see a shadow that does not belong to you, leave the room immediately. I could not breathe. She was coming again. But now, the shadow had found me. And I had broken the rules. I stumbled backward from the shadow, breath caught in my throat, heart pounding like a drum. My legs felt like wet cement as I forced them to move. I did not run. I could not. Running felt like it would draw attention. Whatever this was, whatever was now stalking me through that creeping stretch of blackness, it wanted me to panic. I would not give it the satisfaction. I turned slowly, moving past the nurse station with shaky steps and forcing myself not to look back. The corridor behind me groaned softly, the sound of the building stretching or settling or maybe just warning me. Every light seemed dimmer now, every corner darker than it had been only minutes before. I walked until I reached the hallway that led to the patient restrooms. I ducked inside one of the staff lounges and shut the door quietly behind me, pressing my back against the cold wood as I slid down to the floor. I sat in silence for a while, trying to slow my breathing. My hand instinctively reached into my scrub pocket, fingers trembling as I pulled out the folded sheet Yuki had given me. I stared at the rules. I had broken one, Rule 3, about room 7. I had gone in after 2 in the morning. I had seen her, and now something was following me. I remembered the way her head had turned without her body moving, that grin like it had been carved into her face. The image was burned into my mind. No matter how hard I tried, I could not blink it away. I closed my eyes for a moment. Big mistake. I saw her there too. In the dark behind my eyelids, she was waiting. I opened them quickly, breath catching again. I looked at the wall clock. It was nearly 3. I had been hiding here for almost 40 minutes, and I had no idea what might be waiting for me on the other side of that door. Still, I could not stay here forever. I needed to move, and I needed to survive the rest of the night. I stood slowly, knees aching from sitting on the hard floor for too long. I opened the door and stepped back into the hallway. The hospital was dead silent, not just quiet, not just still. It was a dead kind of silence, the kind you feel in your bones, a wrong kind. The overhead lights buzzed faintly, but that was all. The monitors were still working, but their rhythm felt slower now, like everything was winding down without telling me why. I made my way back to the nurse station, and that was when I noticed something odd on the monitors. One of the feeds from the West Wing hallway was flickering. Static broke across the screen in quick flashes, but between the flickers, I saw something strange, a figure, standing completely still in the center of the hallway. I could not make out any details, just the shape, slender, upright, not moving, not blinking, just there. Every time the screen blinked back to life, the figure had shifted just slightly. Closer, then gone, then closer again. I switched off the monitor. That was enough of that. I needed to find somewhere with light, somewhere where I could keep my back to the wall. I walked down the central corridor toward the east stairwell, away from the patient rooms. As I walked, I kept looking for shadows that did not belong to me, for footprints that were not mine, for reflections that moved out of sync. I thought about the final rule, the one about escape, the one that said if I had no other option, I would have to give something up, sacrifice a part of yourself. I didn't know what that meant yet, but the way the hospital was closing in on me made it feel less like a warning and more like a promise. I turned the corner and reached the stairwell. I placed one hand on the railing and froze. There was something on the steps, a trail of wet footprints, bare feet, too small for a man, too large for a child. I counted them, one set going up. None coming down. I backed away and turned around. I would take the long way. I ended up back at the staff lounge, the one where I had taken cover earlier. I hesitated at the door before opening it again. The lights were still on. It looked the same. But I did not trust anything in this place now. Still, I stepped inside and shut the door behind me. It clicked quietly. I leaned against it, pressing my ear against the wood. I heard breathing. Not mine. It was shallow, hunched, wet. It was coming from the corner behind the coffee machine. I didn't move, didn't breathe. I stayed absolutely still. I could see my reflection in the metal side of the coffee machine. My face was pale, eyes wide, hair stuck to my forehead with sweat. Then my reflection moved. But I hadn't. It smiled at me, not a soft smile, a cruel one. It tilted its head the same way she had. I stumbled backward, knocking over a chair as I scrambled for the door. The lights flickered and buzzed. The reflection in the metal stepped forward, closer, out of sync with me. I threw the door open and ran. Back into the hallway, breath ragged, eyes darting. I kept moving, not stopping for anything. The rules were clear now. I was in danger. I turned a corner and stopped cold. The elevator doors were open. Again. No sound. No one inside. Just open, waiting. This time, I saw something else. A trail of blood leading up to the threshold. Small drops, one by one. Like someone had been dragged away, or worse, walked in willingly. I backed away slowly. The doors closed with a soft ding. The sound echoed like a scream. I made it back to the nurse station, heart slamming, throat dry. I locked the door, sat behind the desk, checked the monitors again. They were all black now. Every single one. Static. Except for one. Room 7. She was standing in the corner, looking at the camera, and smiling. I turned it off, and waited, because I still had hours to go, and I was already starting to wonder how much more I could take. The hours felt longer than they should have. It was like time had slowed just to mock me. Every second ticked by with the weight of a full minute. I stayed at the nurse station, watching nothing, doing nothing, just breathing and waiting and trying not to fall apart. I had turned off all the monitors. I could not watch them anymore. Seeing her face again would be enough to send me over the edge. So I sat there in silence, staring at the whiteboard on the wall, pretending it was normal. The hum of the lights overhead was starting to sound more like whispering than electricity. I told myself it was my imagination, that my ears were tired, that the stress was making me hear things. Still, the sound felt too deliberate, like words just out of reach. I focused on my breathing, counting every inhale and exhale, trying to remind myself I was still here, I was still real. I must have drifted off for a few minutes. My head jerked up suddenly, and I looked around in a panic. Everything looked the same, but I could feel that it wasn't. Something was different. Something had changed while I was unconscious. The air was colder. The room was too still. I stood up slowly and walked to the door of the station. I opened it just a crack and peeked out. There was someone at the far end of the hallway. Not walking. Not moving. Just standing. It was a silhouette, completely still, facing the wall. It didn't react to the door opening. I closed it quietly and locked it again. Rule 2 came back to me like a scream in my mind. If you see a patient walking in the hallway after midnight, do not speak to them. They are not patients anymore. But this one was not walking. He was waiting. I moved away from the door and sat again, back against the wall this time. I did not want to face the monitors. I just stared at the tiles on the floor and tried to keep calm. I whispered the rules to myself like a prayer. There were 6 rules on the list Yuki had given me, but I had already seen a different copy with 7. What if there were more? What if I didn't know them all? That idea terrified me more than anything else. I decided I needed to check. I went back to the drawers and started rummaging through the mess of papers again. My fingers trembled as I flipped through old records and staff reports, hoping for another copy. Something, anything. After a minute or two, I found it. Another list. Different handwriting. Older. Faded. It had 8 rules. I read them one by one. Most were the same. Some worded differently, but the last one chilled me. Rule 8. If you hear your name whispered from a dark room, do not answer. No one should know your name. I read it again and again. Then I heard it. From down the hallway, through the open air vents that led into one of the side rooms. A whisper. James. It was soft, almost playful. James. I froze. My blood turned to ice. James. It came again, same voice, same softness. I stood up and backed away from the vent. My name echoed once more, fading into silence, like it had never been there at all. I slammed the vent shut and moved away. My mind was racing now. That rule had not been in the original list. How many were missing? How many had I already broken? I didn't want to think about it. By now it was close to 4 in the morning. The world outside was still dark, the kind of dark that makes you forget what daylight looks like. I hadn't heard anything else for a while, so I gathered the courage to walk the halls again, just for a bit, just to feel like I had control over something. I kept my flashlight low and my steps light. I did not want to disturb anything. The hallway was quiet, the lights humming again with that almost whisper sound. I passed the break room. I passed the patient restrooms. I passed room 7 without looking at the door. Then I reached the stairwell again, and the elevator across from it opened. No ding, no sound. It just opened. I stopped where I was and didn't move. The inside was pitch black, darker than it should have been with the hallway lights on. Then something stepped out. Not a full figure, not a body. Just a leg, long, pale, bending in the wrong direction. It stepped forward. Then another leg followed. Still no sound, no breath, just movement. I turned and walked away as fast as I could without running. I did not look back. I did not check if it followed. I returned to the nurse station and shut the door. This time I jammed a chair under the handle. It would not stop anything, I knew that, but it made me feel like I was doing something. That had to count for something. Then, just as I sat down, the power went out. All of it. Every light. Every monitor. Every sound. Gone. Only darkness. Thick, swallowing, perfect darkness. I reached for my flashlight, but it would not turn on. The battery had been fine, but now it was dead. I sat in that darkness for what felt like an eternity, waiting for something to move, something to speak, something to breathe. Nothing came. Eventually, the lights flickered back to life. Only half of them. Some buzzed back on, some stayed dark. The hallway outside looked dim, flickering in places. I checked the clock. 4:22. Almost there. Almost. But the rules weren't finished with me yet. Because the last thing I saw before the lights came on fully was my reflection in the glass of the medicine cabinet. And it blinked. But I hadn't. I did not move for a long time. I just stared at the reflection, unblinking, breath held tight in my lungs. I blinked once. The reflection didn't. It only moved after I did. I stepped back, eyes locked on the glass, every nerve in my body screaming. The reflection tilted its head the wrong way, like it was studying me through a layer of glass. Then it smiled. I stumbled away from the cabinet and nearly tripped over the corner of the nurse's desk. My legs felt weak, barely able to hold me up. My reflection, it was not mine, not anymore. I grabbed my phone and tried to open the flashlight app. Dead. My battery had been at 70% not long ago. Now it would not even turn on. Nothing was working. No monitors, no phones, not even the emergency call button. I was cut off, completely. Whatever was in this building had severed me from the rest of the world. I was alone now. I remembered the scalpel. I had left it back by the supply cart. I needed something to defend myself, even if it was useless. My hand still throbbed from the wound, but the blood had stopped. I wrapped the torn sleeve of my uniform tighter around it and took a deep breath. The hallway was dim when I opened the door again. Lights flickered above me, and the silence had returned. No whispers, no voices, just the low mechanical buzz of lights on the verge of dying. I walked slowly, carefully, trying not to draw attention. I passed room 7 again. Its door was wide open. That was not right. It had been closed before, tightly shut. No one should have been able to open it. I kept walking. The elevator was still open too, the dark void inside unchanged. I could feel something watching me from it, not directly, not like eyes I could see, just the unmistakable weight of attention, heavy and ancient. I reached the supply cart and found the scalpel. It was still there. I held it tight in my good hand and backed away. Then I heard the voice. Not a whisper, not like before. It was my voice, calling my name from the other side of the hall. James. It said, James, help me. I froze. James, please. It was my voice, my exact voice, my tone, my rhythm, but it was not coming from my mouth. James, come here. It came from the dark room next to room 11, the one that had always been empty. I took a step back. James. The voice grew more desperate, more real. Then it screamed. James. It was the loudest sound I had heard all night. It echoed down the halls like thunder. The lights above me exploded one by one. Glass rained down. I dropped to the floor, covering my head. The hallway plunged into darkness again. I stayed there, on the floor, breathing hard, surrounded by broken glass. I waited. No footsteps. No breathing. Only silence. I stood slowly, keeping the scalpel close, and made my way back to the nurse station, but the door was gone. Gone. The entire hallway had changed. The signs were different. The wallpaper was peeling. The floor was carpeted now, thick and red. I was not in the same part of the hospital anymore. I had been shifted. Somehow. The hospital had moved me. The silence was thick, heavy, like walking through fog. The carpet muffled my footsteps. Every door I passed was closed, but something told me not to open them. I could hear faint murmurs behind them. Singing, scratching, crying. I kept walking. At the end of the hallway was a door with a brass handle. It looked older than the others. The number above it was scratched out, completely, just gouges in the wood where numbers used to be. The air around it felt colder. I reached for the handle. My hand shook. The door opened before I touched it. I stepped back. A child stood in the doorway, pale, barefoot, wearing a hospital gown that hung off her like wet cloth. Her eyes were black. Not dark. Black. Empty. She opened her mouth and spoke in my voice. You broke the rules. I backed away. She stepped forward. Every footstep echoed like thunder, though the carpet should have muffled it. You let it out, she whispered. Now it knows you. She raised one hand and pointed behind me. I turned. The hallway behind me was gone, replaced by a mirror. Huge, wall to wall. And in it, I saw everything. Myself, but not quite. The version of me in the mirror was not holding a scalpel. He was holding something else. A key. His eyes were wide, terrified, but he did not move. Then, slowly, he smiled. Not a real smile. A slow, deliberate stretching of skin. My mouth remained closed, but the reflection laughed. No sound, just motion. The girl stepped closer. Her voice came from behind me and from the mirror at the same time. It likes your face. I turned away from the mirror and ran. I did not know where I was going, only that I had to get away. The hallway twisted as I ran. Doors flickered past. Some were open, some closed. The carpet vanished beneath my feet, replaced by cold tile again. The walls changed color. The ceiling dripped water. The hospital was unraveling. I found a stairwell and descended without thinking. The metal steps groaned under my weight. Every echo bounced around me like a scream. One floor down, then another. No signs. No exit. Only more halls. I stumbled into what looked like the main waiting area. It was deserted. Dust covered the chairs. The reception desk was cracked and broken. There, in the center of the room, was a mirror. The same one. My reflection already waiting. Holding the key. He raised it slowly, then pressed it against the glass. The mirror rippled, and I understood. The only way out was through. But that meant trusting something that wore my face. I stood there, trembling. One hand holding the scalpel, the other slowly reaching for the mirror. It pulsed with cold air, drawing me in. My reflection's smile widened. Behind me, the girl whispered again. "You still have to sacrifice." That was the rule. If escape is your only option, be prepared to sacrifice a part of yourself. I took a breath and stepped forward. The moment I stepped into the mirror, the world around me folded inward. There was no sound, no feeling of motion, only a weightless pressure, like I was being pulled through water that was too still. My body felt numb, my breath caught in my throat, but I never fully lost consciousness, just movement without direction, falling without falling. When my feet touched solid ground again, I almost collapsed. I gasped, feeling the air rush back into my lungs as if I had been holding my breath for hours. The mirror behind me was gone. In its place stood a brick wall, old and cracked, lit by a dim yellow light from a single flickering bulb. I was in a hallway I did not recognize. The floors were concrete, the walls were unfinished, and the ceiling pipes dripped slowly, rhythmically. It was damp, cold. It smelled like rust and mildew. I could hear something in the distance, a rhythmic tapping, something metallic striking stone. I stood still, clutching the scalpel in my left hand, the bandaged right hand hanging uselessly at my side. My eyes adjusted to the darkness, and I began walking. I had no other choice. Each step echoed around me, louder than it should have been. The hallway branched in strange ways, not like a hospital, more like a maze, doors with no handles, corners that turned into dead ends. And that sound, the tapping, it was getting louder. I reached an old iron gate. Beyond it, the hallway turned to stone, like I was entering the basement of something ancient. I pushed the gate open. It creaked like it had not been touched in years. Inside, the tapping stopped. Then something whispered. It said my name again, but not like before. This time it sounded like it came from inside my own head. James. 1,000 voices, all mine, all slightly wrong. I spun around. No one there. I kept moving. The stone hallway opened into a wide chamber. The walls curved in a perfect circle. Candles lined the perimeter, flickering with a wind I could not feel. In the center stood a figure. Not a person. A shape. Its body was tall, thin, made of smoke and bone. Its face was covered with a mask. Not human, not animal. Something in between. Its limbs were too long, bent at wrong angles. It stood perfectly still, and in its hand it held something familiar. My ID badge. The one I had dropped when the lights went out in the east wing. It lifted its hand slowly, offering it to me. I should have run, but I didn't. I stepped forward. The figure watched me, head tilted in unnatural stillness. It did not breathe. It did not move. I reached for the badge, hand trembling. Then it spoke. Its voice was layered, echoing, like every sound in the world had been put through a filter of pain. You broke the mirror. I blinked. You crossed over. This place is not meant for you. I pulled my hand back. The scalpel felt smaller in my grip, useless. "What do you want?" I asked, barely able to speak. It tilted its head again. "A sacrifice. The final one." I shook my head. I already gave something. I did what the rule said. I got out. It took a step forward. The lights dimmed. The air grew thicker. "You gave flesh. We want truth." I did not understand. It gestured behind me. I turned. There was another mirror, this one cracked, foggy, but it still reflected my image. And beside me in the reflection stood the woman from room 7. Her face was still hidden, her grin still stretched too wide, her eyes still bottomless. But now she whispered, "Tell them what you saw. Tell them what you did." I turned away. The creature behind me let out a low growl. The stone beneath my feet began to vibrate. "Tell the truth." The words echoed again. But I didn't know what truth they wanted. I never hurt anyone. I never wanted any of this. I just took a job. I just wanted to prove myself. "I'm not like them." "Not like who?" the creature asked. I looked back at the mirror. Behind me in the reflection, the hospital burned. Flames roared through the windows. And there, in the fire, I saw faces. Dozens of them. Staff. Patients. All watching me. All silent. My heart dropped. "What is this?" I whispered. "Memories." But they were not mine. Or maybe they were. One image held longer than the rest. A young boy, strapped to a gurney, screaming. A nurse walking away. And me, standing there, not helping, just watching. I remembered. No, I had buried it. 3 years ago, during my student rotation, that boy had hurt himself, screamed every night. The others called him dangerous, said he liked the pain. They told us to ignore him. And I had. He begged me. I did nothing. I left him alone. He died in the night, and I never told anyone. I dropped to my knees. Tears blurred my vision. "I'm sorry." The creature stepped forward. The girl appeared beside it. "Say it again." "I'm sorry." Louder. I screamed it this time. My voice cracked. I didn't know if it mattered, but I screamed. "I'm sorry." The candles flickered violently. Then one by one, they went out. Darkness swallowed the room. I felt hands on my shoulders. Small, cold. The girl leaned in close. "This is your sacrifice." Then the world turned white. I woke up in the nurse's station. My head was resting on the desk, my right hand bandaged tight, the dried blood stiff against my skin. The lights were on. The hum of the fluorescent bulbs was steady. No flickering, no shadows, no distant whispers. The clock on the wall read 6:15 in the morning. For a long time I just sat there, staring at the second hand ticking forward like it had always been moving, like the night I had just lived through had never happened. But it had. I knew it had. I looked around slowly. The monitors were working again. Room 7 showed nothing but a perfectly made bed. The hallway where I had seen the patient standing motionless was empty. My reflection in the window looked normal, tired, pale, but mine. When I finally stood, my legs were weak but steady. I didn't want to move, but I had to. I made my way through the halls, checking each room, every corner. The windows were all closed. The elevator was still. The east wing lights remained lit. Nothing looked out of place. But everything felt different. When I reached the main entrance, the doors were unlocked. The morning light spilled through the glass, soft and pale, pushing the darkness away like it had never belonged there. I stepped outside and breathed in the cold mountain air. It smelled like pine and frost, real air, clean. I sat on the steps just outside the entrance and looked back at the hospital. The old building stood quiet, no sign of the nightmare that had lived within it just hours ago. I thought of Yuki, how she had tried to warn me, how she had looked afraid even as she handed me the rules. She must have known they were incomplete, or maybe someone had made sure she never saw the full list. I pulled the crumpled paper from my pocket. The ink was smudged, and one of the corners was burned slightly, but the rules were still there, 6 of them, and the one I had discovered the hard way. Rule 7. Do not enter room 7 after 2 a.m. I stared at the words, letting the weight of everything crash down onto me. The rules had not been jokes. They had been lifelines. Not all of them made sense. Some still didn't. But I knew one thing with absolute certainty now. Breaking a rule had consequences, and following them had saved my life. At 7 sharp, the front doors opened behind me. I turned to see the morning shift arriving, chatting quietly among themselves. They nodded to me like it was any normal day. Maybe for them it was. Minerva was among them. She looked different in the daylight, more human, less ageless. She paused when she saw me sitting there, then approached slowly. "You made it," she said, a hint of something like relief in her voice. I stood up, unsure what to say. "You knew," I said. "You knew the rules weren't complete." She nodded. "Yes, but I had hoped you wouldn't need that last one." I almost died. "Most do," she replied softly. "Most don't make it to morning." I wanted to be angry, to yell at her, but the rage never came, only exhaustion. "I saw something," I said, "in that other place. Memories. Not mine, but also mine." She looked at me carefully, then placed a hand on my shoulder. "The building takes what you hide. It brings it out, makes you face it." "It was my fault," I whispered. "That boy. I did nothing." "And you carried that with you," she said, "whether you admitted it or not." I stared at the ground. "Did the sacrifice work?" She nodded once. "You're still here." I didn't understand it all, maybe I never would, but I had lived through it, and I had paid the price. Minerva handed me a sealed envelope. Inside was payment, more than I expected, but money felt meaningless now. "You'll get offers after this," she said. "Quiet ones, specific ones. You'll have a choice." "What if I say no?" "Then you walk away, try to forget. But the ones who see, they don't usually forget." I didn't know what to say. I tucked the envelope into my bag and walked to my car. Before I got in, I looked back at the hospital one last time. It was just a building again. But I knew better. It was watching me. Waiting. I drove home in silence, the rising sun warming my skin through the windshield. Every mile between me and that place felt like a small victory. When I got home, I washed the blood from my hand and threw the scrubs away. I sat on my couch for hours, just breathing, just being alive. Later that night, I got a text. It was from an unknown number. "We heard you survived your first night." Then another message. "There's more work if you're interested." I stared at the screen. My hands trembled. I did not reply. Not yet. But I kept the phone close. Because some part of me knew the truth. Once you see what's really out there, you can never go back.